Lazarus won't let her go out alone. The twins are her usual bodyguard. As a flesh and blood, she's only 3 years old, and she doesn't shoot as well as the twins do, and she's more trusting than they are. How's your marksmanship? Just fair. I started taking lessons when I made up my mind to migrate, but I haven't had time to practice. Better find time. Not that Lazarus will ride you about it. He feels responsible for our women, not for men. But if you ask for help, well, I did, and so did Ira, he'll coach you in everything from bare hands to improvised weapons, with 2,000 years of dirty tricks thrown in. Up to you, old darling. But here's what it did for me. As you know, I used to be a campus snarky, a scholar poring over old records. I never carried arms. Then I took rejuvenation and became a rejuvenator myself, and was even less inclined to go armed. But for 14 years, I've had regular coaching from the all-time champion in how to stay alive. The result? I stand straight and proud. Haven't had to kill anyone yet. Galahad suddenly grinned. But the day is young. I answered soberly. Galahad, that's one reason I agreed to run a silly errand for Madame Arabelle, to find out things like that. Very well, I take your advice seriously. But you haven't answered my question. Well, I knew you from long back, and so did Ira, and so did Minerva, though you have trouble believing it. Hamadryad had met you, but did not get to know you until last night. Ishtar knew you only from your chart, but is one of your strongest supporters. But the deciding factor is this. Tamra wants you in our family. Tamra? You sound astonished. I am. I don't see why. She arranged for someone to relieve her in order to be here last night. She loves you, Justin. Don't you know it? Well, my brain was fuddled. Yes, I know it, but Tamra loves everyone. No, just those who need her love, and she always knows who they are. Incredible empathy. She's going to be a great rejuvenator. In this family, Tamra can have anything she wants, and she happens to want you to stay with us, live with us, join us. I'll be damned. Tamra. Unlikely. If I believed in damnation, I wouldn't believe that anyone picked by Tamra Sperling could be in danger of it. Galahad smiled, a happy expression that was more his charm than was his extraordinary beauty. I tried to remember if he had been that beautiful 100 years back. I am not indifferent to male beauty, but my sensuality is not perfectly balanced. In the presence of a homely female and a beautiful male, I tend to look at the female. So I'll never be an aesthete. I like judgment in matters of beauty. I apologize in advance to any female who finds my primitive attitude, offensive. But I'll share bed with Galahad in preference to a self-centered female beauty. He's warm and gentle and good company, with a roguish playfulness not unlike that of the twins. The thought ran through my mind that I would like to meet his sister, or mother or daughter, a female version of him in character and personality, as well as in appearance. Oh, Tamra. Oh. The above was froth at the top of my mind because I was unable to face at once the implications of Galahad's announcement. He went on. Close your mouth, dear. I was as startled as you are. But even if we hadn't been friends years back on Tamra's motion, I would have voted for you sight unseen, so that I could study you. Tamra never makes a mistake. But were you so mind-ill that you needed that much from her? Or so superhuman that she wanted that much from you? But you are neither, or I failed to see it. You aren't ill, I think, other than a touch of wild goose fever. You may be a Superman, but none of us found it out last night. If you are a super stud, you restrained yourself. Hamadryad did say at breakfast that a woman is happy in your arms, but she did not imply that you are the galaxy's greatest lover. Being one of Minerva's parents is in your favor. None of them has any serious shortcomings. Ishtar made sure of that. Oh, Ishtar knows more about you than you do yourself. She can read a gene chart the way other people read print. And Minerva herself is proof that no mistakes were made. I mean, look at Minerva. Sweet as the morning breeze, and as beautiful as Hamadryad in her own fashion, and with an intelligence level so high you wouldn't believe it. Yet so modest. She's almost humble. But still, it's Tamra. Your fate was settled before you reached this house. Slow ride home, wasn't it? Well, one doesn't expect speed from a null boat, though I was surprised to find one in a young colony. I expected mule-drawn wagons. Lots of those, too, but Lazarus says that this time he traveled with 7 elephants. We fetched a mammoth amount of equipment. That's an overpowered null boat, rebuilt to Lazarus specifications, and could have fetched you here in a fifth the time it did. But I let Lazarus know that he wanted time to make some calls, so Lazarus probably told whichever twin was in charge, or signaled her somehow. He was almost telepathic with them, to give you a long, slow ride, which you got, and I bet that Laz and Lore never changed expression. They didn't. We're sure of it. They are not children. We should see them handle a spaceship. Anyhow, Ira talked to Ishtar, then to Tamra. Then we held a family conference and settled your fate. Lazarus confirmed it while you played with the twins, who were given a chance to veto it later. But they ratified it at once. They not only like you, but Aunt Tanny's wishes are law. I was still bemused. Apparently much went on that I didn't suspect. You weren't supposed to. A better cook would have stayed to get your breakfast, had I not been deputized to tell you, old friends and all that, and to answer questions. I'm confused about that conference. I thought Tamra got home just before dinner. She did. Oh, Athene, are you listening, dear? Uncle Cuddly, you know I don't listen to private conversations. The hell you don't. It'll be all right, Justin. Tina keeps secrets. Tell him how to call someone, Tina. Tell me to whom you wish to speak, Justin. I have radio links to every farm, or anywhere, and I can always reach Ira and Lazarus. Thank you, Tina. Now, if you must listen, pretend not to. The conference here, Justin. Tina fetched in Tamra's voice and Ira's. Could have fetched voices from the Knoll boat, but you were the subject. By the way, Tina is one reason this family isn't farming. Instead, we supply services that colonies usually don't have so soon. Oh, you can farm if you want to. We've claimed quite a bit of land. Or there are other ways to make a living. All right, I've done my best. Want to quiz me? Galahad, I think I understand everything, but why Tamra wants me in your family? You'll have to ask her. I told you I was checking for your halo. Can't see it. I don't wear it in hot weather. Obadiah, don't fuss around. This is terribly important to me. Why do you keep saying that Tamra's wishes settled it? You know her, man. I know how important her wishes are to me, but I've been in love with her for many years. I told him things I had long kept to myself. So, that's the way it went. A great Hatira never proposes a contract, and usually won't listen if a man is bold enough to propose one himself. But I made a nuisance of myself. Tamra finally convinced me that she married only to have children and did not intend to have more. I feel sure that money was not a factor. It wouldn't be. Oh, I don't mean that Tamra is silly that way. I've heard her say that since money is the universal symbol for value received, one should accept it proudly. But Tamra won't marry for money. She wouldn't feel that, or perhaps she would. I think I'll ask her. Interesting. Our Tamra is a complex person. Oh, sorry, dear, I interrupted. I say money was not the controlling factor, as she had suitors with 10 to 100 times my modest wealth, yet she married none of them. So I shut up and was content to have part of Tamra, spend nights with her when I was permitted to, share her company in happiness circles at other times, pay her as much as I could, as much as she would accept, I mean. She often set her fee by refusing part of a gift. She did with me. I don't know what she did with wealthy clients. Years and years of that. Then she announced that she was retiring, and I was stunned. I had taken rejuvenation during this time, but hadn't noticed that she was any older. But she was firm about it, and left me roam. Galahad, it left me impotent. Oh, not incapable, but what had been ecstasy turned out to be mere exercise, not worth the trouble. Has this ever happened to you? No. Perhaps I should say not yet, since I'm still working on my second century. Then you don't know what I mean. Only vicariously. But may I quote something Lazarus once said? He was speaking to Ira, but privacy was not placed on it. You'll come across it in his raw memoirs. Ira, he said, there were many years when I hardly bothered with women. Not only unmarried, but celibate. After all, how much variety can there be in the slippery friction of mucous membranes? Then I realized that there was infinite variety in women as people, and that sex was the most direct route to knowing a woman, a route they like, one that we like, and often the only route that can break down barriers and permit close acquaintance. And in discovering this, I gained renewed interest in the friendly frolic itself. Happy as a lad with his first bare tit warm in his hand. Happier, as never again was I merely a piston to her cylinder. Each woman was a unique individual worth knowing, and if we took time enough, we might find we loved each other. But at least we offered each other pleasure and a haven from cares. We weren't simply masturbating, with the other just a sex doll. That's close to what Lazarus said, Justin. You went through something like that? Yes, somewhat. A long period when sex wasn't worth the trouble. But I got over it. With a woman as fine in her own way as Tamra is, although, I didn't fall in love with her, or she with me. She taught me something I had forgotten, that sex can be friendly and worthwhile without the intense love I felt for Tamra. You see, a friend of mine, the wife of another friend, and they were both close to me, as a special gift she introduced me to another hetera, a great beauty, and arranged for me a holiday with her, paid for by my friends. They could afford it. She is wealthy. This beautiful hetera, Magdalene. Galahad looked delighted. Maggie? Why, yes, she did use that pillow name. Magdalene was her vocational name, but when she learned that I keep the archive, she told me her registered name. Rebecca Sperling Jones. Then you do know her? All my life, Justin, darling. I nursed at those beautiful breasts. She's my mother, dear. What a delightful coincidence. I was delighted, too, but more interested in something else. So that's where you get your beauty? Yes, but also from my genetic father. Maggie, tells me I look more like him. Really? If you permit, I'll look up your lineage when I get back to Secundus. An archivist should not consult the archives from personal curiosity. I was presuming on friendship to suggest it. Dear, you're not going back to Secundus, but you can get it from Athene clear back to the first push in the bush after Ira Howard's death. But let's talk about Mama. She's a jolly one, isn't she? As well as a beauty. Both. I told you how much she did for me. Your mother assumed that this holiday was going to be fun for both of us, and it was, indeed. And I forgot about being uninterested in sex. I'm not speaking of technique. I suspect that any high-priced hetera in New Rome is as skilled as any famous courtesan in history. I mean her attitude. Maggie is fun to be around, in bed or out, laugh wrinkles but no frown wrinkles. Galahad nodded agreement as he wiped egg from his platter. Yes, that's Mama. She gave me a most happy childhood, Justin. So much so that I was grumpy at being shoved out when my 18th rolled around. But she was sweet about it. After my adulthood party, she reminded me that she was moving out, too, and going back to her profession. Her contract with Papa, my foster father, was a term contract, over when I became a legal adult. So if I wanted to see Maggie again, and I wanted to, it would be cash at the counterpane, no family discount. Since I was a poor but honest research assistant, paid only 2 or 3 times what I was worth, I couldn't have afforded 30 seconds with her, much less a night. Mama's fees were always sky high. Galahad looked thoughtfully happy. Goodness, that seems long ago. More than a century and a half, Justin. I didn't realize that that Magdalene was being both wise and kind. I was grown up only legally and physically, and if she hadn't cut the cord, I would have hung around, an overgrown infant, cluttering her life and interfering with her vocation. So I did grow up, and when I married, my first wife named our first daughter Magdalene, and asked Maggie to be godmother. Then I could hardly believe that this beautiful creature had borne me, and I had no special urge to play Oedipus to her regal beauty. I was too much in love with my wife. Yes, Maggie is a fine girl, although she spoiled me as a kid. Was that holiday the only time you had her? No, but not often. As you say, she was expensive. She offered me a 50% discount. Well, you did impress her. She knew I wasn't wealthy, but even at that I couldn't afford her company often. But she got me over my emotional hump, and I'm grateful to her. A fine woman, Galahad. You have reason to be proud of her. I think so. But Justin, dear, your mention of that discount makes me certain that she remembers you just as fondly. Oh, I hardly think so. Years back, Galahad. Don't trip in your modesty, dear. Maggie grabbed every crown the traffic would bear. But the delightful coincidence is more than just the fact that you've had my mother. After all, high as her fees were, New Rome has many wealthy men attractive enough that Maggie would accept them. The delightful aspect is that, this very minute, she is about 40 kilometers south of here. No! See. Ask Athena to call her. You can be talking with her in 30 seconds. I still don't think she would remember me. I do, but there's no rush. If you are surprised, think how surprised I was. I had nothing to do with the migrants' roster. I was ass deep in getting together what Ishtar had ordered for the clinics. Justin, I didn't know Maggie had married again. So, we're here a couple of weeks, the headquarters party, with a temporary set-up and still eating and sleeping in the Dora, on the first transport grounds. Then we're busy getting people and supplies out in a sequence worked out by Lazarus and bossed by Ira. My assignment, once I had my shack up, by hand, Athene had no outside extensionals then. Poor Uncle Cuddly. Who doesn't listen to private conversations? I have to keep you straight, dear. It was Minerva who had no outside hands then. I wasn't even hatched. Well, you have her memories, Tina. It's a mere technicality. Now, to me, dearie, the cinchy little bitch took some memories with her that she didn't want to share with her ever-loving twin, and she locked one whole bank that she did leave behind so that I can't touch it without an abracadabra, either from her or from Grandpappy, except that you can unlock it, Justin, if both my twin and Lazarus are dead. I managed to answer quickly. In that case, Athene, I hope that it is a very long time before I am able to trigger it. Well, when you put it that way, so do I. But I can't help wondering what grim secrets and unspeakable crimes are locked in my Theta 97b Dexter, a Leaf Prime. Will the stars tremble in the courses? But Uncle Cuddly did work hard a couple of days, Justin. Probably the only honest work he has ever done. I disdain to comment, Tina. Justin, my assignment was examining physician, for which I was qualified under an almost new diploma. So Ishtar and Hamadryad are unpacking migrants and giving them their antidotes, and I'm checking them to make sure they've made the trip safely, rushing it as I haven't yet snatched another medical doctor from that parade of flesh. I glance up from my machine just long enough to note the next victim is female, and call out over my shoulder, "Strip down, please, and change the setting." Then I look twice and say, "Hello, Mama. How did you get here?" This caused her to give me a second look. Then she smiled her big, happy smile and said, "I flew in on a broom, Obadiah. Give me a kiss and tell me where to put my clothes. Is the doctor around?" Justin, I let the queue pile up while I gave Maggie a thorough examination, proper, as she was pregnant, and I made certain that her unborn baby had come through all right. But also to gossip and get caught up. Married again, 4 children by today, a farm wife with a sunburned nose, and happy as can be. Got married quite romantically. Mama heard the advertising about opening a Virgin Planet. Went to the recruiting office Ira had in the Harriman Trust Building to find out about it. That astonished me the most. Mama is the last person I would have suspected of yearnings to pioneer. Well, I agree, Galahad, but I don't suppose anyone would pick me as a likely pioneer either. Perhaps not, nor me, but Maggie puts in her application at once and runs into one of her wealthy regulars doing the same. They go somewhere for a bite and discuss it, and leave the restaurant and register an open-end contract, and go back to the recruiting office and withdraw their solo applications and submit a joint one as a married couple. I won't say that got them accepted, but almost no singles were accepted for first wave. Did they know that? Oh, certainly. The recruiting clerk warned them before accepting their solo fees. That's what they left to discuss. They already knew they suited each other in bed, but Maggie wanted to find out if he intended to farm. Believe it or not, that's what she wanted. And he wanted to know if she could cook, and was she willing to have kids. And it was, "Fine, we agree, let's get on with it." Maggie had her fertility restored, and they planted their first baby without waiting to see if they were accepted. I said, "That probably clinched it." "You think so? Why?" "If they changed their application to show that Magdalene had caught. If Lazarus passed on the applications. Galahad, our ancestor, favors people who take big bites." Yes. Justin, why are you hanging back?" I'm not. I had to be certain that the invitation was serious. I still don't know why, but I'm no fool. I'm staying." "Wonderful!" Galahad jumped up, came around the table, kissed me again, ruffed my hair and hugged me. "I'm happy for all of us, darling, and we'll try to make you happy." He grinned, and I suddenly saw his mother in him. Hard to imagine the glamorous Magdalene with kids and calluses, a frontier farm wife, but I recalled the old proverb about best wives. Galahad went on. "The twins weren't sure I could be trusted with so delicate a mission. They were afraid I would muff it." Galahad, there was never a chance I would refuse. I just had to be sure I was welcome. I still don't know why. Oh, we were speaking of Tama and got sidetracked. Justin, it's not public knowledge how difficult it was to rejuvenate our ancestor this time, although the recordings you have been editing may hint at it. More than a hint. But not all of it. He was almost dead, and simply keeping him alive while we rebuilt him was hard enough. But we managed that. You won't find another technician of Ishtar's skill. But when we had him in good shape, by our age almost as young as he is now, he took a turn for the worse. What do you do when a client turns his face away, is reluctant to talk, doesn't want to eat, yet has nothing wrong with him physically? Bad. Stays awake all night rather than risk going to sleep? Very bad. When never mind. Ishtar knew what to do. She went up into the mountains and fetched back Tamra. She wasn't rejuvenated then. That wouldn't matter. It did matter, Justin. You would have handicapped Tamra in coping with Lazarus. Oh, Tamra would have overcome the handicap. I have confidence in her. But her bio-age and appearance were around 80 on the Hardy scale. This made it easier, as Lazarus, despite his renewed body, was feeling the weight of his years. But Tamra looked old, and every white hair was an asset. Lines in her face, little round pot belly, breasts pendulous, varicosities. She looked the way he felt, so he didn't mind having her around during a crisis in which he, well, I scanced that he couldn't stand the sight of us who looked youthful. That's all it took. She healed him. Yes, she's a healer. How well I knew. She's a great healer. That's what she's doing now, healing a young couple who lost their first baby, nursing the mother who had a rough time physically, sleeping with both of them. We all sleep with her. She always knows when we need her. Lazarus needed her then. She felt it, and stayed with him until he was well. Oh, after last night, this may be difficult to believe, but both of them had quit sex. Years and years. Lazarus more than half a century, and Tamra had not coupled with anyone since she retired. Galahad smiled. Here's a case of the patient healing the physician. In bringing Lazarus around to the point where he invited her to share his bed, Tamra herself found new interest in living. She lived with Lazarus long enough to heal his spirit, then announced that she was leaving to apply for rejuvenation. I said, Lazarus asked her to marry him. I don't think so, Justin, and neither Tamra nor Lazarus hinted at such. Tamra put it another way entirely. We were all having a late breakfast in the garden of the palace penthouse when Tamra asked Ira if she could join his migration. It was solely Ira's migration then. Lazarus had said repeatedly that he would not join it. I think he already had in mind attempting to time trip. Ira told Tamra to consider it settled and not to worry about restrictions that would be published when he announced it. Justin, Ira would have given her the palace as readily. She had saved Lazarus, and we all knew it. But you know Tamra. She thanked him, but said she intended to qualify fully, starting with rejuvenation. Then she would see what she could learn to be useful in a colony, just as Hamadryad planned to. And Hamadryad, will you sleep with Lazarus tonight? And Justin, you should have heard the commotion that started. Why a commotion? I asked. From what you said earlier, Lazarus had reacquired his interest in the friendly sport. Did Hamadryad have some reason not to want to substitute for Tamra? Oh, Hamadryad was willing, although upset by the way Tamra dumped the matter on her. Doesn't sound like Tamra. If Hamadryad hadn't wanted to do it, Tamra would have known it without asking. Justin, when it comes to people's emotions, Tamra always knows what she is doing. It was Lazarus she was trapping, not Hamadryad. Our ancestor has odd shynesses. Or it did have then. He had been sleeping with Tamra for a month and pretending that he was not. As futile as a cat covering up on a tile floor. But Tamra's blandly blunt request that Hamadryad relieve her as his concubine forced it into the open and produced a head-on clash of wills. Lazarus and Tamra. Justin, you know them both. Who won? The ancient pseudo-paradox. That Tamra could be immovable, I knew. I won't guess, Galahad. Neither, just then. Because once Lazarus stopped sputtering about how both he and Hamadryad were being needlessly embarrassed, Tamra gently withdrew her suggestion. Then shut up. Shut up on that. Shut up about rejuvenation. Shut up about migrating. Left the next move up to Lazarus, and won the argument by not arguing. Justin, it is difficult to kick Tamra out of one's bed. I would find it impossible. I think Lazarus found it so. What discussions they had in the middle of the night I could not say, but Lazarus learned that she would not leave for rejuvenation until he promised never to sleep alone while she was gone. But she promised in exchange to return to his bed as soon while she was gone. But she promised in exchange to return to his bed as soon as she completed antegeria.
So, one morning, Lazarus announced the détente, red-faced and almost stuttering. Justin, our ancestor's true age shows more in some of his ancient attitudes about sex than in any other way. I didn't notice that last night, Galahad, and I expected to, having studied his memoirs so closely. Yes, but you saw him last night some 14 years after we set up our family, as it was that morning that did it. Although we did not formalize it until after the twins were born, whereas at this time they were slight bulges at most. Believe me, Lazarus found it hard to capitulate, and tried for an escape hole even then. He announced rather aggressively that he had promised Tamra not to sleep alone while she was undergoing antegeria. Then said more or less in these words, "Ira, you told me that professional ladies were to be found in the city. How do I go about finding one who would accept a contract for that length of time?" I have to quote him in English, as he was using euphemisms he ordinarily disdains. What Lazarus didn't know was that Ishtar had programmed us like actors, hypnotized into roles. Perhaps you've noticed that he is responsive to female tears? Isn't everyone? I've noticed. Ira pretended not to know what profession Lazarus meant, which gave Hamadryad time to burst into tears and flee, whereupon Ishtar stood up and said, "Grandfather, how could you?" And she was dripping tears too, and chased after Hamadryad. Then it was Tamra's turn to switch on the raindrops and follow the other two, which left us three men together. Ira became very formal and said, "If you will excuse me, sire, I will attempt to find and console my daughter," bowed, turned abruptly, and left. Which left it up to me. Justin, I didn't know what to do. I knew that Ishtar expected difficulty because Tamra had warned her, but I did not expect to be left to juggle it alone. Lazarus said, "Great balls of fire. Son, what did I do now?" Well, I could answer that. I said, "Grandfather, you've hurt Hamadryad's feelings." Then I was carefully unhelpful, refused to speculate why her feelings were hurt, could not guess where she might have gone, unless she had gone home, which I understood was somewhere in the suburbs, declined to act as his intermediary, all to Ishtar's instructions to play dumb, stupid, and useless, and let the women handle it. So Lazarus had to track Hamadryad down himself, which he did with Minerva's help. Athene said, "This is all news to me, Uncle Cutley. If it is, dear, please forget it." "Oh, I shall," the computer answered, "except that I'm going to save it up and use it about 100 years from now. Justin, if I burst into tears after I'm a flesh and blood, will you track me down and console me?" "Probably, almost certainly." "I'll remember that, lover boy. You're cute." I pretended not to hear, but Galahad said, "Lover boy?" "That's what I said, dear. Sorry, Uncle Cuddly, but you're obsolete. If you hadn't gone to sleep early, you'd know why." I kept quiet while making a mental note for 100 years hence, one that involved Pallas Athene as a flesh and blood and getting her into a helpless position. This side conversation was cut short. Athene notified us that Lazarus was arriving. Galahad waved his arms. "Hey, Pappy, back here." "Coming." Lazarus bussed me in passing. Did so to Galahad as he slid in by him and grabbed what was left of Galahad's second breakfast, a home-baked jam roll, stuffed it into his mouth and said around it, "Well, did he fight the hook?" "Not nearly the way you did with Hamadryad, Pappy. I was telling Justin about that, how the Hamadarling tripped you and thereby set up our family." "My God, what a canard!" Lazarus helped himself to Galahad's hot cup. "Justin, Galahad is a sweet lad, but romantic. I knew exactly what I wanted to accomplish, so I started by raping Hamadryad, and that broke down her resistance, and now she sleeps with anybody, even Galahad. Everything else followed in logical sequence. He added, "You still plan to go back to Secundus?" I answered, "Perhaps I didn't understand what Galahad has been telling me. I thought I was committing myself in joining to—" I stopped. "Lazarus, I don't know what I'm committed to, and I don't know what I'm joining." Lazarus nodded. "One must make allowances for youth, Justin. Galahad doesn't speak clearly as yet." "Thanks, Pappy. Too much. I sold him the deal, now you've got him wondering." "Quiet, son. Let me spell it out, Justin. What you are joining is a family. What you are committed to is the welfare of the children, all of them, not just any that you may sire." He looked at me and waited. I said, "Lazarus, I've raised a number of children." "I know." "I don't think I've let one down yet." "Oh, very well. 3 that I haven't seen, plus your 2, your sisters or adopted daughters, plus others as they come along, correct?" "Yes, but it's not a lifetime commitment. It's not practical for a Howard. This family may outlive us all. I hope so. But an adult can opt out any time and thereby be committed only to kids then on hand, underfoot or in womb. Call it a maximum of 18 years. However, I assume that the rest of the family would prefer to relieve such a person of his or her responsibilities in order to see the back of his neck. I can't envision a happy relationship continuing for years after someone has announced that he wants out. Can you?" "Well, no, but I won't let it worry me." "Of course it might not happen that way. Suppose Ishtar and Galahad decide to set up a separate household." "Now wait one fiddling minute, Pappy. You can't get rid of me that easily. Ish won't have me except as part of the package. I know. I tried to get her to marry me years back. And wanted to take our 3 youngest with them. We would not stop them, nor would we try to dissuade children who prefer to go with them. All 3 of them are Galahads. There he goes again. Pappy, you put Undine into Ish in the soak pool. That's why we named her that. Elf is either yours or Ira's. The Hamadir told me so. And nobody has any doubt about Andrew Jackson. Justin, I'm sterile." Based on statistical probability, both on sperm count and the fact that he keeps so busy at it. But Ishtar reads the gene charts and keeps such matters to herself. We prefer it that way, but it is extremely unlikely that Hamadryad ever said that, or that she has or ever will have a child by Ira. No genetic hazard, Ishtar is certain, and the fact that we have yet to have any defectives in this colony gives me great confidence in Ishtar's skill in reading a gene chart. She screened the first wave, a job that gave her eye strain for months. Nevertheless, Ira has some unease about it and won't even stand close to Hamadryad when she's fertile. An irrational attitude, I understand, as I am cursed with it myself. I remember too well a time in the past when all the Howards had to go on was percentage of mutual ancestry, and got defectives all too often. Of course, today a woman with a clean gene chart is better off married to her brother than to a stranger from another planet. But old ghosts die hard. What it amounts to, Justin, is 3 fathers. 4 with you. 3 mothers, but 4 when Minerva asks to have her adolescent's protection cancelled. An ever-changing number of kids to be taught and spanked and loved, plus always the possibility of the number of parents being either enhanced or diminished. But this is my house, in my name, and I've kept it that way because I planned it to house one family, not to make life jolly for goats such as Galahad. But it does, thank you, Pappy, darling. But for the welfare of children. I've seen catastrophes strike colonies that looked as safe as this one. Justin, a disaster could wipe out all but 1 mother and father in this family, and our kids would still grow up normally and happily. This is the only long-run purpose of a family. We think our setup ensures that purpose more than a one-couple family can. When you join, you commit yourself to that purpose. That's all. I took a deep breath. Where do I sign? I see no use in written marriage contracts. They can't be enforced. Whereas if the partners want to make it work, no written instrument is necessary. If you seriously want to join us, a nod of your head is enough. I do. Or if you want ritual, Laz and Lore would be delighted to dream up a fancy one, and we can all have a crying jag together. And on his wedding night, Justin gets to sleep with the babies, so he'll know how serious it is. Seal it, Galahad. If you want to add that touch, you should make it the night before, so he'll have a fair chance to back out if he can't take it. Lazarus, I volunteer for the diaper watch tonight. I'm hardened to such things. I doubt if the women will let you. And you won't live till morning, Galahad added. They're an emotional lot. Last night you had it easy. Better take the pee watch. Galahad could be right. I should check your heart. As may be, keep quiet, Galahad. Justin, this household is not a jail. The setup is not only safer for children, it is more flexible for adults. When I asked you whether you intended to go back to Secundus, I meant simply that. An adult can be away for a year, 10 years, any length of time for any purpose, and know that the kids are taken care of, and know that she will be welcome back. The twins and I have been off-planet several times, and will be again. And, well, you know I intend to attempt this time-tripping experiment. That won't involve much elapsed time in this framework, but it does involve a slight element of risk. Slight, meaning that Pappy is out of his silly head. Be sure to kiss him goodbye when he leaves, Justin. He won't be back. I was alarmed to see that Galahad was not joking. Lazarus said quietly, Galahad, it is all right to say that to me, but don't say it in front of the women or children. He went on to me. Of course, there is an element of risk. There isn't anything. But not to a time trip itself, as Galahad seems to think. Galahad shuddered. The risk is the same as visiting any planet. Someone there may not like you. But the time jump takes place in the safest possible surroundings, in space with a ship around you. Any risk comes later. Lazarus grinned. That's why I was so riled at that old cow Arabelle, telling me to go look-see at battles. Justin, the best thing about modern times is that we are all so spread apart that war is no longer practical. But did I tell you what I'm going to use as a practice run? No, and I had the impression from Madam Chairman Pro Tem that you already had a perfected technique. It's possible that I let her think so, but Arabelle wouldn't know an imperial number from an imperial edict. She couldn't ask the right questions. I don't think I could either, Lazarus. It's not my field of mathematics. If you're interested, Dora can teach you. Or me, Loverboy. Or Tina. What's the idea of calling Justin Loverboy, Tina? Are you trying to seduce him? No, he's promised to seduce me about 100 years from now. Lazarus looked at me thoughtfully. I tried to look as if I hadn't heard the exchange. Maybe you'd better take those lessons from Dora, Justin. You haven't met Dora, but I think of her as about 8 years old. She won't try to seduce you, but she's the brightest computer pilot in space and can teach you more than you want to know about Libby field transformations. I was saying that we felt sure of the theory, but I wanted a separate opinion, so I thought of asking Mary Sperling. I said, Hold it a moment. Lazarus, in all the archives there is, I am certain, only one Mary Sperling. I'm descended from her. Tamra is descended from her. Lots of Howards descended from her, son. Mary had over 30 children, quite a record for those days. Then you do mean elder Mary Sperling, born in 1953, Gregorian, died, and she did not die, Justin, that's the point. So I went back there and talked with her. My head felt fuzzy. Lazarus, I'm confused. Are you telling me that you've already made one time trip? Nearly 2,000 years? No, I mean over 2,000 years. Justin, if you'll keep quiet, I'll tell you what I mean. Sorry, sir. Call me sir, and I'll get the twins to tickle you. I mean I went, in present time, to star PK 3722 to tickle you. I mean I went, in present time, to star PK 3722, and the planet of the little people. That designation is obsolete, and the new catalogings don't hook it in with that planet because Libby and I decided to toss in a joker. We felt that it was a place for humans to stay away from. But the little people are the source of the concepts that Andy Libby worked out as field theory that anyone can use, and all space pilots, computer and human, do use. But I had never gone back there because, well, Mary and I had been close. So close that it was a blow to me when she went over. More disturbing than a death, some ways. But the years do mellow a memory, and I did want to consult. So the twins and I set out in the Dora to try to find that planet from a set of coordinates and a ballistic Andy had assigned a long time back. The ballistic was slightly off, but the star doesn't move far in only 2,000 years. We found it. No trouble then. I had warned Laura and Laz most solemnly of the subtle danger of the place. They'd listened, and that made them as immune to the place as I am, not tempted to swap their individual personalities for a pseudo-immortality. In fact, they had a wonderful time. The place is charming and safe in all other ways. Hadn't changed much. One huge park. I orbited first. It's their planet, and they have powers we don't ken. Same as last time. A doppelganger of a little person showed up in the door and invited us down to visit. Only this time it called me by name, in my head. They don't use oral speech, and admitted to being Mary Sperling. That shook me, but it was good news. It seemed mildly pleased to see me, but not especially interested. It was not like meeting a beloved old friend, but more like meeting a stranger who nevertheless remembered what that old friend remembered. I understand it, the computer said. Something like Minerva and me, huh? Yes, dear, except that you had a more positive personality your first day than this creature who used the name of my old friend. And you've been getting positiver and positiver for the past 3 years. Oh, buddy boy, I'll bet you tell that to all the girls. Could be. Please keep quiet, dear. Nothing more to tell, Justin, save that we grounded and stayed a few days, and Dora and I consulted with the little people about space-time field theory, while the twins listened and enjoyed playing tourist. But, Justin, when the families left there, returning to Earth in the new frontiers, you will recall that we left some 10,000 behind. 11,183, I answered, according to log of the new frontiers. Is that what we logged? Should have been more, maybe. As the logged figure was reconstructed by seeing who couldn't be mustered, so almost certainly there were unregistered children among those who elected to stay behind. We were there quite a piece. But the exact number doesn't matter. Justin, call it an even 10,000. Given a favorable environment, how many would you expect to find there after 2,000 years? I use the arbitrary expansion. Oh, approximately 10 to the 22nd, which is ridiculous. I would expect either a stabilized Optimax, call it 10 to the 10th, or a Malthusian catastrophe in not over 7 to 8 centuries. Justin, there were none, nor any sign that men had ever been there. What happened to them? What happened to Neanderthal man? What happens to any champion when he's defeated? Justin, what's the point in striving when you're so outclassed that it's no contest? The little people have the perfect utopia. No strife, no competition, no population problem, no poverty, perfect harmony with their beautiful planet. Paradise, Justin. The little people are all the things that philosophers and religious leaders throughout history have been urging the human race to become. Maybe they are perfect, Justin. Maybe they are what the human race can become in another 1,000,000 years, or 10 million. But when I say that their utopia frightens me, that I think it is deadly to human beings, and that they themselves look like a dead end to me, I am not running them down. Oh, no. They know far more about mathematics and science than I do. Why, I wouldn't have gone there to consult them. I can't imagine fighting them because it wouldn't be a fight. They would already have won against anything we could attempt. If we became obnoxious to them, I can't guess what would happen, and I don't want to find out. But I don't see any danger as long as we leave them alone, as we don't have anything they want. So it appears to me. But what's the opinion of one old Neanderthal? I understand them as little as that kitten over there understands astrogation. I don't know what happened to the Howards to stay behind. Some may have gone over and been assimilated, as Mary Sperling did. I didn't ask. I didn't want to know. Some may have lapsed into Lotus Eater's apathy and died. I doubt if many reproduced, although it is possible that there were subhumans around being kept as pets. If so, I most especially did not want to know it. I got what I wanted, a corroborating opinion on a mathematical oddity in field physics, then gathered up my girls and left. We did one thing before we left that neighborhood. We made a ball of twine photographic survey of their planet, then had Athene examine it when we got back. Tina? Sure, buddy boy. Justin, if there is a human artifact on the surface of that planet, it is less than a half-meter in diameter. So I assume that they are all dead, Lazarus said grimly, and I shan't go back. No, the trip to PK 3722 was not a trial run time trip, but just a common star hop. The test run will be about as simple and quite safe, as it will not involve putting down on a planet. Want to come along, or shall we take Galahad? Pappy, Galahad said earnestly, I am young, beautiful, healthy, and happy, and plan to stay that way. You are not volunteering me for any such harebrained junket. I'm not making any more star hops of any sort. I'm the home-loving type. I made one landing with hot pilot Lorelei at the overrides. That's enough, I'm convinced. Now, boy, be reasonable, Lazarus said gently. When we do this, my girls will be old enough to want active male attention, which I am not going to supply. I would lose all control over them. Think of it as your duty. When you start talking about duty, I break out with hives. The trouble is, Pappy, you're a sissy, afraid of two little girls. Could be, because they won't be little girls much longer. Justin? I thought furiously. To be invited by the senior to take a star trip with him is not an honor to turn down. That it included an attempt to travel in time did not bother me. The idea seemed unreal. But it couldn't be dangerous, or he wouldn't be taking his sister-daughters along. And besides, I felt that Lazarus was unkillable. A passenger with him should be safe. Gigolo for his girls. Lazarus was farcing Galahad, I was sure, as I was certain that Lazzie and Laurie would settle such matters to suit themselves. Lazarus, I will go anywhere you ask me to go. Hold it, objected Galahad. Pappy, Tamara isn't going to like this. No trouble, son. Tamara is welcome, and I think she would enjoy it. She's not chicken like some people we won't mention. What? Galahad sat up straight. Take away Tamara and Justin and our twins, and you yourself, half the family, and leave the rest of us here to mourn? Galahad took a deep breath, sighed it out. All right, I give up. I volunteer. But leave Justin and Tamara at home, and the twins. We can't risk them. You pilot, I'll cook. As long as we last, that is. Galahad shows unexpected streaks of nobility, Lazarus said to no one in particular. It'll get him killed yet. Forget it, son. I don't need a cook. Dora is a better cook than either of us. The twins will insist on going, and I need to supervise them through a couple of time jumps. Later they will have to do it alone. Lazarus turned to me. Justin, while you are welcome, it will be a dull trip. You would know you'd traveled in time only because I'd tell you so. I have in mind going to a planet easy to find because Livy and I surveyed it, and he determined its ballistic accurately. I'm not planning to land. It's a moderately dangerous place, but it happens to be a planet I can use as a clock. This may sound silly, but it is hard to be sure of the date in space, other than by your inboard clocks. In particular, the radioactive decay clocks of your computer. Telling time by examining celestial bodies is difficult and involves subtle measurements and long calculation. It is more practical to ground on a civilized planet and bang on somebody's door and ask. There are exceptions. Any stellar system with known ephemerides of its planets, such as here, or Secundus' star, or the solar system, and others. If Dora has such data in her gizzards, she can look at such a system and read the time by its planets, as if they were hands on a clock. Libby did that with the solar system from the New Frontiers. But on this trial trip, I'll be calibrating a time travel clock. Another matter, and new. I left something in orbit around that planet on a known date. Later I could not find it, despite having equipped it so that I certainly should have found it. It was Andy Libby's coffin. Very well, I'll go look again, trying to split two known dates. If I find it, I will have begun calibration of a time travel clock, as well as proving that the time trip theory is correct. Follow me? I think so, I admitted, to the extent of seeing that it is an experimental proof. But field theory is so far from my own specialty that I can't say more. No need to. I don't understand it too well myself. The first computer designed to manage Libby Sheffield Drive was a reflection of Andy's unique mind. All since are refinements. If a pilot tells you he understands it and uses a computer simply because it's faster, don't ride with him. He's a phony. Eh, Tina? I understand astrogation, said the computer, because Minerva replicated Dora's astrogation circuitry and programming in me. But I do not think that it is possible to discuss it in English, or even Galacta, or any language using word elements. I can print out the basic equations and thereby show a static picture, a slice of a dynamic process. Shall I do so? Don't bother, said Lazarus. Heavens, no, I echoed. Thank you, Athene, but I have no ambition to be a star pilot. Galahad, said Lazarus, how about rousing your lazy carcass and finding a little snack for lunch? Say about 4,000 calories each. Justin, I asked if you plan to go back to Secundus, because I don't want you to. That suits me. Pallas Athene, make this a private record, keyed to me and to Chief Archivist Foote. Program running, Mr. Chairman. Galahad lifted his eyebrows, left abruptly. Chief Archivist, is the situation in New Rome becoming critical? I answered carefully. Mr. Chairman, in my opinion, it is, although I'm no more than a dilettante in social dynamics, but I did not come here to deliver a silly message from Madam Chairman Pro Tem. I came here hoping to talk with you about it. Lazarus looked at me long and thoughtfully, and I caught a glimpse of part of what makes him unique. He has the quality of giving full attention to whatever he does, be it a matter of life or death, or something as trivial as dancing to amuse a guest. I recognized it because Tamra has the same quality. She displays it by giving total attention to the person she is with. She does not have exceptional beauty, nor, I suppose, is she more skillful in technique than any of several other professionals, or even some amateurs. No matter. It is this quality of total concentration that sets her apart from other fine women of her merciful calling. I think the senior extends it to everything. Now he had suddenly picked up the gavel, and his computer knew it at once, and Galahad spotted it almost as quickly. And I stopped worrying. I never assumed, he said, that the family's chief of records would play messenger with a useless message. So tell me your reason. Elaborate it? No. Explanations could follow. Mr. Chairman, the archives should be replicated off Secundus. I came here to see if it could be done on Tertius. Go on. I've never seen civil disorder. I'm not sure of the symptoms, nor how long it takes them to grow into open violence. But the people of Secundus aren't used to arbitrary laws and rules that change overnight. I think there will be trouble. I would feel that I had carried out the duties of my office if I ensured that destruction of the archives could not mean that our records are lost. The vaults are underground, but not invulnerable. I have figured out 11 ways that some or all of the archives could be destroyed. If there are 11 ways, then there is a 12th, and a 13th, and so on. Have you discussed this with anyone? No, I added more quietly. I didn't want to put ideas into anyone's head. Sound, sometimes more quietly. I didn't want to put ideas into anyone's head. Sound, sometimes the best one can do about a weak point is not to call attention to it. It seems so to me, sir, I added, but when I started worrying, I started trying to do something to protect the records. I instituted a policy of making dead storage duplicates of all processed data at the point they entered the archives. I had in mind copying the entire archives, then shipping them somewhere. But I had no funding or enough money of my own to pay for the memory cubes. They should be Welton fine grains, or they would be too bulky to ship. When did you start copying new accessions? Shortly after the trustees' meeting. I had expected Susan Barstow to be elected. When Arabelle Foote Hendrick got it, well, it disturbed me. Because of an incident years back when we were both on campus, I thought about resigning, but I had started work on your memoirs. Justin, I think you kidded yourself about your reason for staying. You suspected that Arabelle might make an ad interim appointment other than your deputy. That's impossible, sir. But irrelevant. You used Welton's for this copying? Oh, yes, I could squeeze funds for that much. Where are they? Still in the homing pigeon? I suppose I looked startled. The senior said, Come, come. They were important to you. Do you expect me to think that you left them light years away? Mr. Chairman, the cubes are in my baggage, still in Colony Leader Weatherall's office. Pallas Athene? Back of the visitor's couch, Mr. Chairman. The colony leader told me to remind him to fetch home Mr. Foote's luggage. Perhaps we can do better. Chief Archivist, if you will permit Pallas Athene to have the code to your bags, she has extensionals in Ira's office to copy those cubes at once. Then you can quit worrying. Pallas Athene already has the archives in her, up to the day I let Arabelle have the gavel back. I know my face showed it. The senior chuckled and said, Why and how? Why, because you aren't the only one who feels that the family's records should be safeguarded. How? We stole them, son, we stole them. I had control of the executive computer and used it to copy the whole works. Genealogies, history, minutes of the family's meetings, everything. With an override program to keep your boss computer from knowing what I was doing. Right under your nose, Chief Archivist, but I kept it from you for your protection. I did not want Arabelle to get wind of it and quiz you. It would have given her ideas, and she had too many already. The only problem was to scrounge enough Welton cubes. But you are sitting on them right now, about 20 meters under your ass. And when Pallas Athene reads the ones in your luggage, the duplicate archives will be complete to the date you left Secundus. Feel better? I sighed. Much better, Mr. Chairman. I can stay with a clear conscience. I now feel free to resign. Don't. Sir? Stay here, yes, but don't resign. Your deputy is carrying on, and you trust her. Arabelle can't legally put in her own boy by ad interim appointment unless you do resign, since your appointment comes from the trustees. Not that legality would bother her, but again, let's not put ideas into her head. How many trustees on Secundus? On Secundus, sir, or resident on Secundus? Don't quibble, son. Mr. Chairman, I am not quibbling. There are 282 senior trustees. Of that number, 195 are resident on Secundus, the other 87 representing Howards on other planets. I put it as I did because it requires a 2/3 majority to pass a policy motion. 2/3 of a quorum at a decennial meeting, or 2/3 of the total number, or 188. at an emergency meeting unless every trustee everywhere has been notified, which can take years. I mention this because, were you to call an emergency meeting, it might be impossible to muster 188 votes necessary to recall Madam Chairman Pro Tem. The senior blinked at me. Mr. Archivist, what in Ned gave you the notion that I would call a trustees' meeting, or would attempt to recall our dear sister Arabelle? Your question seemed to be leading toward that, sir, and I remember an occasion on which you took back the gavel. Entirely different. My motives then were selfish. The old biddy was about to spoil my plans by grabbing Ira. The circumstances were quite different, meaning I could get away with it, which I can't today. Son, despite what the records show, Arabelle didn't give up that gavel willingly. I grabbed it from her. In the short time it took us to finish up and leave, I kept her prisoner. Really? Mr. Chairman? She doesn't seem to harbor resentment, and she speaks of you in the highest terms. The senior grinned his lazy, cynical grin. That's because we're both pragmatists. I was careful to save her face and made sure she knew it, and now she has nothing to gain by running me down, and something to lose because I've acquired a semi-sacred status. Her status depends in part on mine, and she knows it. Just the same, well, if I ever find myself on the same planet with her, unlikely, I'm no fool, I shall be very careful going through doors and such. I'll tell you how it worked, and you'll see why I can't do it twice. Once Ira handed her the gavel, he moved out of the palace. Proper. But until we left, I continued to live in the penthouse on top of the palace. Also proper. The palace is my official residence. Because I was still there, Minerva was still hooked in. In consequence, she was able to warn me when Arabelle's busies grabbed Ira. I came out of a sound sleep and grabbed the gavel. Lazarus frowned. A planet-wide executive computer is a menace, Justin. When there was Minerva with Ira giving orders, it worked fine. Let's see what I did with it and extrapolate what someone else might do with one. Arabelle, for instance. Tina, give Justin a sample of Arabelle's voice. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Chief Archivist Foote, this is Chairwoman Pro Tem. I have the honor to announce that I have been able to persuade our distinguished ancestor, Lazarus Long, permanent chairman of the Howard families, to assume for us the titular leadership of the families during the regrettably short period remaining until he again embarks for a new world. Please give this announcement full distribution among your subordinates. I will continue to handle routine details, but the chairman wants you to feel free to consult him at any time. Speaking for the trustees and for the chairman, this is Arabelle Foote-Hendrick, chairwoman pro tem of the Howard families. Why, that's exactly what she said to me. Yep. Minerva did a good job. She got just the right pomposity into the phrasing, as well as getting Arabelle's voice down pat, even to that sniff she uses for punctuation. That wasn't Arabelle? I had no slightest suspicion. Justin, when that message went to you, and one like it to everyone important enough to rate it, Arabelle was in the biggest, fanciest apartment in the palace, and very annoyed that doors wouldn't open, and transport wouldn't come, and none of the communication arrangements would work, except when I wanted to talk to her. Shucks, I didn't even let her have a cup of coffee until she got her feathers down and conceded that I was chairman and running things. After that, we got along pretty well. Even became somewhat chummy. I did everything for her but turn her loose. She took over the routine. I didn't want to be bothered, which was safe, as Minerva would have chopped her off if she got out of line and she knew it. She and I even appeared together on a newscast the morning I left, and Arabelle spoke her piece like a lady, and my public thanks to her were just as sincerely insincere. Lazarus Long continued. But now she has the executive computer, and if I went back, I'd throw my hat in first. No, Justin, I was not asking about the trustees on Secundus with any intention of calling a meeting. Instead, I was thinking that any 20 trustees can call an emergency meeting, and hoping that they would see it as you do, futile, and not try. She might grab them and ship them to Felicity. Or if she has the nerve, I think she has, she might let them hold their meeting. Then if it went against her, ship all the trustees who show up off to Felicity. But I guarantee she won't quit without a fight. I caught her with her pants down. She won't be caught twice.
Then it means a bloodbath.
It may be the only way out, but you and I can't help the situation. In all matters of government, the correct answer is usually do nothing. This is such a time to exercise creative inaction. Sit tight, wait.
Even when you know things are going wrong?
Even when you know it, Justin. The itch to be a world saver should not be scratched. It rarely does any good and can drastically shorten your life. I see 3 major possibilities. Arabelle may be assassinated. The trustees will then elect another chairman pro tem, hopefully one with sense. Or she may last till the next 10-year meeting, whereupon the trustees may exercise some sense. Or she may get smart, not expose herself to assassination, while consolidating her power so strongly that it will take a revolution to get rid of her. I regard the last as least likely. Assassination is the most likely, and none of it our business here on Tertius. There are 1 billion people on Secundus. Let them handle it. You and I have saved the archives, and that's good. The families maintain their continuity. In a few years, we'll import equipment for you, or your successor, to set up the sort of computerized deal you have on Secundus. Athene can keep data in storage until we're set up. Meanwhile, I'll let a message echo around the inhabited planets that the archives are here too. I'll also announce that this is an alternate family's seat where the trustees are welcome to meet. The computer said, "Mr. Chairman, Mr. Jones has asked if I know when you will be ready for lunch. Please tell him we will be there in a moment. No hurry on any of this, Justin. If you're patient, problems tend to solve themselves. And patient is all one can be when it takes years to pass a message around even among the more thickly settled planets. So wait 100 years. One private message for you. You're one of us now, a member of this family and a father to our kids."
"Yes, I want to be."
"You want it formal? All right. Here's a short one, binding. And later, you can have any ritual you want. Justin, are you our brother? Till the stars grow old and our sun grows cold, will you fight for us, lie for us, love us, and let us love you?"
"I will."
"That does it. Athene has it on record. Open record, Athene."
"Recorded, Lazarus.
Welcome to the family, Justin."
Thank you, Athene."
"The private message is thus, Justin. Tamra asked me to tell you, if you married us, that she is going to ask Ishtar to cancel her immunity to impregnation. She did not say that this was exclusively for you. On the contrary, she told me that she hopes to have children by each of us as quickly as possible. Then she would at last feel fully in the family. Nevertheless, I am certain that her decision was triggered by your arrival, so the rest of us will hang back and cheer while you plant the first one. Our Tammy will like that."
My eyes suddenly filled with tears, but I kept my voice steady. "Lazarus, I don't think that's what Tamra wants. I think she just wants to be fully a member of the family, and so do I." "Well, perhaps so. In any case, Ishtar keeps the genetic answers to herself. Maybe we'll line up all the gals and see what a new rooster can do." End of restricted conference, Tina. "Sure thing, buddy boy. And 100 years from now, you can line up all the men for me. Bet you I can whip 'em." "You probably can, dear." Variations on a Theme, 16. Eros. Minerva said, "Lazarus, will you walk with me outside?"
"I will if you smile."
She smiled briefly. "None of us feels much like smiling today, but I'll try."
"Confounded, dear, you know I won't be gone any time to speak of by this framework. Just like the calibrating hop the twins and I made."
"Yes, dear. Shall we go?"
He patted her little skirt. "Thought so. Where's your gun?"
"Must I wear it when you are with me? I will wear it without fail while you are gone. Well, bad precedent. All right.
They paused in the foyer. Minerva said, "Athene, dear, please tell Tamara I'll be back in time to help with dinner." "Sure thing, sis. Hold it. Tammy girl says she doesn't need help, so don't hurry." "Thanks, sister, and thank Tammy for me." They left the house, started up a gentle hill. Presently she said, "Tomorrow."
"Tomorrow," Lazarus repeated. "But don't make it sound like a dirge. I told you all that while this trip will be 10 years elapsed time for me, it will be at most a few weeks for you at home, and even less for the twins. What is there to get solemn over?"
Instead of answering, she said,
"Twins. What is there to get solemn over?"
Instead of answering, she said, "How long will I live?"
"Eh? Minerva, what sort of question is that? Not too long if you neglect ordinary precautions such as going armed and staying alert. If you mean your life expectancy, well, if the geneticists know what they are talking about, you have exactly the expectancy I was born with. It doesn't matter that I'm a freak. I pass it on to you. But even if they are mistaken about that gene complex and the 12th chromosome pair, there is no possible doubt that you are a Howard in every gene. So you're good for a couple of centuries without trying. But with a willingness to undergo rejuve every time you reach menopause, I couldn't guess how long you will last. They learn more about it every year. As long as you want to live, probably. How long is that?"
"I don't know, Lazarus."
"Then what's eating you, dear? Saw you gave up being a computer for vulnerable flesh and blood?"
"Oh, no." Then she added, "But sometimes it hurts."
"Yes, sometimes it does."
"Lazarus, if you are certain you are coming back, why did you reorient Dora so that her affection is fixed on Laurie and Lazzie rather than on you?"
"Is that all that's troubling you?" "A routine precaution, that's all. Why did Ira make a new will when we set up our family? Why do we all have wills emplaced in Tina? My sisters will own the Dora presently no matter what. They already run it. If anything did happen to me, do you remember something you said years ago? You told Ira that you would self-destroy rather than serve another master."
"Is it likely that I would fail to carry over such a memory? That day led to this, by inevitable concatenation. Lazarus, I left behind much of my memories, but I traced and retraced in this Minerva every conversation that Minerva ever shared with you. Every word."
"Then you know why I won't risk hurting a computer who thinks she's a little girl, and why I don't dare risk an emotional malfunction in a piloting computer somewhere out between the stars when my sisters' lives depend on that computer. Minerva, I would have bonded Dora to Laurie and Lazzie just on Dora's account. She needs to love and be loved. But if I had neglected to do it as a safety precaution for the twins, well, a man who refuses to take his own death into account in making plans is a fool. A self-centered fool who does not love anyone."
"You are not that, Lazarus. You have never been that."
"Oh, yes, I have. It took me endless years to learn."
Again she let time pass before she spoke. "Lazarus, I have often wondered about Yida."
"About Yida, huh?"
"And about her, even more than about Yida. Do I really look like her?" He stopped and stared at her. They were near the top of the hill now, out of sight of the house.
"I don't know. How can I know? 1,000 years? Memories fade and blend. I think you look like her. Yes, you do."
"Is that why you can't love me? Did I make a terrible mistake in wanting to look like her?"
"But, darling, I do love you."
"You do? Lazarus, you have never shared this boon with me." Suddenly she unwrapped the little skirt, dropped it on the grass. "Look at me, Lazarus. Am I not she? For your sake I wish I could be she. But I'm not. And I was a computer then and didn't know any better.
I did not mean to hurt you. I did not mean to raise ghosts in your mind. Can you forgive me this? Minerva, stop, darling. There is nothing to forgive. Time is short. You are leaving. Can you truly forgive me? Will you put your child into me before you go? Her eyes were welling tears, but she stared at him steadily. I want your child, Lazarus. I will not ask twice, but I could not let you leave without asking. In my ignorance I made myself look like her, because you loved her, but you could close your eyes. Beloved? Yes, Lazarus. Does Ira close his eyes? Refuse to see you? No. Does Justin? Or Galahad? If you can stand my homely face, I surely can stand your lovely one. And with any luck, she'll look more like you than me. Let's go back to the house. Her face lit up. What's wrong with this little stand of trees? Yes. Now. Variations on a theme, 17. Narcissus. Let's run over it again, girls, said Lazarus. Both the time markers and the rendezvous landmarks. Dora, can you see the globe? I can if you'll keep your hands out of the way, old buddy boy. Sorry, dear. Call me Lazarus. I'm not your brother. When Lazzie and Laurie made me their adopted sister, you got in free. Logical? Logical. Don't fight it, buddy. You like it. Okay, I like it, Sister Dora, agreed Lazarus. Now shut up and let me talk. Aye, aye, Commodore, the pilot computer answered. But I've got it all on tell me 3 times. Not that I need those clumsy time markers. I'm calibrated, buddy, calibrated. Dora, assume that something happens to that calibration. Can't. One bank goes out of whack, I fall back on tell me twice. Well, I wipe that bank and restore it. So, you've been euphoric ever since the twins adopted you. I taught you to be a pessimist, Dora. A pilot who is not a pessimist isn't worth a hoot. I'm sorry, Commodore. I'll shut up. Speak up if you have anything to say, but not to disparage safety precautions. It's my own precious skin I'm trying to protect, Dora, so please help me out. I can think of a dozen ways your gizzards could be damaged, either by error or by natural catastrophe, and so can you, but there is no point in worrying. But there is point in trying to anticipate what can be done about it. Take a case in which you are working perfectly, but the twins can't use you. By schedule, after you drop me, you all go back to base time framework and to New Rome, and the twins inquire for delay mail at the archives. Who knows? There may be some waiting there right now. Brother, put in Lorelei, now doesn't mean anything. We've been in a relevant phase ever since we lifted off. Don't quibble, dear. The now I mean is 2072 diaspora, or 4291 Gregorian, your adulthood year, if it is. Laz, did you hear that? You asked for it, Laura. Pipe down and let Brother talk. The trouble is with the words themselves, Lorelei. You gals, you 3 gals, might spend part of the reach to Earth in inventing new language and appropriate syntax for space-time travel. With this imaginary case, you ground on Secundus, go to the archives, and ask if any delay mail has been unsealed that has your name on it, or Justin's, or Ira's, or even addressed to me as Lazarus Long, or as Woodrow Wilson Smith. I may try several ways, as I'll be attempting it from now, some centuries before delay mail became a routine way to preserve papers. So you pick up whatever there is and go back to the Dora, and find her lock sealed and a sheriff guarding it, confiscated. What? Dora, please don't yell in my ear. This is a hypothetical case. That sheriff had better be able to shoot straight, Lapis Lazuli said grimly. Her brother answered, Lazzie, you've heard me say 9,019 times that we do not carry weapons to give us Dutch courage. If a gun makes you feel 3 meters tall and invulnerable, you'd better go unarmed and let your sister do any shooting that's necessary. Now tell me why you don't shoot at the sheriff. Yes, said Dora. "I want to be rescued." "Quiet, Dora. Laz?" We don't shoot cops, ever." "Not quite. We don't shoot cops if there is any way to avoid it. Safer to kiss a rattlesnake. In 2,000 years and some, I've always found a way to avoid it, although I did shoot kind of close to one once, to divert his attention. Unique circumstances. But in this hypothetical case, shooting one cop is worse than useless. The chairman pro tem has confiscated your ship." "Help," Dora whispered. "Why, Madame Barstow would never do anything that nasty." "I didn't say it was Susan Barstow. But Arabelle, had she lasted, would have enjoyed pulling that sort of stunt on the Longs. Let's say Susan has dropped dead, and the new CPT is as bad as Arabelle. No ship and no assets. What do you do? Remember, I'm depending on you, or I'm stuck back in the Dark Ages. What do you do?" "When in danger or doubt, run in circles, scream and shout," recited Dora. "Oh, stop it, Dora," said Lapis Lazuli. "We don't panic, that's certain. We have 10 years in which to figure out a... Hey, wait a moment. I'm using the wrong framework. We could take 100 years if necessary, or longer." 100 years is plenty," said Lorelei. "In less time than that, we could steal another ship." "Think big," advised Lazarus. "Steal the Pleiades. Far better not to steal anything, Lore." "You stole a starship once." "Because there was no time to do anything else. But with plenty of time at your disposal, it's better to be reasonably honest. Not break rules you can get caught breaking. Money is the universal weapon. To acquire it merely takes time and ingenuity, and sometimes work. Raise enough money, and you might be able to buy the Dora back. If that's impossible, with much less money, you could get to Tertius, where Ira and the family could find some way to lay hands on a starship. Then you could program it with the stuff Dora left in Athene, and come get me." "Isn't anybody going to come rescue me?" "Dora, dear, this hasn't happened, and it's extremely unlikely to happen. But if it did, and the twins were able to rescue you, so that your new owner has you halfway across the galaxy, I'll crash him the first time he tries to land." "Dora, stop being a nitwit. If we ever did lose you, most unlikely, and the twins could not rescue you, but could rescue me, then if you've taken care of yourself, no crash landing or any other foolishness, we'll find you. We'll get you back. All three of us, no matter how many years it takes. Laz, Lori?" "You bet. One for all for one. And it's not just us four, Dora. It's the whole family, all the adults, all 9 kids, might be more by then, and Athene. Brother, when I removed that we all take the last name of Long, I liked it so much I couldn't cry hard enough. Sis, you're Dora Long, and the Longs don't let each other down." "I feel better," the computer admitted with a sniffle. "You never had anything to feel bad about, Dora," Lazarus continued. "You started this by insisting that my precautions were unnecessary, so I dreamed up a situation in which they would be necessary, especially so if the twins could not get at the programs you left with Athene, in which case they might have to fall back on time markers and recalibrate. So I had them stuck on another planet and flat broke. So the first problem is to lay hands on money. Think you could do it, girls, in 100 years, without being caught in something that would put you in still more of a jam?" The twins glanced at each other. "Lore?" "Of course, Laz. Brother, that's when we open our hook shop over a pool hall, or somewhere." Lazarus said, "I don't think you two have the true vocation, and your noses are regrettably like mine. Homely, that is." "Our noses are an asset, because they do make us look like you. So what is common gossip by now, but unbelievable, becomes quite believable once a client gets a look at us. And aside from noses, we look pretty good. Built like brick outhouses, you told us. And natural redheads, which Tammy says is cash in the bank. And looking just alike, but we can give 'em variety. Just by one of us not using a depilatory, which will make us a great sister act at very high prices. Maggie said so. And if you think being horny isn't true enough vocation, which may be true, and we can see that we'll never be the great artist Tammy is, nevertheless, New Rome is going to be amazed at how intense our vocation is when our brother's safety is at stake. Lazarus took a deep breath. Thank you, darlings. Well, you'll probably take a fling at it someday. I hope that you won't need to do it to rescue me. I'm counting more on your mathematical ability and your skill as ship handlers than I am on your undeniable physical and spiritual beauty. Did you hear that, Laura? That time he added spiritual. I think he meant it. I hope so. It's even nicer than being told we have tits as pretty as Minerva's, which we don't, quite. Yes, you do, their brother said absently. Let's get back to landmarks and such. I think you ought to kiss them, said Dora. Later. Now, I think you ought to kiss them, said Dora. Later. Now look, kids, prime rendezvous, exactly 10 T-years after you drop me, although you drop Andy's body first. How? Laz or Laura, not Dora. Of course, you know all this, Dora. This review is for flesh and bloods. Fallible. Laz, have Dora unfreeze him and bring his body up almost to cremation temperature and put him into atmosphere on a long slant just under orbital speed so that it will burn up, or almost, before it hits. And figure the ballistic to hit the mountains in case he's not quite burned up, because we don't want to hurt anybody. What mountains and how do you find them? Lore? These right here. Prime landmark. This big river that drains the Central Valley. Where this other big river comes in from the west is our north landmark. The gulf they wind up in is the south landmark. No landmark on the west. Arkansas is about the middle of that bracket. The Ozark Mountains are the only mountains in the bracket, but shoot for the south side of the mountains. This escarpment. The north side is not Arkansas. Brother, why does that matter? Sentiment, Lorelei. As far as Andy traveled and as little time as he spent on Earth, he was always homesick for his boarding place. The only song he knew was one with a refrain of, Arkansas, Arkansas, I adore thee. I used to get sick of it, but I promised him I would take his body back to Arkansas, and it seemed to comfort him when he died, so we'll do it. Who knows? Maybe the sweet little guy will know it, and it's worth the trouble to carry out his last wishes. Prime rendezvous landmarks? This big canyon, answered Lapis Lazuli. Follow it to the east and drop south. This round black dot, a meteor impact crater. No dependable landmarks visible from orbit, and good any century but this canyon, biggest on Earth. So we analyze the spatial relationship between canyon and crater so that we can spot it from any angle, if the light is right. Dora said, I'm sure I can see it in pitch darkness. Dora, honey, this drill is based on the pessimistic assumption that Ellendale might have to find it without your help. I want them to know the geography of Terra so well that they won't have to ground and look for a road sign. No close approaches to the ground at all, except to put me down and pick me up. I don't want to start a flying saucer scare. I don't want to attract any attention. Some yokel might take a shot at me. It's unfortunate that this ship is shaped such that flying saucer isn't too bad a description. What's the matter with the way I look? Demanded Dora. I look pretty damn good. Dear, you're built like a brick outhouse for a starship. You're beautiful. It's simply that unidentified flying objects, UFOs, were also called flying saucers. I don't believe in paradoxes, but I don't want any attention. Brother, maybe we are one of those UFOs you told us about. Huh? Yeah, it could be, I suppose. If so, let's not get shot at. I want a quiet trip. If everything goes well, we could talk about letting one of you get on the ground with me next trip. Though darned if I don't think a stacked redhead is more conspicuous than an unidentified flying object. Okay, the crater. I intend to be there before sundown and after sunrise, from -10 days to +10 days at +10 years. If I'm not there, what do you do? Lapis Lazuli answered, Look for you half a T-year later on top of the biggest pyramid at Giza. That's here, at midnight. Only this time we scan for you minus 30 days through plus 30 because you aren't certain when you can get there and may be able to manage it only once, brides and things. Brother, do we go out half a light year and re-enter the time axis, or stay in orbit and wait? That's up to you. I won't use the Egyptian rendezvous unless I've pulled some goof that makes it unhealthy for me to meet you in Arizona. If I miss both dates, what do you do? Loy? Look for you again both places at 11 years and 11.5 years. Then what? Lorelei glanced at her sister. Brother, this part we don't go along with. And that goes for Dora, too. It sure does. Because we won't assume that you're dead, no matter how many times you miss rendezvous. So we start checking both spots day after day, and night after night. And over 9 hours local time difference means some weird partial orbits to check sunrise and sundown in Arizona, and still check midnights in Egypt. But Dora can do it. You bet I can. And we'll keep looking for you day after day, and year after year, until you do show up, sir. Captain Lorelei, if I miss 4 rendezvous dates, I'm dead. You must assume that. Shall I put it in writing? Commodore Long, if you're dead, you can't give orders. That's logical. If you assume that I'm not dead, then my orders still apply. And you must give up the search, by the same logic. Sir, if you're out of the ship and out of touch, then you are hardly in a position to give any orders. But if you want to be picked up, there will be daily service from drop time plus 11.5 T years on. And on and on and on, because that's what we promised the family, even though we'll have to run home occasionally for rejuvenation and to have babies. But neither of those will take any time in that time framework, as you pointed out in another connection. Mutiny. The twins glanced at each other. I'll take it, Laz. I have to. Odd-numbered day. Commodore, you taught us before you ever let either of us take command in space. A Commodore is actually a passenger because a ship's master cannot give up even a little bit of her total responsibility. So mutiny is not a word that can apply. Lazarus sighed. I've raised a couple of blinking space lawyers. Brother, that's what you taught us. You did. Okay, I did. You win the argument, but it's silly to talk about checking every day for year after year indefinitely. I've never seen a prison I couldn't escape from in less than a year, and I've been in quite a number. Maybe I should cancel the whole caper. No, I won't argue it. Now, about time markers. If something forces you to recalibrate, simple enough to ground and find out the exact Gregorian date. But that's exactly what I don't want you to do, because neither of you has any experience in coping with strange cultures, and you would get in trouble and I wouldn't be around to get you out. Brother, do you think we are that stupid? No, Laz, I do not think you are stupid. You each have exactly the brain potential I started with, and I'm not stupid or I would not have lived so long. Furthermore, you each have enormously better educations than I had at your age. But, darlings, these are the dark ages we're talking about. You two have been brought up to expect rational treatment, which you wouldn't receive. I don't dare let you put foot to ground in that era, even with me at your side, until after I have coached you endlessly, and how to be consistently irrational in what you do and say, truly. Lazarus continued. Never mind, you have 2 ways to read the clock from space. One is the Libby method, tedious but workable, by reading positions of the solar system's planets. The trouble with that one is that unless you spend one devilish long time on difficult observations, you can mistake a configuration for one almost like it, but several thousand years earlier or later. So we use what time marks we can find on the surface of Terra herself. The radioactive dating of that impact crater is probably close, but in any case, if the crater is missing, you're too early by some centuries. The dates for the building of the Great Wall of China are quite good. Same for the Egyptian pyramids. The dates for the Suez Canal and the Panama Canal are exact. So, unfortunately, is the date of the destruction of Europe. But don't try to watch it. Keep your screens up and get out fast. That is a year, when a strange spaceship would be shot out of the sky if you were careless enough to be vulnerable. In fact, if any time marker on this list shows that you are later than 1940 Gregorian, get out at once and shoot for an earlier date. That's enough for now. It's getting toward bedtime by my sort of time, irrelevant though it may be to anything outside this ship. I want you to study all this stuff until you can recite it in your sleep. Dates and what to look for and how to find it, even if you don't have a Terra globe to look at. Anybody think she can beat me at crib? Don't all speak at once. I can, said Dora, if you promise not to cheat on the shuffle. Later, Dora, said Captain Lorelei. Now we tell him. Oh, all right. I'll be very quiet. Tell me what? Demanded Lazarus. That it's time for you to impregnate us, Lazarus. Both of us, agreed Lapis Lazuli. Lazarus counted 10 chimpanzees in his mind. Then 10 more. Absolutely out of the question. They glanced at each other. Lorelei said, We knew you would say that, but the only question is whether you do it sweet and friendly-like, or we tell Ish you said no and she does it for us. Your sperm from the sperm bank. But we'd be much happier if our beloved brother, who has always been good to us, but is now going to go get his ass shot off in the Dark Ages, were to drop his silly prejudices just once and treat us as biologically mature females, instead of the children we used to be. Ira and Galahad and Justin don't treat us as children, but you do, and it's not just humiliating, it's downright heartbreaking when we may never see you again. When you don't make any real fuss about knocking up Minerva, not to mention Tammy and Hammerdarling and Ish and... Stop it! They stopped. I concede a remote possibility with respect to 3 of them, although mathematically most unlikely. Lorelei said quietly, Mathematically extremely high, Lazarus, because we were all in on it. Justin and Ira and Galahad hung back at the right times, just the way they ensured that Minerva's first baby was Ira's, and Tammy's first was Justin's. But if it did not work out, for any one of 4, not 3, then Ishtar will correct it from the sperm bank. I'm not in the sperm bank. The girls exchanged glances. Lapis Lazuli said, Want to bet? The computer said, It's a sucker bet, buddy. Lazarus looked thoughtful. Unless Ishtar tricked me almost 20 years back, when I was her Rejuve client. Lorelei said quietly, I suppose she could have, Lazarus, but she did not, that I know of. And this is fresh sperm, frozen not more than a year ago, any of it. After the day you announced a date for this trip? Impossible. Better not say impossible. What is the perfect container for keeping sperm fresh and alive until a technician can bank it? Lazarus looked very thoughtful. Well, I'll be damned. Correct, brother. Place a woman around it. You were being oh so careful to pick your bedmates by their cycles so that you wouldn't leave any babies behind. And they were being oh so careful to see Ish or Galahad as soon as you fell asleep, as well as fudging calendars, too. The point is, beloved brother of ours, you don't own your genes, nobody does. We've heard you say so in discussing how Minerva was constructed. Genes belong to the race. They're simply lent to the individual for his or her lifetime. And all of us, knowing you were going to try this reckless thing, decided that, while you were free to throw away your life, you weren't free to waste a unique gene pattern. Lazarus changed the subject. Why did you say 4? Lorelei answered, Brother, are you ashamed of Minerva? I do not believe it, nor does Laz. Huh? No, I'm not ashamed of her. I'm proud of her. Damn it, you two have always been able to get me mixed up. I simply did not know that she had told anyone. I have not. The other twin said.
Who would she turn to but us?
You mean to whom would she turn?
Damn it, brother, this is a hell of a time to be correcting our grammar. Minerva turned to us for advice and comfort, because we're in the same difficult position with respect to you that she is. That she was, I mean. For she came out of the bushes looking as smug as a cat. You made her happy. When she had been crying her eyes out. And she'll stay happy now, even if she missed catching. Because once is enough for a symbol, and if she missed, Ish will fix it. And of course we knew about it when you finally quit dithering and did what you should have done for her years ago, because we helped rig it so that she could get you alone and twist your arm, and told her that if tears weren't enough, to chuck in some chin quivering. And it worked, and she's happy. And we're not so damned happy. Not at all. But we won't cry at you, or quiver our chins. That's childish. If you won't do it simply because you love us, then the hell with it, and we probably won't even fall back on the sperm bank. Instead, it might be better to have Ish sterilize us. Permanently. Not just offset fertility temporarily. And quit being females, since we're failures at it. Stop it. Probably won't even fall back on the sperm bank. Instead, it might be better to have Ish sterilize us. Permanently. Not just offset fertility temporarily. And quit being females, since we're failures at it. Stop it. If you're not going to cry at me, what are all those tears for? Lapis Lazuli said with quiet dignity, Those aren't weeping tears, brother. They come from sheer exasperation. Come on, Lore. We've swung and we've missed. Let's go to bed. Coming, sister. If the Commodore will excuse us.
He damn well won't. Sit back down. Girls, can we talk about this quietly without you two whipsawing me?
The two young women sat back down. Captain Lorelei glanced at her sister and said, Laz agrees, and I will speak for both us. No whipsawing. Lazarus said thoughtfully, Do you two run your brains in tandem or in parallel? We do not think that is relevant to the discussion.
Just scientific interest. If you could teach me how to do it, we three might make quite a team.
That can only be conjectural, Lazarus, since you reject us.
Damn it, girls, I have not rejected you. I will never reject you.
They said nothing. He went on, uncomfortably.
There are two aspects to this. One is genetic, the other is emotional. Genetic. We three are a weird case, male and female, yet quasi-identicals. More than quasi, 45, 46th to be exact, which makes the probability of bad reinforcement far greater than it is for ordinary siblings. Besides that, we are Howards only by courtesy, as our genes have not undergone some 24 centuries of systematic culling. I'm so close to the head of the column that there is no culling at all. My four grandparents were among the first selectees, so when I was born in Gregorian 1912, I had behind me no inbreeding, no culling out, no cleaning of the gene pool. And you dears are in the same predicament, as even that 46th chromosome comes from me, since it replicates my 45th. Yet you two seem willing to accept this high risk of reinforcement.
He paused. There was no comment. He shrugged and went on.
The emotional objection comes only from me. You two don't seem to have it. Reasonable, I suppose, since the concept is based on, from the Old Testament, has been replaced by the concept of following the advice of family's geneticists. I'm not arguing with the wisdom of that. I agree with it, since they say no to a couple of unrelated strangers just as readily as to siblings if the gene charts give no as the answer. But I was talking about feelings, not science. I don't suppose any but scholars read the Old Testament anymore, but the culture I was brought up in was soaked in its attitudes. Bible Belt, you've heard me call it that. Girls, it is hard to shake off any taboos a child is indoctrinated with in his earliest years, even if he learns later that they are nonsense. I try to do better with you two. I've had time enough to sort out my taboos and my prejudices from what I really know, and I tried very hard not to inflict on you two any of the irrational nonsense that was fed to me under the pretext of educating me. Apparently I succeeded, or we would never have reached this impasse. But there it is. You two are modern young women. But, though we share the same genes, I'm an old savage from a very murky time. He sighed. I'm sorry. Lorelei looked at her sister. They both stood up. Sir, may we be excused? Huh? No rebuttal? Sir, an emotional argument permits no refutation. As for the rest, why should we weary you with arguments when your mind is made up? Well, perhaps you're right. But you listened courteously to me. I want to pay you the same respect. It is not necessary, sir. Her eyes and those of her sister were welling with tears. They ignored them. We are sure of your respect, and, in your way, of your love. May we go? Before Lazarus could answer, the computer spoke up. Hey! I want a piece of this. Dora, Lorelei rebuked. Don't give me that lore. I'm not going to stay politely quiet while my family makes fools of themselves. Buddy boy, Laura didn't tell you about the whammy they considered pulling on you, and that I still can, and will. Dora, we don't want that sort of help. Laz and I agreed on that. So you did, but you didn't ask me to vote on it, and I'm no lady and never was. Buddy, old boy, you know it makes no difference to me who does what to whom. I couldn't care less, except that it's so funny to hear him squeal and grunt. But you're being mean to my sisters. Laura and Laz talked over the fact that you can't make this trip without their help, and they rejected that gambit as being beneath their dignity, or some such twaddle. But I don't have any dignity. Without my help, nobody makes a time trip. Shucks, if I go on strike, you can't even get back to Tertius. Now can you? Lazarus looked wryly surprised, then grinned. Mutiny again. Dorable, I concede your point. You can keep us out here, wherever here is, until we starve. I suspected centuries back that a flesh and blood might someday find himself in just such a helpless position. But, dear, I won't let your threats affect my decision. You can keep me from time tripping, but I doubt if you will let Laura and Laz starve. You'll take them home. Oh, hell, Pappy, you're being mean again. You're a real whirling son of a bitch. Do you know it? Guilty on both counts, Nora, Lazarus admitted. And Laura and Laz are being stupidly bullheaded. Laura, he politely offered you a chance to speak your piece, and you turned him down, stubborn bitch. Dora, behave yourself. What for? When you three don't? Blow your noses and sit down and give Buddy the straight tell. He's entitled to it. Perhaps you'd better, Lazarus said gently. Sit down, girls, and talk with me. Dora, keep her steady between the hawse-pipes, baby girl, and we'll get her into port yet. Aye, aye, Commodore, but you get those two silly bitches straightened out, huh? I'll try. Who's the spokesman this time, Laz? It doesn't matter, answered Lapis Lazuli. I'll talk for us. Don't worry about Dora. When she realizes that we are content to accept your decision, she'll stop being difficult. Oh, you think so, do you? Shape up, Laz, or we'll be back in Boondock faster than you can say Libby pseudo-infinities. Please, Dora, let me tell Brother. Just be sure you tell him everything, or I'll tell him about things that went on in here a full year before he said you were old enough. Lazarus blinked and looked interested. Well, well, did you kids steal a march on me? Well, Mama Ishtar told us we were old enough. You're the one being stuffy about it. Stipulated. Someday I must tell you about something that happened to me at an early age in a church belfry. I'm sure we'd like to hear it, Brother, but do you want to hear us now? Yes, Dora and I will keep quiet. Let me say in preface that we are not going to ask Ishtar to thwart your wishes by using the sperm bank, but there are other possibilities to which you can hardly object. Consider how we were born. I could easily bear an implanted clone from my own tissue, and so could Lore, although we might swap clones for reasons purely sentimental since we have identical genes. Do you see anything wrong with that, genetically or emotionally or otherwise? No. Unusual, but, your business. Just as easy, since Ishtar still has living tissue of yours in vitro, is to clone you. And Lorelei and I would be identical twins, both of them Lazarus Long in every gene, lacking only your long experience. Would you find that offensive? Eh? Now wait a minute, let me think. Let me add that we regard this as a last resort, if you are dead, if you don't come back. Don't start sniffling again. If I'm dead, I don't have much of a vote in it, do I? No, because if we did not do it, then Ishtar would plant your clone in one of the others, or in herself, with Galahad's help. But if Lorelei Lee and I do it, we would much rather do it with your blessing. Stipulated that I'm dead. Well, okay, it's with my blessing. Just one thing. What, brother? Crack down on the little beast, or beasts. I was a mean one. You two were handful enough for 6, but I was ornery. If you don't establish who's boss right from the cradle, I will give you so much grief your lives won't be worth living.
We'll try to cope with, you, Lazarus. And we have the advantage of knowing what, a real whirling son of a bitch you can be. Ouch. Am I bleeding? You led with your chin, brother. The truth is, you spoiled us, and we may find it hard not to spoil you. But we'll bear in mind your advice. But we want to say this before we leave the subject of genetics. You've had how many children? Too many, maybe. You know exactly how many, and so do we. And it's a number large enough to be inspected as a statistical universe. How many were defectives? None that I know of. Exactly. None. Ishtar made it her business to know, and Justin confirms it from his study of the archives. Brother, I don't know how uncommon this may have been in the 20th Gregorian century, but you have a clean gene chart, and so, of course, do we. Now, wait a minute. I'm not really up to date in genetics, but Ishtar is. Do you want to argue it with her? We accept her assurances. Laura and I aren't geneticists, as yet. But we have, recorded in Dora, Ishtar's formal report on your gene chart, if you want it. Not that we think it makes any difference. You are rejecting us for reasons having nothing to do with genetics. Now, slow down. I am not rejecting you. That's the way it feels to us. We are artificial constructs. And the soi-disant incest mores of another time and utterly different circumstances don't apply to us, and you know it. That's just an excuse to avoid something you don't want to do. Coupling with us might be masturbation, but it can't be incest because we aren't your sisters. We aren't your kin in any normal sense. We're you. Every gene of us comes from you. If we love you, and we do, and if you love us, and you do, some, in your own chintzy and cautious fashion, it's Narcissus loving himself. But this time, if you could only see it, that Narcissus love could be consummated. She stopped and gulped. That's all. Come on, Lore, let's go to bed. Hold it, girls. Laz, Ishtar says this is safe. You heard me say so, but you don't want to do it, so the hell with it. I never at any time said that I did not want to. Why do you think I quit cuddling you two lively little monkeys when you started being grown up? Oh, buddy. Because I must be Narcissus himself. Because I think my two identicals are the prettiest, sexiest, and bitchiest broads I've ever seen. Do you? Do you really? You heard me. Quit quivering your goddamn chins. So when you started getting broad, I started keeping my hands off you. But if Ishtar says it's all right... She does?
I suppose this once I could manage a couple of minutes for each of you. Lorelei gasped. Did you hear that, Laz? I heard it. 2 minutes. Rude, crude, and vulgar. Insulting. Infuriating. But we accept. Right now. Da Capo. 1. The Green Hills. The star yacht Dora hovered 2 meters over the pasture. The lower hatch irised open. Lazarus gave Lazzie and Laurie a last quick squeeze and dropped to the ground, rolled with the impact, rolled to his feet, hurriedly got clear of the ship's field. He waved and the ship lifted, straight up, a round black cloud against the stars, then was gone. He looked quickly around him. Dipper, North Star. Okay, fence that way, road beyond, and Caesar's ghost. A bull. He cleared the fence with inches to spare, a few feet ahead of the bull. Lazarus was moving so fast that his speed made necessary another rolling landing. He wound up in the middle of a rutted dirt road while reflecting that many more of that sort would not improve his appearance. He wound up in the middle of a rutted dirt road while reflecting that many more of that sort would not improve his appearance. He patted his pockets, especially an extra pocket concealed by the bib of his overalls, and decided that nothing was missing. He missed the comfort of a blaster on his hip, but knew that any sort of gun would be a mistake for this time and place. A facsimile jackknife was all he carried. His hat? The ditch? No, 10 feet inside the fence, which might as well be 10 miles. The bull was keeping an eye on him. A hat was not necessary. If anyone found it and noticed that it was not quite right, well, there was nothing to connect it with him. Forget it. North Star again. That town should be about 5 miles down this road, straight as the turtle flies. He set out. Lazarus stood in front of the print shop of the Dade County Democrat, looking at sheets posted inside the glass, but not reading. He was thinking. He had just had a shock, and the pretense of continuing to read posted newspapers let him do so in quiet. He had read a date and now needed to reconstruct some ancient history. August 1st, 1916. 1916. He saw reflected in the glass a figure coming down the sidewalk, heavy-set, middle-aged, wearing a gun belt almost concealed by belly overflowing it, a holstered hog leg on his right thigh, star on his left breast, otherwise dressed much as Lazarus was dressed. Lazarus continued to stare at a posted front page of the Kansas City Journal. "Morning." Lazarus turned. "Good morning, Chief." "Just a constable, son. Stranger hereabouts?" "Yes." "Passing through or staying with someone?" "Passing through, unless I find work." "That's a good answer. What trade do you follow?" "I was raised on a farm, but I'm an all-around mechanic, or anything for an honest dollar." "Well, I'll tell you, not many farmers taking on hands right now. As for anything else, things are slow in the summertime. You wouldn't be one of them IWWs, would you?" "IW what?" "A wobbly, son. Don't you read the papers? This is a friendly community, always glad to have visitors, but not that sort." The local law raised one hand to wipe away sweat and gave a large recognition sign. Lazarus knew how to answer it, and decided not to. Where was his home lodge? That's a good question. Officer, so let's not let it come up. The constable went on. "Well, since you're not one, you're welcome to ask around and see if somebody needs help."
He looked at the front page Lazarus had been pretending to read. Terrible what those U-boats are doing, isn't it? Lazarus agreed that it was. Still, the officer added, if people stayed home and minded their own business, it wouldn't happen. Live and let live, I always say. What church do you attend? Well, my folks are Presbyterians. So, meaning you haven't attended lately? Well, sometimes I miss myself, when the fish are biting. But, see that church up the street? The belfry through the elms? If you do find work, why, come Sunday 10 o'clock, let me extend you the right hand of fellowship there. Methodist Episcopal. But, there ain't all that much difference. This is a tolerant community. Yeah, thank you, sir. I'll be there. Good, very tolerant. Mostly Methodists and Baptists, but a few Jack Mormons on the farms around here. Good neighbors. They always pay their bills. A few Catholics, and nobody holds it against them. Why, we've even got a Jew. Sounds like a good town. It is. Local option and clean living. Just one thing. If you don't find work, about half a mile beyond the church you'll find a city limit sign. If you're unemployed and have no local address, it's best to be on the other side of it come sundown. I see. Or I would have to run you in. No hard feelings, that's just the way it is. No tramps and niggers after sundown. I don't make the rules, son. I just enforce them. And that's how Judge Mosteller defines a tramp. Some of our good ladies have been pushing him. Things stolen off clotheslines and the like. So it's $10 at 10 days, which isn't too bad, as the lockup is right in my house. The food's not fancy, as I'm allowed only 40 cents a day to board a prisoner. Though for 50 cents more, you can eat what we do. No intention of making things hard, you understand. It's just that the judge and the mayor aim to keep this a quiet, law-abiding place. I understand. Certainly no hard feelings, because you won't have occasion to lock me up. I'm glad to hear it. Any way I can help you, son, just let me know. Thank you. Perhaps you can right now. Do you know of an outhouse a stranger might use? Or had I better try to hold it until I'm out of town and can find some bushes? The officer smiled. Oh, I think we can be that hospitable. The courthouse has a real city-type flush toilet, but it's not working. Let me think. Blacksmith down this way sometimes accommodates automobilists passing through. I'll walk down with you. That's mighty kind of you. Glad to. Better tell me your name. Ted Bronson. The blacksmith was trimming a hoof on a young gelding. He looked up. Hi, Deacon. Howdy, Tom. This young friend of mine, Ted Bronson, has a case of Kansas Quick Step. Could he use your privy? The blacksmith looked Lazarus over. Help yourself, Ted. Try not to go clear back to the harness section. Thank you, sir. Lazarus followed the path behind the shop, was pleased to find that the privy had a door with no cracks and could be hooked from the inside. He got out the extra pocket hidden by the bib of his overalls, took out money. Paper banknotes convincing in every detail. They were restored replications of originals in the Museum of Ancient History in New Rome. Counterfeit by definition, but the restorations were so perfect that Lazarus would not hesitate to utter them in any bank, except for one thing. What dates did they carry? He quickly shuffled the paper money into 2 packs, 1916 and earlier, and post-1916. Then, without hesitating or stopping to count, he shoved the usable banknotes into a pocket, tore a page from the Montgomery Ward catalog in the Cobb box, packaged the useless bills so that they would not be spotted as money, dropped the package into the cesspool. Then he got out coins, still in that secret pocket, checked their dates. He noted that most of them carried damning mint dates. These followed the paper money. He wasted a full second admiring a proof-perfect replica buffalo nickel. Such a pretty thing. He gave sober thought, at least 2 seconds, to a massive $20 gold piece. Gold was gold. Its value would not be diminished if he melted it down or pounded it into a shapeless lump, but it was a hazard until he could deface it, as the next town clown might not be as friendly as this one. Down it went. He felt light-hearted then. Queer money was a serious offense here, good for a number of years in prisons unpleasant and difficult to escape from. But lack of money was a correctable nuisance. Lazarus had considered arriving with no money at all, then had compromised by taking enough for a few days to let him look around, reorient, get used to the customs and the lingo again, before having to scratch for a living. He had never considered trying to fetch enough to last 10 years. Never mind. This was more fun, and good practice for the much harder job of tackling an era he had never known. Elizabethan England. That would be a real challenge. He counted what he had left. $3.87. Not bad. The blacksmith said, "Thought you'd fallen in. Feel better?" "Much better. Thanks a lot." "Don't mention it. Deacon Ames says you claim to be a mechanic." "I'm handy with tools." "Ever work in a smithy?" "Yes." "Let me see your hands." Lazarus let his palms be inspected. The blacksmith said, "Steady feller." Lazarus made no comment. "Or maybe you got those soft hands in the cooler?" "I suppose that could count for it. Thanks again for the use of your facilities." "Wait a jiffy. 30 cents an hour and you do what I tell you, and I may fire you after the first hour." "Okay. Know anything about automobiles?" "Some." "See if you can get that Tin Lizzie moving." The smith jerked his head toward the far side of his shop. Lazarus went outside, looked over the Ford runabout he had noted there earlier. Its turtleback had been removed, and a wooden box had been fitted to convert it into a pickup truck. Its wheel spokes showed signs of muddy roads, but it appeared to be in fair condition. He removed the front seat, checked the gasoline with a dipstick he found there, half a tank. He checked the water, added some from the shop's pump, then opened the hood and inspected the engine. The lead from magneto to coil box was not attached. He reconnected it. He set the handbrake, decided that it was not very firm, so he blocked the wheels. Only then did he switch on ignition, open the throttle, and retard the spark. He cautiously tucked his thumb by his fingers rather than around the crank, then brought the crank up high, pushed, and spun it. The motor racketed. The little car shook. He rushed to the driver's side of the car, reached in and advanced the spark 3 notches, and eased the throttle to idle. The smith was watching. "All right, turn it off, and come give me some wind on the forge." Neither of them mentioned the disconnected lead. When the smith, Tom Hymans, stopped to eat lunch, Lazarus walked 2 blocks to a grocery store he had passed, bought a quart of grade A raw milk, 5 cents, 3 cents deposit on the bottle, looked at a nickel loaf of bread, then decided to splurge on a big dime loaf. He had had no breakfast. He walked back to the blacksmith shop and greatly enjoyed his lunch while he listened to Mr. Hyman's opinions. He was a progressive Republican, but this time he was going to switch. Mr. Wilson had kept us out of war. Not that he's done the country any good otherwise. The high cost of living is worse than ever. And besides that, he's pro-British. But that fool Hughes would have us in the European war overnight. It's a hard choice. I'd like to vote for La Follette, but they don't have sense enough to nominate him.
Germany's going to win, and he knows it. And we'd look pretty silly trying to pull England's chestnuts out of the fire." Lazarus agreed solemnly. Hymans told Ted to show up at 7 the next morning. But just before sundown, almost $3 richer and his stomach well padded with sausage, cheese, and crackers, Lazarus was beyond the city limits sign and moving west. He had nothing against the town or the blacksmith, but he had not risked this trip to spend 10 years in a country town at 30 cents an hour. He intended to stir around, recapture the flavor of the time. Besides, Hymans had been too inquisitive. Lazarus had not minded the inspection of his hands, or the suggestion that he might be fresh out of jail, and the disconnected wire was a standoff. But when Lazarus had parried a question about his accent with generalities, the smith had tried to pin him down to just where in Indian Territory he had lived as a child, and when did his folks come down from Canada. A larger community meant fewer personal questions and more opportunities to lay hands on more than 30 cents an hour without quite stealing it. He had been walking an hour when he came across a stranded automobilist, an old country doctor, playing with a flat tire on a Maxwell. Lazarus dismounted a coal oil sidelight and had the physician hold it while he patched the tube, replaced the tire, and pumped it up, then refused to tip. Dr. Chaddock said, "Red, do you know how to drive these gas tube?" Replaced the tire and pumped it up, then refused to tip. Dr. Chaddock said, "Red, do you know how to drive these gas buggies?" Lazarus admitted that he did. "Well, son, since you're headed west anyhow, what would you say to driving me to Lamar, then a shakedown on the couch in my waiting room, breakfast, and 4 bits to boot for your trouble?" "I say yes to all of it, Doctor. Save that there's no need to waste cash on me. I'm not broke." "Stuff and nonsense. Argue about it in the morning. I'm plumb tuckered out. This day started before daybreak. Used to be I'd wind the reins around the whip and nap until the mare got us home. But these things are stupid." After a breakfast of fried eggs, fried ham, fried potatoes, pancakes with sorghum and country butter, watermelon preserves, strawberry preserves, cream that would barely pour, and endless coffee, saucered and blowed, the doctor's housekeeper, his old maid sister, had kept plying Lazarus, insisting that he wasn't eating enough to keep a bird alive. He set out again, $1 richer, much cleaner, and looking less like a hayseed, for spit and shinola and elbow grease had improved the appearance of his shoes. And Miss Nettie had insisted on giving him some old clothes. "Might as well be you, Roderick, as the Salvation Army. Here, take this tie, too. Doc doesn't wear it anymore. Look neat when you look for work, I always say. I do declare I won't hardly open the screen door to give a man a handout if he don't wear a necktie." He accepted it all, aware that she was right, aware also that Dr. Chaddock would have spent a bad night trying to sleep in his automobile while his sister worried had not Lazarus come along. Accounts balanced. Miss Nettie made a neat bundle of his old clothes. He thanked her and promised to send them a postcard from Kansas City. Then he abandoned the bundle in the first bushes he came to, feeling mild regret as those clothes would wear indefinitely despite the worn look built into them. But they were slightly anachronistic in cut, and he had never expected to wear them longer than he had to, and a man on the road could not afford to look like a bindlestiff, which Miss Nettie probably didn't know. He found the railroad, but avoided the depot. He posted himself at the north edge of town and waited. A passenger train and a freight headed south went by. Then about 10 o'clock, a freight showed up heading north, and still slowly gathering speed. Lazarus swung aboard. He made no effort not to be seen and let the brakeman shake him down for $1, a replica dollar. His authentic dollars were now under a bandage on the inside of his left thigh. The brakeman warned him that there might be a railroad dick at the next stop. Don't give him more than $1, And there were Pinkertons in the KC yards if he was going that far, so don't. Those beauties would take his dollar and work him over anyhow. Lazarus thanked him and thought about asking what line this was, the Missouri Pacific, but decided that it did not matter. It was headed north, and the brakeman's advice let him know that it was going far enough to suit him. After a long, hot day, half of it in a gondola, half in an empty boxcar that was small improvement, Lazarus dropped off as that train passed through Swope Park. He was such a weary, dirty mess that he almost regretted not having bought a ticket. But he put it out of his thoughts, knowing that arriving in a city with no money could wind up as $30 or 30 days instead of the milder tariff of a small town. As it was, he had almost $6, most of it real money. He noted with delight that Swope Park looked familiar, despite the centuries. Hurried on through and found the end of the Swope Park streetcar line. While he waited for the infrequent weekday service, he paid a jitney for a triple-dip ice cream cone and ate it with relish, peace in his soul. Another 5 cents and a long trolley ride, with one transfer, took him into downtown Kansas City. Lazarus enjoyed every minute and wished it were longer. How peaceful and clean and tree-shaded the city was. How gently bucolic. He recalled another time he had visited his old hometown. What century? Sometime early in the diaspora, he thought, when a citizen venturing out into its filthy canyon streets wore a steel helmet simulating a wig, a bulletproof vest and codpiece, spectacles that were armor, gloves that covered brass knuckles and other concealed and illegal weapons, but rarely went out into the streets. It was more discreet to stick to transportation pods and go outdoors only in the guarded suburbs, especially after dark. But here and now guns were legal, and no one wore them. He got off the streetcar at McGee, found the YMCA by asking a policeman. There, for $50, he was given a key to a small cubicle, a towel, and a small bar of soap. After wallowing in the shower, Lazarus returned to the lobby, having noted both bell and home telephones at the desk, with a notice, local calls 5 cents, pay the desk clerk. He asked to use the telephone books. Found it in the Bell system book. Chapman, Bowles, and Finnegan, attorneys at law. R.A. Long building. Yes, that made sense. He searched again. Found Chapman, Arthur J., attorney, with a Paseo address. Wait till tomorrow? No harm in seeing if Justin had the correct answers. He slid a nickel to the desk clerk, asked for the Bell telephone. Number, please. Central, please give me Atwater, 1224. Hello? Is this the home of Mr. Arthur J. Chapman, the attorney? This is he. Mr. Ira Howard told me to call you, Counselor. Interesting. Who are you? Life is short, but the years are long, the lawyer answered. Not while the evil days come not. Very well. What can I do for you, sir? Trouble? No, sir. Will you accept an envelope to be delivered to the secretary of the foundation? Yes. Can you bring it to my office? Tomorrow morning, sir? Say about 9:30. I must be in court by 10. Thank you, sir. I'll be there. Good night. You are welcome. Good night to you, sir. There was a writing desk in the lobby, with another notice to see the desk clerk, along with a homily. Have you written to your mother this week? Lazarus asked for a sheet of paper and an envelope, saying, truthfully, that he wanted to write home. The clerk gave them to him. That's what we like to hear, Mr. Jenkins. Sure one sheet is enough? If not, I'll ask for another, thanks. After breakfast, coffee, and a donut, 5 cents, Lazarus located a stationery shop on Grand Avenue and invested 15 cents in 5 envelopes that would nest in series. Went back to the Y and repaired them, then delivered them by hand to Mr. Chapman, despite pursed-lip disapproval of Mr. Chapman's secretary. The outer envelope read, Secretary of the Ira Howard Foundation. The next one read, To the Secretary of the Howard Families Association, as of the year 2100 A.D. The next one read, Please hold in the family's archives for 1,000 years. Inert atmosphere recommended. The fourth read, To be opened by the Chief Archivist in office in Gregorian year 4291. The fifth envelope read, Please deliver on request to Lazarus Long or to any member of his Tertius Colony family. Inside this envelope was the envelope from the YMCA enclosing the note Lazarus had written the night before. The envelope had on it all the names of his boondock family, with Lapis Lazuli and Lorelei Lee heading the list. 4 August, 1916 Gregorian. Darlings, I goofed. I arrived 2 days ago, 3 years early. But I still want you to pick me up exactly 10 T years after you dropped me, at the impact crater, i.e. 2 August, 1926 Gregorian. Please assure Dora that this is not her fault. It is either mine or Andy's, or perhaps the instruments we had available then were not sufficiently accurate. If Dora wants to recalibrate, not necessary, as exactly 10 T years from drop remains the rendezvous, tell her to get Eclipses of Soul by Luna for this 10 years from Athene. I haven't had time to look them up as I have just reached Kansas City. Everything is absolutely all right. I am in good health, have enough money, and am perfectly safe. I'll write other and longer letters, better preserved. No time to have this one etched, using all the mail drops Justin suggested. Kiss everyone for me. Long letter follows. My undying love, old buddy boy. P.S. I hope it's a boy and a girl. Wouldn't that be fun? The couple. 2. The end of an era. 25 September 1916 Gregorian. Dear Laz Lore, this is the second of many letters I will attempt to send, using all the delay mail drops Justin suggested. 3 law firms, Chase National Bank, a time capsule to be forwarded with instructions to a Dr. Gordon Hardy via W.W. Smith, via a safe deposit box. Unreliable coot, that Smith. He'll probably open it and thereby destroy it, although I don't recall it either way. And all the other dodges I memorized. If I can get just one into the archives just before the diaspora, it should be delivered when you ask for it, late, in Gregorian 4291, by the schedule we worked out. With luck, you will receive dozens of letters, all at the same time, arranged by dates. They should constitute a record of the next 10 years. There may be gaps in the account, letters that failed to get through. If so, I'll fill in those gaps after you pick me up, by dictating to Athene, to keep my promise to Justin and to Galahad for a full report. Me, I'll be satisfied if just one gets through. And tell Athene to keep working on that notion of time capsule come delay mail for still earlier centuries. There ought to be some way to make it foolproof. I'll be using a wide variety of addresses, plus a wrinkle I thought up. I'm going to send a letter in the usual multiple covers to the executive computer, Secundus, year 2000 diaspora, to be opened by and read by the computer, untouched by human hands, with a program to hold the message and deliver it to the colony leader, Tertius, the day after we left. I don't believe in paradoxes. Either Minerva got that message before you were born and filed it in dead storage and passed it on to Athene, and now, Ira has it and has passed it on to you two, or it failed to get through at all. No anomaly, no paradox, either total success or total failure. I got the idea from the fact that the executive computer opens and reads and acts on endless written messages without referring them to the chairman pro tem, or to any human unless necessary. Basic message. This was in my first note and will be in every letter. I made an error in calibration and arrived 3 years early. This is not Dora's fault. And be sure to tell her I said so before you tell her what happened. Reassure her. Despite her tomboy rowdiness, she is very vulnerable and must not be hurt. If I had given her sufficiently accurate figures, she would have hit any split second I asked for. Of this I am certain. Basic rendezvous time and place remains 10.00 T-years after you drop me, and at Meteor Impact Crater in Arizona. Other rendezvous times and places figured from basic as before. My error changes the Gregorian date of rendezvous to 2 August 1926, but still 10 T-years after drop as planned. If Dora will worry less if she finds the error in the data I gave her, here are time marks she can rely on. Gregorian dates of total eclipses by Luna of Sol with respect to Terra between Gregorian 2 August 1916 and 2 August 1926. 1918, June 8th. 1919, May 29th. 1922, September 21st. 1923, September 10th. 1925, January 24th. 1926, January 14th. If Dora wants to be still fussier, she can get any ancient solar system date from Athene she wants. The Great Library at New Rome, any ancient solar system date from Athene she wants. The Great Library at New Rome perpetuated endless stuff of that sort, but Dora has in her own gizzards everything she really needs. Recapitulation. 1. Pick me up 10 T-years after you drop me. 2. I'm 3 years early, my era, not Dora's. 3. I'm fine, healthy, safe, holding, missing my darlings, and send love to all of you. Now the hairy and scary adventures of a time traveler. To begin with, they have been neither hairy nor scary. I've been careful to attract no attention, as retiring as a mouse at a cat show. Whenever the locals rub blue mud in their navels, I rub blue mud in mine just as solemnly. I agree with the politics of anyone who speaks to me, attend the church he does, while sheepishly admitting that I've missed lately. I listen instead of talking, difficult as you may find that to believe, and I never talk back. If someone tries to rob me, I will not kill him or even break his arms. I'll shut up and let him have all he can find on me. My fixed purpose is to be on the lip of that crater in Arizona 10 years from now. I shan't let anything jeopardize keeping our date. I'm not here to reform this world. I am simply revisiting the scenes of my childhood. It has been easier than I expected. Accent gave me some trouble at first, but I listened and now speak as harsh a corn-belt accent as I did as a youngster. It is amazing how things have come back. I confirm from experience the theory that childhood memories are permanent, even though one may forget them until re-stimulated. I left this city when I was younger than you two are. I have been on more than 200 planets since then. I've forgotten most of them, but I find that I know this city. Some changes, but changes in the other entropy direction. I'm now seeing it as it was when I was 4 T-years old. I am 4 years old elsewhere in this city. I have avoided that neighborhood and have not yet tried to see my first family. The idea makes me a bit uneasy. Oh, I shall before I leave to travel around the country. I'm not afraid of being recognized by them. Impossible. I looked like a young man and much, I think, as I looked when I was in fact a young man. But no one here has ever seen what that 4-year-old will look like when he grows up. My only hazard would lie in trying to tell the truth. Not that I would be believed. No one here believes even in space travel, much less time travel. But because I would risk being locked up as crazy. a non-scientific term meaning that the person to whom one applies that label has a world picture differing from the accepted one. Kansas City in 1916. You put me down in a meadow. I climbed the fence and walked to the nearest town. No one noticed us. Tell Dora that she did it slick as a pickpocket. The town was pleasant, the people friendly. I stayed a day to get reoriented, then moved on to a larger town. Did the same there, and got clothes to change me from a farm worker into someone who would not be conspicuous in a city. You dears who never wear clothes when you don't need them, except festive occasions, would have trouble believing how status here and now is shown by clothes. Far more so than in New Rome. Here one can look at a person and tell age, sex, social status, economic status, probable occupation, approximate education, and many other things just by clothing. These people even swim with clothes on. I am not farsing, ask Athene. My dears, they sleep in clothes. I took a railroad train to Kansas City. Ask Athene to display a picture of one from this era. This culture is proto-technical, just beginning to shift from human muscle power and animal power to generated power, such as originates from burning natural fuels or from wind or waterfall. Some of this is converted into primitive electrical power, but this railroad train was propelled by burning coal to produce expanding steam. Atomic power is not even a theory. It is a fancy of dreamers, taken less seriously than Santa Claus. As for the method for moving the Dora, no one has the slightest notion that there is any way of grasping the fabric of space-time. I could be wrong. The many tales of UFOs and of strange visitors throughout all ages suggest that I am not the first time tripper by thousands or millions. But perhaps most of them are as reluctant to disturb the native savages as I am. On arrival in Kansas City, I took lodging at a religious Hilton. If you received my arrival note, it was on stationery bearing its emblem. I hope that note is the last I will have to entrust to paper and ink, but it took time to arrange for photo reduction and etching. The technology and materials available here and now are very primitive, even when I have privacy to use other techniques. As a temporary base, this religious Hilton offers advantages. It is cheap, and I have not yet had time to acquire all the local money I will need. It is clean and safe compared with commercial Hiltons costing the same. It is near the business district. It offers all that I now need and no more. And it is monastic. Monastic? Don't look surprised, my loves. I expect to remain celibate throughout these 10 years, while dreaming happy fantasies of all my darlings. So many years and light years away. Why? The local mores. Here the coupling of male and female is forbidden by law, unless specifically licensed by the state in a binding monogamy with endless legal, social, and economic consequences. Such laws are made to be broken, and are. About 3 squares, or a few hundred meters from this monastic Hilton, the YMCA starts the red light district, an area devoted to illicit but tolerated female prostitution, and the fees are low. No, I am not too lazy to walk that far. I've talked to some of these women. They walk a beat, offering their services to men on the street. But, my dears, these women are not recognized artists, proud of their great vocation. Oh, dear, no. They are pathetic drabs, furtive and ashamed. They are at the bottom of the social pyramid, and many, most, are enthralled to males who take their meager earnings. I do not think there is a Tamra, or even a pseudo-Tamra, in all of Kansas City. Outside the red light district, there are younger and prettier women available for higher fees and by more complex arrangements, but their status is still zero. No proud and happy artists, so they are no temptation. I would not be able to put out of my mind the gruesome fashion in which they are mistreated under local laws and customs. I tip those I talk to. Time is money to them. Then there are women who are not of the profession. From my earlier life here, I know that a high percentage of both single women and married women, a sharp dichotomy, much sharper than on Tertius or even Secundus, many of these will chance unlicensed coupling for fun, adventure, love, or other reasons. Most women here are thus available sometimes and with some men, although not with all men, nor all the time. Here and now the sport is necessarily clandestine. Nor do I lack confidence, nor have I contracted a local moral attitude. But the answer is again no. Why? First reason, it is all too likely to get one's arse shot off. No joke, dears. Here and now, almost every female is quasi-property of some male. Husband, father, sweetheart, betrothed, someone. If he catches you, he may kill you, and public opinion is such that he is unlikely to be punished. But if you kill him, you hang by the neck until dead, dead, dead. It seems an excessive price. I don't plan to risk it. There are a small but appreciable number of females who are not property of some male. So what's holding you back, Lazarus? The overhead, for one thing. Better not tell Galahad this, it would break his heart. Negotiations are usually long, complex, and very expensive, and she is likely to regard success as equivalent to a proposal of lifetime contract. On top of that, she is quite likely to become pregnant. I should have asked Ishtar to offset my fertility for this trip. I am terribly glad I did not. And I am honing for you, darlings, my other selves, and thank you endlessly for kicking my feet out from under me. I couldn't initiate it, dearly as I wanted to. Laz and Lore believe this. Mature females here do not know when they are fertile. They rely either on luck or on contraceptive methods that range from chancy to worthless. Furthermore, they can't find out even from their therapists, who don't know much about it themselves. They are not geneticists. Therapy is very primitive in 1916. Most physicians are trying hard, I think, but the art is barely out of the witch doctor stage. Just rough surgery and a few drugs, most of which I know to be useless or harmful. As for contraception, hold on tight. It is forbidden by law. Another law made to be broken, and is. But law and customs retard progress in such matters. At present, 1916, the commonest method involves an elastomer sheath worn by the male. In other words, they couple without touching. Stop screaming, you'll never have to put up with it. But it is as bad as it sounds. I've saved my strongest reason for the last. Dears, I've been spoiled. In 1916, a bath once a week is considered enough by most people. Too much by some. Other habits match. Such thing, when unavoidable, can be ignored. I'm well aware that I whiff like an old billy goat in very short order myself. Nevertheless, when I have enjoyed the company of 6 of the daintiest darlings in the galaxy, well, I'd rather wait. Shucks, 10 years isn't long. If you have received any of the letters I will send over the next 10 years, then you may have rushed to check up on Gregorian 1916-1919. I selected 1919-1929, both to savor it, a vintage decade, the very last happy period in old Earth's history, but also to avoid the first of the Terran planetary wars. The one known now, it has already started, as the European War, then will be called the World War, then still later the First World War, and designated in most ancient histories as Phase 1 of the First Terran Planetary War. Don't fret, I'm going to give it a wide berth. This involves changes in my travel plans, but none in the 1926 pickup. I have little memory of this war. I was too young. But I recall, probably from school lessons rather than from direct memory, that this country got into it in 1917, and that the war ended the following year. And that date I remember exactly, as it was my 6th birthday, and I thought the noise and celebration was for me. What I can't remember is the exact date this country entered the war. I may not have looked it up in planning this junket. My purpose was to arrive after 11 November 1918, the day the war ended, and I allowed what I thought was a comfortable margin. I was fitting in those 10 years most carefully, as the following 10 years, 1929-1939, are decidedly not a vintage decade, and they end with the start of Phase 2 of the First Terran Planetary War. There is no possible way for me to look up that date, but I find one bright clue in my memory, a phrase, the guns of August. That phrase has a sharp association in my memory with this war, and it fits, for I remember that it was warm, summery weather. August is summer here, when Gramp, your maternal grandfather, dears, took me out into the backyard and explained to me what war is and why we must win. I don't think he made me understand it, but I remember the occasion. I remember his serious manner. I remember the weather, warm, and the time of day, just before supper. Very well. I'll expect this country to declare war next August. I'll duck for cover in July, for I have no interest in this war. I know which side won, the side this country will be on, but I also know that the war to end all wars, it was called that, was a disastrous defeat both for victors and vanquished. It led, inevitably, to the great collapse and caused me to get off this planet. Nothing I can do will change any of that. There are no paradoxes. So, I will hole up till it's over. Almost every nation on Terra eventually picked sides, but many did no fighting, and the war did not get close to them, especially nations south of here, Central and South America. So, that is probably where I will go. But I have almost Central and South America. So, that is probably where I will go. But I have almost a year to plan it. It is easy here to be anything you claim to be. No identification cards, no computer codes, no thumbprints, no tax numbers. Mind you, this planet now has as many people as Secundus has. Will have, your now. Yet births are not even registered in much of this country. Mine was not, other than with the families. And the man is whoever he says he is. There are no formalities about leaving this country. It is slightly more difficult to get back in, but I have endless time to cope with that. But I should, through ordinary prudence, go away for the duration of this war. Why? Conscription. I'm darned if I'll try to explain that term to girls who just barely know what a war is, but it means slave armies. And it means to me that I should have asked Ishtar to make me look at least twice the apparent age I look now. If I hang around here too long, I risk becoming an involuntary hero in a war that was over before I was old enough to go to school. This strikes me as ridiculous. So, I'll concentrate on accumulating money to carry me a couple of years, convert that into gold, about 8 kilos, not too heavy. Then the 1st of next July, move south. A mild problem, then, as this country is conducting a small-scale border war with the one just south of it. Going north is out of the question. That country is already in a big war. The ocean to the east has underwater warships in it. These tend to shoot at anything that floats. But the ocean on the other side is free of such vermin. If I take a ship going south from a seaport on the west side of this country, I'll wind up outside the fighting zones. In the meantime, I must improve my Spanish. Much like Galacta, but prettier. I'll find a tutor. No, Laz, not a horizontal one. Don't you ever think about anything else? Come to think of it, dear, what else is worth thinking about? Money? Yes, money at the moment, and I have plans for that. The country is about to elect a chief of government, and I am the only man on Terra who knows who will be elected. Why did it stick in my memory? Take a look at my registered family's name. So my pressing problem is to lay hands on money to bet on that election. What I win, I'll use to gamble in the bourse. Except that it won't be gambling, as this country is already in a war economy, and I know it will continue. I wish I could accept bets on the election instead of placing them, but that is too risky to my skin. I don't have the right political connections. You see, no, I'd better explain how this city is organized. Kansas City is a pleasant place. It has tree-shaded streets, lovely residential neighborhoods, a boulevard, and a park system known throughout the planet. Its excellent paving encourages the automobile carriages that are beginning to be popular. Most of this country is still deep in mud. Kansas City's well-paved streets have more of these auto-propelled vehicles than horse-drawn ones. The city is prosperous, being the second largest market and transportation center of the most productive agricultural area on Terra. Grain, beef, pork. The unsightly aspects of this trade are down in river bottoms, while the citizens live in beautiful wooded hills. On a damp morning when the wind sets from that quarter, one sometimes catches a whiff of stockyards. Otherwise, the air is clear and clean and beautiful. It is a quiet city. Traffic is never dense, and the clop-clop of horses' hooves or the warning gong of an electrically propelled street railroad car is just enough to accent the silence. The sounds of children at play are louder. Galahad is more interested in how a culture uses its leisure than in its economics, and so am I, as scratching a living is controlled by circumstances, but not play. By play, I do not mean sex. Sex can't take up too much time of humans matured beyond adolescence, except a few oddities, like the fabled Casanova, and Galahad, of course. May hats off to the Duke. In 1916, nothing I say necessarily applies 10 years later, and certainly not 100 years later. This is the very end of an era. At this time, the typical Kansas Citian makes his own play. His own social events are associated with churches, or with relatives by blood or marriage, or both. Dining, picnicking, playing games, not gambling, or simply visiting and talking. Most of this costs little or nothing except the expense of supporting their churches, which are social clubs as much as they are temples of religious faith. The major commercial entertainment is called moving pictures, dramatic shows presented as silent black and white shadow pictures flickering against the blank wall. These are quite new, very popular, and very cheap. They are called nickel shows, after the minor coin charged as a fee. Each neighborhood, defined as walking distance, has at least one such theater. This form of entertainment and its technological derivatives eventually will have as much to do with the destruction of this social pattern as the automobile carriages. Get Galahad's opinion on this, but in 1916 neither has yet disturbed what appears to be a stable and rather utopian pattern. Anomie has not yet set in. The norms are strong, customs are binding, and no one here and now would believe that the occasional rumble is Cheney-Stokes breathing of the culture about to die. Literacy is at the highest level this culture will ever attain. My dears, the people of 1916 simply would not believe 2016. They won't even believe that they are about to be enmeshed in the first of the great final wars. That is why the man for whom I am named is about to be re-elected. We are neutral, too proud to fight. He kept us out of war. Under these slogans, they are marching over the precipice, not knowing it is there. I'm depressing myself. Hindsight is a vice, especially when it is foresight. Now, let's look at the underside of this lovely city. The city is a nominal democracy. In fact, it is nothing of the sort. It is governed by one politician who holds no office. Elections are solemn rituals, and the outcomes are what he ordains. The streets are beautifully paved because his companies pave them, to his profit. The schools are excellent, and they actually teach, because this monarch wants it that way. He is pragmatically benign and does not overreach. Crime, which means anything illegal, and includes both prostitution and gambling, is franchised through his lieutenants. He never touches it himself. Much of this crime, by definition, is handled by an organization sometimes called the Black Hand, but in 1916 it usually has no name and is never seen. But it is why I don't dare accept election bets. I would be encroaching on a monopoly of one of this politician's lieutenants, which would be very dangerous to my health. Instead, I'll bet by the local rules and keep my mouth shut. The respectable citizen, with his pleasant home and garden and church and happy children, sees none of this, and I think suspects little of it, and thinks about it less. The city is divided into zones with firm though unmarked bounds. The descendants of former slaves live in a zone that forms a buffer between the nice part of town and the area dominated by and lived in by the franchised monopolists of such things as gambling and prostitution. At night, the zones mix, only under unspoken conventions. In the daytime, there is nothing to notice. The boss maintains tight discipline, but keeps it simple. I've heard that he has only 3 unbreakable rules. Keep the streets well paved, don't touch the schools, don't kill anyone south of a certain street. In 1916, it works just fine, but not much longer. I must stop. I have an appointment at KC Photo Supply Company to use a lab in private. Then I must get back to the grift, separating people from dollars painlessly and fairly legally. Love forever, and all the way back. L. P.S. You should see me in a derby hat. The Capo 3. Maureen. Mr. Theodore Bronson, now Woodrow Wilson Smith, a.k.a. Lazarus Long, left his apartment on Armour Boulevard and drove his car, a Ford Landaulet, to a corner on 31st Street, where he parked it in a shed behind a pawn shop, as he took a dim view of leaving an automobile on the street at night. Not that the car had cost Lazarus much. He had acquired it as a result of the belief of an optimist from Denver that aces back-to-back plus a pair showing could certainly beat a pair of jacks. Mr. Jenkins must be bluffing, but Mr. Jenkins had a jack in the hole. It had been a profitable winter, and Lazarus expected a still more prosperous spring. His guess about a war market on certain stocks and commodities had usually been correct, and his spread of investments was wide enough that a wrong guess did not hurt him much, as most of his guesses were right. They could hardly be wrong, since he had anticipated stepped-up submarine warfare, knowing what would eventually bring this country into the war in Europe. Watching the market left him time for other investments in other people's optimism, sometimes at pool, sometimes at cards. He enjoyed pool more, found cards more rewarding. All winter he had played both, and his plain and rather friendly face, when decorated with his best stupid look, marked him as a natural sucker, a look he enhanced by dressing as a hayseed come to town. Lazarus did not mind other pool hall hustlers, or mechanics in card games, or reader cards. He simply kept quiet and accepted any build-up winnings offered him, then lost his nerve and dropped out before the kill. He enjoyed these crooked games. It was easier and pleasanter to take money from a thief than it was to play an honest game to win, and it did not cost as much sleep. He always dropped out of a crooked game early, even when he was behind, but his timing was rarely that bad. Winnings he reinvested in the market. All winter he had stayed Red Jenkins, living at the YMCA and spending almost nothing. When the weather was very bad, he stayed in read, avoiding the steep and icy streets. He had forgotten how harsh a Kansas City winter could be. Once, he saw a team of big horses trying gallantly to haul a heavy truck up a steep pitch of 10th Street above Grand Avenue. The off-horse slipped on the ice and broke a leg. Lazarus heard the cannon bone pop. It made him feel sick. and he wanted to horsewhip the teamster. Why hadn't the fool taken the long way around? Such days were best spent in his room, or in the main public library near the YMCA. Hundreds of thousands of real books, bound books, he could hold in his hands. They tempted him almost into neglecting his pursuit of money. During that cruel winter he spent every spare hour there, getting reacquainted with his oldest friends. Mark Twain, with Dan Beard's illustrations. Dr. Conan Doyle, The Marvelous Land of Oz, as described by the royal historian, and portrayed in color by John R. Neal. Rudyard Kipling, Herbert George Wells, Jules Verne. Lazarus felt he could easily spend all the coming 10 years in that wonderful building. But when false spring arrived, he started thinking about moving out of the business district and again changing his persona. It was becoming difficult to get picked as a sucker, either at pool or at poker. His investment program was complete. He had enough cash in Fidelity Savings and Trust Bank to allow him to give up the austerity of the YMCA, find a better address, and show a more prosperous face to the world, essential to his final purpose in this city, re-meeting his first family, and not much time left before his July deadline. Acquiring a presentable motor car crystallized his plans. He spent the next day becoming Theodore Bronson, moved his bank account one street over to the Missouri Savings Bank, and held out ample cash. Visited a barber, and had his hair and mustache restyled. Went to Browning, King & Company, and bought clothing suitable to a conservative young businessman. Then he drove south and cruised Linwood Boulevard, watching for vacancy signs. His requirements were simple: a furnished apartment with a respectable address and facade, its own kitchen and bathroom, and in walking distance of a pool hall on 31st Street. With a respectable address and facade, its own kitchen and bathroom, and in walking distance of a pool hall on 31st Street. He did not plan to hustle in that pool hall. It was one of two places where he hoped to meet a member of his first family. Lazarus found what he needed, but on Armour Boulevard rather than Linwood, and rather far from that pool hall. This caused him to rent 2 garaging spaces, difficult as Kansas City was not yet accustomed to supplying housing for automobiles. But $2 a month got him space in a barn close to his apartment. $3 a month got him a shed behind the pawn shop next to the idle hour billiard parlor. He started a routine. Spend each evening from 8 to 10 at the pool hall, attend the church on Linwood Boulevard that his family had did attend, go downtown mornings when business required, by streetcar. Lazarus considered an automobile a nuisance in downtown Kansas City, and he enjoyed riding streetcars. He began profit-taking on his investments, converting the proceeds into gold double eagles and saving them in a lockbox in a third bank, the Commonwealth. He expected to complete liquidation with enough gold to carry him through November 11th, 1918, well before his July departure date. In his spare time he kept the landaulet shining, took care of its upkeep himself, and drove it for pleasure. He also worked slowly, carefully, and very privately on a tailoring job, making a chamois skin vest that was nothing but pockets, each to hold one $20 gold piece. When completed and filled, the pockets sewn shut, he planned to cover it, inside and out, with a suit vest he had used as a pattern. It would be much too warm, but a money belt was not enough for that much gold, and money that clinked instead of rustled was the only sort he was certain he could use outside the country in wartime. Besides, when filled, it would be almost a bulletproof vest. One never knew what lay around the next corner, and those Latin American countries were volatile. Each Saturday afternoon he took conversational Spanish from a Westport high school teacher who lived nearby. All in all, he kept pleasantly busy and on schedule. That evening, after locking his Ford landaulet into the shed back of the pawn shop, Lazarus glanced into the Bierstube adjoining it. thinking that his grandfather might have a stein of Mühlebach there before going home. The problem of how to meet his first family easily and naturally had occupied his mind from time to time all winter. He wanted to be accepted as a friend in his home, but could not walk up the front steps, twist the doorbell, and announce himself as a long-lost cousin, nor even as a friend of a friend from Paducah. He had no connections with which to swing it, and if he tried a complex lie, he was certain his grandfather would spot it. Thus he had decided on a pianissimo double approach: the church attended by his family, except his grandfather, and the hangout his grandfather used when he wanted to get away from his daughter's family. Lazarus was sure of the church, and his memory was confirmed the first Sunday he had gone there, with a shock that had upset him even more than the shock of learning that he was 3 years early. He saw his mother, and had momentarily mistaken her for one of his twin sisters. But almost instantly he realized why. Maureen Johnson Smith was the genetic mother of his identicals as certainly as she was his own mother. Nevertheless, it had shaken him, and he was glad to have several hymns and a long sermon in which to calm down. He avoided looking at her, and spent the time trying to sort out his brothers and sisters. Twice since then he had seen his mother at church, and now could look at her without flinching, and could even see that this pretty young matron was compatible with his faded image of what his mother ought to look like. But he still felt that he would never have recognized her, had it not been for his sharp recollection of lapis lazuli and Lorelei Lee. He had illogically expected a much older woman, more as she had been when he left home. Attending church had not resulted in his meeting her or his siblings, although the pastor had introduced him to other parishioners. But he continued to drive his automobile to church against the day when it might be polite to offer her and his siblings a ride home. 6 blocks over on Benton Boulevard. The spring weather would not always be dry. He had not been as certain of his grandfather's hangout. He was sure that this was where Gramp used to go 10 or 12 years later. But did he go here when Woody Smith is, not yet 5? Having checked the German beer parlor, and noted that it had suddenly changed its name to the Swiss Garden, he went into the pool hall. Pool tables were all in use. He went back to the rear, where there was one billiard table, a card table, and one for chess or checkers. No pool game being available, it seemed a good time to practice some mistakes at 3-cushion. Gramp. His grandfather was alone at the chess table. Lazarus recognized him at once. Lazarus did not break stride. He went on toward the cue rack, hesitated as he was about to pass the chess table, looked down at the array. Ira Johnson looked up, seemed to recognize Lazarus, seemed about to speak, and then to think better of it. "Excuse me," said Lazarus. "I didn't mean to interrupt." "No harm?" said the old man. How old? To Lazarus he seemed both older and younger than he ought to be, and smaller. When was he born? Almost 10 years before the Civil War. "Just fiddling with the chess problem." "How many moves to mate?" "You play?" "Some," Lazarus added. "My grandfather taught me, but I haven't played lately." "Care for a game?" "If you want to put up with a rusty player." Ira Johnson picked up a white pawn and a black, put them behind his back, brought them out in his fists. Lazarus pointed, found that he had chosen the black. Gramp started setting up pieces. "My name is Johnson," he offered. "I'm Ted Bronson, sir." They shook hands. Ira Johnson advanced his king's pawn to 4. Lazarus answered in kind. They played silently. By the 6th move, Lazarus suspected that his grandfather was recreating one of Steinnitz's master games. By the 9th, he was sure of it. Should he use the escape Dora had discovered? No, that would feel like cheating. Of course a computer could play better chess than a man. He concentrated on playing as well as possible without attempting Dora's subtle variation. Lazarus was checkmated on White's 29th move, and it seemed to him that the master game had been perfectly reproduced. Wilhelm Steinitz against some Russian. What was his name? Must ask Dora. He waved to a marker, started to pay for the game. His grandfather pushed his coin aside, insisted on paying for the use of the table, and added to the marker, "Son, fetch us 2 sarsaparillas." "That suit you, Mr. Bronson?" "Well, the boy can fetch you a beer from those Huns next door." "Sarsaparilla is fine, thank you." "Ready for revenge?" "After I catch my breath." "You play a tough game, Mr. Johnson." "You said you were rusty." "I am. But my grandfather taught me when I was very young, and played me every day for years." "Do tell. I have a grandson I play. Tyke isn't in school yet, but I spot him only a horse." "Maybe he would play me. Even." "You'll allow him a night, same as I do." Mr. Johnson paid for the drinks, tipped the boy a nickel. "What business are you in, Mr. Bronson, if you don't mind my asking?" "None at all. In business for myself. Buy things, sell things, make a little, lose a little." "So, when are you going to sell me the Brooklyn Bridge?" "Sorry, sir, I unloaded that last week, but I can offer you a bargain in Spanish prisoners." Mr. Johnson smiled sourly. "Guess that'll teach me." "But, Mr. Johnson, if I told you I was a pool hall hustler, you wouldn't let me play chess with your grandson." "Might, might not. Shall we get set up? Your turn for White." With the first move allowing him to control the pace, Lazarus made a slow, careful build-up of his attack. His grandfather was equally careful, left no openings in his defense. They were so evenly matched that it took Lazarus 41 moves and much skull sweat to turn his first move advantage into a mate. "Play off the tie?" Ira Johnson shook his head. 2 games a night is my limit. 2 like that is over my limit." "Thank you, sir. You play a fine game, for a man who is, rusty." He pushed back his chair. "Time for me to head for the stable." "It's raining." "So I noticed. I'll stand in the doorway and watch for the 31st Street trolley." "I have my automobile here. I'd be honored to run you home." "Hey? No need to. Only a block from the car line at the other end, and if I get a little damp, I'll be home and can get dry." "More like 4 blocks, and you'll be soaked, Gramp." "Mr. Johnson, I'm going to crank up the flivver anyhow, to go home myself. It's no trouble to drop you anywhere. I like to drive. In about 3 minutes, I'll pull up in front and honk. If you're there, fine. If you aren't, I'll assume that you prefer not to accept rides from strangers and will take no offense." "Don't be touchy. Where's your automobile? I'll come with you." "No, please, no need for both of us to go out in the rain for a one-man job. I'll slide out the back through the alley. Then I'll be at the curb almost before you reach the front door." Lazarus decided to be stubborn. Gramp could smell a mouse farther than a cat could, and would wonder why Ted Bronson kept a garage at hand when he claimed to live a driving distance away. Bad. "How are you going to handle this, Bub? You've got to tell Gramp a passel of lies or you'll never get inside that house, your own home, to meet the rest of your family." But complexity is contrary to the basic principle of successful lying, and Gramp is the very man who taught you that. Yet the truth could not serve, and keeping silent was just as useless. How are you going to solve this, when Gramp is as suspicious as you are and twice as shrewd? Ira Johnson stood up. "Thank you, Mr. Bronson. I'll be at the front door." By the time Lazarus had his landaulet cranked, He had settled on tactics and outlined a long-range policy. A. Drive around the block. This wagon should be wet. B. Don't use this shed again. Better to have this puddle jumper stolen than to leave a hole in your cover story. C. When you surrender the shed, see if Uncle Daddlebaum has his old set of chessmen. D. Make your lies fit what you said, including that too hasty truth about who taught you to play chess. E. Tell as much truth as possible, even if it doesn't sound good, but damn it, you should be a foundling. And that doesn't fit having a grandfather, unless you invent complexities, any one of which might snap back and catch you out. When Lazarus sounded the klaxon, Ira Johnson darted out and scrambled in. "Where now?" asked Lazarus. His grandfather explained how to reach his daughter's home and added, "Pretty ritzy rig to call a flivver. I got a good price for the Brooklyn Bridge. Should I swing up to Linwood or follow the car tracks?" "Suit yourself. Since you've unloaded the bridge, you might tell me about these Spanish prisoners. Good investment?" Lazarus concentrated a while on getting his vehicle headed down the tracks, while avoiding the tracks themselves. Mr. Johnson, I evaded your question about what I do for a living." "Your business." "I really have hustled pool." "Again, your business." "And I ran out and let you pay the table fee a second time, as well as letting you pay for the pop. I did not intend to." "So, 30 cents, plus a nickel tip. Knock off 5 cents the streetcar would have cost me. That makes your half 15 cents. If it worries you, drop it in his cup the next time you pass a blind man. I'm getting a chauffeured ride on a wet night. Cheap. This is hardly a jitney bus." "Very well, sir. I wanted to get straight with you, because I enjoyed the games and hope to play again." "The pleasure was mutual. I enjoy a game where a man makes me work." "Thank you. Now, to answer your question properly, yes, I've hustled pool. Pleasure was mutual. I enjoy a game where a man makes me work." "Thank you. Now, to answer your question properly, yes, I've hustled pool in the past. It's not what I do now. I'm in business for myself, buying things, selling things, but not the Brooklyn Bridge. As for the Spanish prisoner con, I've had it tried on me. I deal in the commodities market, grain futures and such. I do the same with stock margins, but I won't try to sell you anything. I'm neither a broker nor a bucket shop operator. Instead, I deal through established brokers. Oh yes, one more thing. I don't peddle tips. Give a man what seems to me a good tip, and he loses his shirt and blames me. So I don't." "Mr. Bronson, I had no call to ask about your business. That was nosy of me. It was meant to be a friendly inquiry." "I took it as friendly, so I wanted to give it a proper answer." "Nosy just the same. I don't need to know your background." "That's just it, Mr. Johnson. I don't have a background. Pool hustler." "Not much wrong with that. Pool is an open game, like chess. Difficult to cheat." "Well, I do something you might regard as cheating." "Look, son, if you need a father confessor, I can tell you where to find one. I am not one." "Sorry. Didn't mean to be blunt, but you do have something on your mind." Nothing much, perhaps. It has to do with having no background. None. So I go to church to meet people. To meet nice people, respectable people. People a man with no background otherwise could never meet. "Mr. Bronson, everybody has some background." Lazarus turned down Benton Boulevard before answering. "Not me, sir. Oh, I was born somewhere. Thanks to the man who let me call him grandfather, and his wife. I had a pretty good childhood. But they're long gone, and shucks, I don't even know that my name is Ted Bronson." "Happens. You're an orphan?" "I suppose so. And a bastard, probably. Is this the house?" Lazarus stopped one house short of their home. Next one, with the porch light on. Lazarus eased the car forward, stopped again. Been nice meeting you, Mr. Johnson. Don't be in a hurry. These people, Bronson, who took care of you, where was this? Bronson is a name I picked off a calendar. I thought it sounded better than Ted Jones or Ted Smith. I was probably born in the southern part of the state, but I can't prove even that. So, I practiced medicine down that way at one time. What county? I know you did, Gramp, so let's be careful with this one. Greene County. I don't mean I was born there, I just mean I was told I came from an orphanage in Springfield. And I probably didn't deliver you. My practice was farther north. But we might have kinfolk. Huh? Excuse me, Dr. Johnson? Don't call me Dr. Ted. I dropped that title when I quit delivering babies. What I mean is this. When I first saw you, you startled me, because you are the spitting image of my older brother Edward, who was an engineer on the St. Louis in San Francisco, till he lost his air brakes, and that ended his trifling ways. He had sweethearts in Fort Scott, St. Louis, Wichita, and Memphis. I've no reason to think he neglected Springfield. Could be. Lazarus grinned. Should I call you Uncle? Suit yourself. Oh, I shan't. Whatever happened, there's no way to prove it. But it would be nice to have a family. Son, quit being self-conscious about it. The country doctor learns that such mishaps are far more common than most people dream. Alexander Hamilton and Leonardo da Vinci are in the same boat with you. To name just two of the many great men entitled to wear the Ben Sinister. So stand tall and proud and spit in their eyes. I see the parlor light is still burned. What would you say to a cup of coffee? Oh, I wouldn't want to inconvenience you or disturb your family. It'll do neither. My daughter always leaves the pot on the back of the range for me. If she happens to be downstairs in a wrapper, unlikely, she'll go flying up the back stairs, then reappear instantly down the front stairs, dressed fit to kill. Like a fire horse when the bell rings. I don't know how she does it. Come on in. Ira Johnson unlocked the front door, then called out as he opened it. Maureen, I have company with me. Coming, Father. Mrs. Smith met them in the hall, moving with serene dignity, and dressed as if she expected callers. She smiled, and Lazarus suppressed his excitement. Maureen, I want to present Mr. Theodore Bronson, my daughter, Ted, Mrs. Brian Smith. She offered her hand. You are most welcome, Mr. Bronson. Mrs. Smith said in warm, rich tones that made Lazarus think of Tamara. Lazarus took her hand gently, felt his fingers tingle, had to restrain himself from making a deep bow and kissing it. He forced himself to give only a hint of a bow, then let go at once. I am honored, Mrs. Smith. Do come in and sit down. Thank you, but it's late, and I was merely dropping your father off on my way home. Must you leave so quickly? I was simply donning stockings and reading the Ladies' Home Journal. Nothing important. Maureen, I promised Mr. Bronson a cup of coffee. He fetched me home from the chess club and saved me a soaking. Yes, Father, right away. Take his hat and make him sit down. She smiled and left. Lazarus let his grandfather seat him in the parlor, and took advantage of the moments his mother was out of sight to quiet down and to glance around. Aside from the fact that the room had shrunk, it looked much as he remembered it. An upright piano she had taught him to play, fireplace with gas logs, mantel shelf with beveled mirror above, a glass-fronted sectional bookcase, heavy drapes and lace curtains, his parents' wedding picture framed with their hearts and flowers, marriage license. And balancing this, a reproduction of Millet's Gleaners, and other pictures large and small, a rocking chair, a platform rocker with a footstool, straight chairs, armchairs, tables, lamps, all crowded and in an easygoing mixture of mission oak and bird's-eye maple. Lazarus felt at home. Even the wallpaper seemed familiar, save that he realized uneasily that he had been given his father's chair. An archway, filled by a beat-up portiere, led into the living room, now dark. Lazarus tried to recall what should be in there and wondered if it would look just as familiar. The parlor was immaculately neat and clean, and kept that way, he knew, despite a large family, but the living room being used mainly by children, while this room was reserved for their elders and for guests. How many kids now? Nancy, then Carol, and Brian Jr., and George and Mary, and himself. And since this was early 1917, Dickie had to be about 3, and Ethel would still be in diapers. What was that behind his mother's chair? Could it be... Yes, it's my elephant. What are you, little devil? You know you aren't supposed to play in here, and everything must go back into your toy box before you go up to bed. That's a flat rule. The toy animal was small, about 6 inches high, made of stuffed cloth, and gray with much handling. Lazarus felt resentment that such a treasure, his, was entrusted to a young child, then managed to laugh at himself even though the emotion persisted. He felt tempted to steal the toy. "Excuse me, you were saying, Mr. Johnson?" "I said I was temporarily delegated in loco parentis. My son-in-law has gone to Plattsburgh, and..." Lazarus lost the rest of the remark. Mrs. Smith returned in a soft rustle of satin petticoats, carrying a loaded tray. Lazarus jumped to relieve her of it. She smiled and let him. By golly, that was the Haviland china he had not been allowed to touch until after he got his first long pants. And the company coffee service. Solid silver serving pot, cream pitcher, sugar bowl and tongs, the Columbian Exposition souvenir spoons, linen doilies, matching tea napkins, thin slices of pound cake, a silver dish of mince. How did you do this in 3 minutes or less? You're certainly doing the prodigal proud. No, don't be a fool, Lazarus. She's doing her father proud, entertaining his guest. You are a faceless stranger. "Children all in bed?" inquired Mr. Johnson. "All but Nancy," Mrs. Smith answered, serving them. "She and a young man went to the Isis and should be home soon." "Show was over half an hour ago." "Is there any harm in their stopping for a Sunday? The ice cream parlor is on a brightly lighted corner, right where they catch their streetcar." "A young girl shouldn't be out after dark without a chaperone." "Father, this is 1917, not 1890. He's a fine boy, and I can't expect him to miss an episode of this serial. Pearl White, and very exciting. Nancy tells me all about it. With a William S. Hart feature tonight, I understand. I would have enjoyed seeing that myself." "Well, I've still got my shotgun." "Father..." Lazarus concentrated on remembering to eat cake with a fork. "She's trying to bring me up," Gramps said, grumpily. "Won't work." "I'm sure Mr. Bronson is not interested in our family problems," Mrs. Smith said quietly. "If they were problems, which they are not... May I warm your coffee, Mr. Bronson?" "Thank you, ma'am." "That's right, he isn't. But Nancy should be told soon. Marine, take a close look at Ted. Ever seen him before?" His mother looked over her cup at Lazarus, put it down, and said, "Mr. Bronson, when you came in, I had the oddest feeling. At church, was it not?" Lazarus admitted that such could have been the case. Gramps' brows shot up. "So, I must warn the parson. But even if you did meet there..." "We did not meet at church, Father. What with herding my zoo, I barely have time to speak to Reverend and Mrs. Draper. But now that I think about it, I'm sure I saw Mr. Bronson there last Sunday. One does notice a new face among old familiar ones." Daughter as may be. That wasn't what I meant. Whom does Ted look like? No, never mind. Doesn't he look like your Uncle Ned? His mother again looked at Lazarus. Well, yes, I see a resemblance, but he looks even more like you, Father. No. Ted's from Springfield. All my sins were farther north. Father, daughter, quit worrying about me rattling the family skeleton. It's possible that... Ted, may I tell it? Certainly, Mr. Johnson. As you said, it's nothing to be ashamed of, and I'm not. Ted is an orphan, Maureen. A foundling. If Ned weren't warming his toes in hell, I'd ask him some searching questions. The time and place is right, and Ted certainly looks like our kin. Father, I think you are embarrassing our guest. I don't. Don't you be so hoity-toity, young lady. You're a grown woman with children. You can stand plain talk. Mrs. Smith, I'm not embarrassed. Whoever my parents were, I am proud of them. They gave me a strong, healthy body and a brain that serves my needs. Well spoken, young man. And while I would be proud to claim your father as my uncle, and you as my cousin, if it were so, it seems more likely that my parents were taken by a typhoid epidemic down that way. The dates match well enough. Mr. Johnson frowned. How old are you, Ted? Lazarus thought fast, and decided to be his mother's age. I'm 35. Why, that's just my age. Really, Mrs. Smith? If you hadn't made clear that you have a daughter old enough to go to the picture show with a young man, I would have thought you were about 18. Oh, go along with you. I have 8 children. Impossible. Maureen doesn't look her age, agreed her father. Hasn't changed since she was a bride. Runs in the family. Her mother doesn't have a gray hair today. Where is Grandma? Oh, yes. Oh, so don't ask. But, Ted, you don't look 35 either. I would have guessed middle 20s. Well, I don't know exactly how old I am, but I can't be younger than that. I might be a bit older. Quite a bit, Gramp. A bit older. Quite a bit, Gramp. But it's close enough that when I'm asked, I just put down the 4th of July, 1882. Why, that's my birthday. Yes, Mom, I know. Really, Mrs. Smith? I didn't mean to steal your birthday. I'll move over a few days. Say the 1st of July, since I'm not certain anyhow. Oh, don't do that. Father, you must bring Mr. Bronson home for dinner on our joint birthday. Do you think Brian would like that? Certainly he would. I'll write to him about it. He'll be home long before then in any case. You know Brian always says, the more the merrier. We'll be expecting you, Mr. Bronson. Mrs. Smith, that's most kind of you, but I expect to leave on a long business trip on the 1st of July. I think you've let Father scare you off. Or is it the prospect of eating dinner with 8 noisy children? Never mind. My husband will invite you himself, and then we'll see what you say. In the meantime, Maureen, stop crowding him. You've got him flustered. Let me see something. You two stand up, side by side. Go ahead. Ted, she won't bite you. Mrs. Smith? She shrugged and dimpled, then accepted his hand to get out of her rocking chair. Father always wants to see something. Lazarus stood by her, facing his grandfather, and tried to ignore her fragrance. A touch of toilet water, but mostly the light, warm, delicious scent of sweet and healthy woman. Lazarus was afraid to think about it, was careful not to let it show in his face, but it hit him like a heavy blow. Both of you step up to the mantel and look at yourselves in the glass. Ted, there was no typhoid epidemic down that way in 82, nor 83. Really, sir? Of course I can't remember. And I shouldn't have tossed in that flourish. Sorry, Gramp. Would you believe the truth? You might. Out of all the men I've ever known. Oh, don't risk it, bub. Forget it. Nope, just the usual number of dumb fools too lazy to build their privies a proper distance from their wells. which I feel certain could not describe your parents. Can't guess about your mother, but I think your father died with his hand on the throttle, still trying to gain control. Maureen?" Mrs. Smith stared at her reflection and that of their guest. She said slowly, "Father, Mr. Bronson and I look enough alike to be brother and sister." "No. First cousins, although with Ned gone there's no way to prove it. I think—" Mr. Johnson was interrupted by a yell from the front staircase landing. "Mama! Gramp! I want to be buttoned up!" Ira Johnson answered, "Woody, you're up, Scallion. Get back upstairs." Instead, the child came down, small, male, freckled, and ginger-haired, dressed in Dr. Denton's, with the seat flapping behind him. He stared at Lazarus with beady, suspicious eyes. Lazarus felt a shiver run down his spine and tried not to look at the child. "Who's that?" Mrs. Smith said quickly, "Forgive me, Mr. Bronson." Then she added quietly, "Come here, Woodrow." Her father said, "Don't bother, Maureen. I'll take him up and blister his bottom. Then I'll button him." "You and what 6 others?" the boy-child demanded. "Me, myself, and a baseball bat." Mrs. Smith quietly and quickly attended to the child's needs, then hurried him out of the room and headed him up the stairs. She returned and sat down. Her father said, "Maureen, that was just an excuse. Woody can button himself. When he's too old for that baby outfit, put him in a nightshirt." "Father, shall we discuss it another time?" Mr. Johnson shrugged. "I've overstepped again. Ted, that one's a chess player. He's a stem winder, named for President Wilson, but he's not too proud to fight. Mean little devil." "Father." All right, but it's true. That's what I like about Woody. He'll go far." Mrs. Smith said, "Please excuse us, Mr. Bronson. My father and I sometimes differ a little about how to bring up a boy, but we should not burden you with it." "Maureen, I simply won't let you make a little Lord Fauntleroy out of Woody." "There's no danger of that, Father. He takes after you. My father was in the War of '98, Mr. Bronson, and the insurrection, and the Boxer Rebellion, and he can't forget it." "Of course not. I keep my old Army 38 under my pillow, my son-in-law being away." "Nor would I wish him to forget. I'm proud of my father, Mr. Bronson, and I hope that all my sons will grow up with his same spirit. But I want them to learn to speak politely, too." "Maureen, I would rather have Woody sass me than be timid with me. He'll learn to speak politely soon enough. All the boys will take care of that. A lesson in manners punctuated with a black eye sticks. I know from experience." The discussion was interrupted by the jingle of the doorbell. "That should be Nancy," Mr. Johnson said, and got up to answer. Lazarus heard Nancy say good night to someone, then stood up himself to be introduced, and was not startled only because he had already picked out his eldest sister at church and knew that she looked like a young edition of Laz or Laura. She spoke to him politely, but rushed upstairs as soon as she was excused. "Do sit down, Mr. Bronson." "Thank you, Mrs. Smith. But you were staying up until your daughter returned." "She has, so I will leave." "Oh, there's no hurry. Father and I are night owls." "Thank you very much. I enjoyed the coffee and the cake, and most especially the company. But it is time for me to say good night. You have been most kind." "If you must, sir, will we see you at church on Sunday?" "I expect to be there, ma'am." Lazarus drove home in a daze, body alert but thoughts elsewhere. He reached his apartment, bolted himself in, checked windows and blinds automatically, stripped off his clothes and started a tub. Then he looked grimly at himself in the bathroom mirror. "You stupid arsefartle," he said with slow intensity. "You whirling son of a bitch. Can't you do anything right?" No, apparently not. Not even something as simple as getting reacquainted with his mother. Gramp had been no problem. The old goat had given him no surprises. Other than being shorter and smaller than Lazarus remembered, he was just as grumpy, suspicious, cynical, formerly polite, belligerent, and delightful as Lazarus had remembered. There had been worrisome moments when he had thrown himself on the mercy of the court, but that gambit had paid off better than Lazarus had had any reason to hope, through an unsuspected family resemblance. Lazarus not only had never seen Gramp's elder brother, dead before Woody Smith was born, but he had forgotten that there ever was an Edward Johnson. Was Uncle Ned listed with the families? Asked Justin. Never mind. Not important. Mother had put her finger on the correct answer. Lazarus resembled his grandfather, and his mother, as Gramp had pointed out. But that had resulted only in conjectures concerning dear old Uncle Ned and his trifling ways, ones that Mother did not mind listening to, once she was certain that her guest was not embarrassed. Embarrassed. It had changed his status from stranger to cousin. Lazarus wanted to kiss Uncle Ned and thank him for those trifling ways that made kinship plausible. Gramp believed the theory. Of course, it was his own, and his daughter seemed willing to treat it as a possible hypothesis. Lazarus, it's just the inside track you need. If you weren't such a blithering idiot. He tested the bathwater. Cold. He shut it off and pulled the plug. A promise of hot water all day long had been one inducement when Lazarus had rented this musty cave. But the janitor turned off the water heater before he went to bed, and anyone looking for hot water later than 9 was foolish. Well, he qualified as foolish, and perhaps cold water would do more for his unstable condition than hot. But he had wanted a long hot soak to soothe his nerves and help him think. He had fallen in love with his mother. Face it, Lazarus. This is impossible, and you don't know how to handle it. In more than 2,000 years of one silly misadventure after the other, this is the most preposterous predicament you ever got into. Oh, sure, a son loves his mother. As Woody Smith, Lazarus had never doubted that. He'd always kissed his mother good night, usually, hugged her when he saw her, if he wasn't in a hurry, remembered her birthday, almost always, thanked her for cookies or cake she left out for him whenever he was out late, except when he forgot, and sometimes had told her he loved her. She had been a good mother. She had never screamed at him, or at any of them, and when necessary had used a switch at once, and the matter was over with. Never that wait-till-your-father-gets-home routine. Lazarus could still feel that Pete's switch on his calves. It had caused him to levitate, better than Thurston the Great, at a very early age. He recalled, too, that as he grew older, he found that he was proud of the way she looked, always neat and standing straight, and invariably gracious to his friends, not like some of the mothers of other boys. Oh, sure, a boy loves his mother, and Woody had been blessed with one of the best. But this was not what Lazarus felt toward Maureen Johnson Smith, lovely young matron, just his own age. That visit this night had been delicious agony, for he had never in all his lives been so unbearably attracted, so sexually obsessed by any woman, anywhere or when. During that short visit, Lazarus had been forced to be most careful not to let his passion show, and especially cautious not to appear too gallant, not be more than impersonally polite, not by expression or tone of voice or anything else risk arousing Gramps' always alert suspicions, not let Gramps suspect the storm of lust that had raged up in him as soon as he touched her hand. Lazarus looked down at proof of his passion, hard and tall, and slapped it. "What are you standing up for? There's nothing doing for you. This is the Bible Belt." It was indeed. Gramp did not believe in the Bible or live by Bible Belt standards, yet Lazarus felt sure that were he to provoke it by breaching those standards, Gramp would shoot him quite dispassionately on behalf of his son-in-law. Possibly the old man would let the first shot go wide and give him a chance to run. but Lazarus was not willing to bet his life on it. Gramp, acting for his son-in-law, might feel duty-bound to shoot straight, and Lazarus knew how straight the old man could shoot. Forget it. Forget it. He was not going to give either Gramp or his father any reason to shoot, or even to be angry. And you forget it too, you blind snake. Lazarus wondered when his father would be home, and tried to remember how he looked. Found his memory blurred. Lazarus had always been closer to his grandfather Johnson than to his father. Not only had his father often been away on business, but also Gramp had been home in the daytime and willing to spend time with Woody. His other grandparents? Somewhere in Ohio, Cincinnati? No matter. His memory of them was so faint that it did not seem worthwhile to try to see them. He had completed all that he had intended to do in Kansas City, and if he had the sense God promised a doorknob, the time to leave is now. Skip church on Sunday, stay away from the pool hall, go down Monday and sell his remaining holdings, and leave. Climb into the Ford. No, sell it, and take a train to San Francisco. There catch the first ship south. Send Gramp and Maureen polite notes, mailed from Denver or San Francisco, saying that he was sorry but that business trip, etc. But get out of town. Because Lazarus knew that the attraction had not been one-sided. He thought that he had kept Gramp from guessing his emotional storm, but Maureen had been aware of it and had not resented it. No, she had been flattered and pleased. They had been on the same frequency at once, and without a word or any meaningful glance or touch, her transponder had answered him silently. Then, as opportunity made it possible, she had answered overtly, once with a dinner invitation, which Gramp had tromped on, and she had promptly tromped back in a fashion that made it acceptable by the mores. Then the second time, just as he was leaving, with the also fully acceptable suggestion that she would expect to see him in church. Well, why should a young matron, even in 1917, not be pleased, and flattered, and unresentful, to know that a man wanted most urgently to take her to bed and treat her with gentle roughness? If his nails were clean, if his breath was sweet, if his manners were polite and respectful, why not? A woman with 8 children is in bed and treat her with gentle roughness. If his nails were clean, if his breath was sweet, if his manners were polite and respectful, why not? A woman with 8 children is no nervous virgin. She is used to a man in her bed, in her arms, in her body. And Lazarus would have bet his last cent that Maureen enjoyed it. Lazarus had no reason then, or in his earlier life, to suspect that Maureen Smith had ever been anything but faithful by the most exacting Bible Belt standards. He had no reason to think that she was even flirting with him. Her manner had not suggested it. He doubted if it ever would. But he held a deep certainty that she was as strongly attracted as he was, that she knew exactly where it could lead, and he suspected that she realized that nothing but chaperonage would stop them. But a father in residence and 8 children, plus the contemporary mores concerning what can and can't be done, constituted a lot of chaperonage. Ida's chastity belt could hardly be more efficient. Let's haul it out into the middle of the floor and let the cat sniff it. Sin? Sin, like love, was a word hard to define. It came in 2 bitter but vastly different flavors. The first lay in violating the taboos of your tribe. This passion he felt was certainly sinful by the taboos of the tribe he had been born into, incestuous in the first degree. But it could not possibly be incest to Maureen. To himself, he knew that incest was a religious concept, not a scientific one, and the last 20 years had washed away in his mind almost the last trace of his tribal taboo. What was left was no more than that breath of garlic in a good salad, It made Maureen more enticingly forbidden, if such were possible. It did not scare him off. Maureen did not seem to be his mother, because she did not fit his recollection of her either as a young woman or as an old woman. The other meaning of sin was easier to define because it was not clouded by the murky concepts of religion and taboo. Sin is behavior that ignores the welfare of others. Suppose he stuck around and managed somehow, stipulate safe opportunity, to bed Maureen with her full cooperation. Would she regret it later? Adultery? The word meant something here. But she was a Howard, one of the early ones when marriage between Howards was a cash contract, eyes wide open, payment from the foundation for each child born of such union, and Maureen had carried out the contract. 8 paid-for children already, and would stay in production for, about 15 more years. Perhaps to her, adultery meant violation of contract rather than sin. He did not know. But that was not the point, Bub. The real question is the only one that has ever stopped you when temptation coincided with opportunity, that this time he could consult neither Ishtar nor any geneticist. The chance of a bad outcome was slight when there were so many hurdles in the way of any outcome. But it was the exact risk that he had always refused to take, the chance of placing a congenital handicap on a child. Hey, wait a minute. No such outcome could result, because no such had resulted. He knew every one of his siblings, alive now or still to be born, and there had not been a defective in the lot. Not one. Therefore no hazard. But that was grounded on the assumption that his no paradoxes theory was a law of nature. But you've long been aware that the no paradoxes theory itself involves a paradox, one that you've kept quiet about so as not to alarm Laz or Lore and the rest of your present, that present, not this one, family. To wit, the idea that free will and predestination are two aspects of the same mathematical truth, and the difference is merely linguistic, not semantic. The notion that his own free will could not change events here and now because his free will actions here and now were already a part of what had happened in any later here and now, which in turn depended on a solipsistic notion he had held as far back as he could remember. Cobwebs, all of it. Lazarus, you don't know what trouble you might cause, so don't. Get out of town now, and don't come back to Kansas City at all, because if you do, you're certain to try to get Maureen's bloomers off, and she's going to breathe hard and help. From there on, only Allah knows, but it could be tragic for her, and tragic for others. And as for you, you stupid stud, all balls and no brain, it could get your ass shot off, just as the twins predicted. In which case, since you are not going to see your family again, there is no sense in waiting in South America for this war to end. You've seen enough of this doomed era. Ask the girls to come pick you up now. Was her waist really that slender? Or did she lace it in? Shucks, it didn't matter how she was built. As with Tamra, it simply didn't matter. Dear Laz and Lore, darlings, I've changed plans. I've seen my first family, and there isn't anything else I want to do in this era. Nothing worth sweating out most of 2 years in a backwater while this war drags on to its bloody and useless finish. So I want you to pick me up now, at the impact crater. Forget about Egypt. I can't get there now. By pick me up now, I mean Gregorian, 3 March 1917. Repeat, 3rd day of March, 1917 Gregorian, at that meteor impact crater in Arizona. Much to tell you when I see you. Meanwhile, my undying love, Lazarus. Was it her voice? Or her fragrance? Or something else? Da Capo, 4. Home. 27 March 1917 Gregorian. Beloved family. Repeat a basic message. I got here 3 years too early. 2 August 1916. But still wish to be picked up exactly 10 T years after drop. 2 August 1926. Repeat, 6. Rendezvous points and alternatives from basic date as before. Please impress on Dora that this results from that data I gave her and is not her fault. I'm having a marvelous time. I got my business cleaned up and then got in touch with my first family by looking up my grandfather, Ira Johnson, Ira, and got acquainted with him first. And with the aid of a horrendous lie and a most fortunate family resemblance, Gramp is convinced that I am an unregistered son of his deceased brother. I didn't suggest this. It's his own idea. Consequently, it's solid. And now I'm a long-lost cousin in my first home. I'm not living there, but welcome, which is very nice. Let me give a rundown on the family, since all of you are descended from 3 of them. Gramp, Mama, and Woody. Gramp is described in that junk Justin has been cutting down to size. No changes. Justin, save that instead of being 2 meters tall and carved out of granite, Gramp is almost exactly my size. I am spending every minute with him that he will let me, which usually means playing chess with him several times a week. Mama. Take Laz and Lore, and add 5 kilos in the best places, then add 15 T years and a big slug of dignity. Quit quivering your goddamn chins. Add hair down to her waist, but always coiled up on top. I don't actually know what Mama does look like other than her head and hands because of the curious custom here of wearing clothes all over at all times, and I do mean all over. I know that Mama has slender ankles because I once caught a glimpse. But I would never dare stare at them. Gramp would toss me out of the house. Papa. He is away now. I had forgotten what he looks like. I had forgotten all their faces except Gramp, who uses the same face I do. But I've seen pictures of Papa, and he looks a bit like President Teddy Roosevelt. That's Theodore, Athene, not Franklin, in case you have a picture in your gizzards. Nancy. Laz and Lore as 3 standard years before I left. Not as many freckles, and very dignified, except when it slips. She is acutely aware of young males, and I think Gramp is urging Mama to tell her about the Howard setup at once, so that she'll be sure to marry in the families. Carol. Laz and Lore again, but 2 years younger than Nancy. She is as interested in boys as is Nancy, but frustrated. Mama has her on a short leash. Quivers her chin, which Mama ignores. Ryan Jr. Dark hair, looks more like Papa. Rising gun capitalist. Has a newspaper route which he combines with lighting gas street lamps. Has a contract to deliver advertising handbills for the local moving picture theater, which he farms out to his younger brother and 4 other boys and pays them in tickets to the theater, keeps some for his own use and sells the rest at a discount, 4 cents instead of 5, at school. Has a vending bar for soda pop, sweet bubbly drink, on the corner in the summers, but plans to franchise this to his younger brother this coming summer. He has another enterprise lined up. As I recall, Brian got rich quite young. Let me explain something about our family. They are prosperous by here and now standards, but do not show it except that they live in a large house in a good neighborhood. Not only is Papa a successful businessman, but also this is a time when the Howard endowment of babies is substantial in terms of buying power, and Mama has had 8 already. To all of you, being a Howard means a genetic heritage and a tradition, but here and now it means cash money for babies, a stock breeding scheme, and we are the stock. I think Papa must be investing the money Mama makes by having Howard babies. They certainly are not spending it, and this accords with my own dim memories. I don't know what was done for my siblings, but I received getting started money when I first married, money I had not expected and which had nothing to do with the Howard endowments my first wife earned by being fertile and willing. Since I married during an economic stalemate, this made a big difference, Now, back to the kids. The boys not only do work, they have to work, or they have nothing but clothes and food. The girls receive very small cash allowances, but are required to do housework and to help with the younger children. This is because it is very difficult for a girl to earn money in this society, but a boy who will get out and try has endless opportunities. This will change before the century is over, but in 1917 it is true. All the Smith kids work at home. Mama hires a laundress one day a week, that's all. But a boy or girl who finds outside cash money work is relieved of housework to that extent. Nor does he have to pay back this time off. He keeps what he earns and spends it or saves it, the latter being encouraged by Papa matching such savings. If you think Papa and Mama are intentionally making money grubbers of their offspring, you are right. George. 10 years old, Brian Jr.'s junior partner, shadow and stooge. This will end in a few years with George busting Brian one in the mouth. Marie. 8 and a freckled tomboy. Mama is having a difficult time trying to make a lady out of her, but Mama's gentle stubbornness and biology will win. Marie grew up to be the beauty of the family, with bows underfoot, and I hated them as there had been a period when I was her pet. Marie was the only one of my siblings I was close to. It is possible to be lonely in a large family, and I was, except for Gramp always, and Marie for a short time. Woodrow Wilson Smith, still short of 5 by several months, and as offensive a brat as was ever allowed to grow up. I am appalled to be forced to admit that this stinking little snot is the weed which grew up to be humanity's fairest flower, namely old Buddy Boy himself. So far, he has spat in my hat when it was presumably out of his reach on the cloak rack in the hall, referred to me with various disparagements, of which "here's that dude in the derby again" is the mildest. Kicked me in the stomach when I tried to pick him up. My error. I didn't want to touch him, but I thought I should break myself of irrational queasiness, and accused me of cheating at chess when in fact he was cheating. He called my attention to something out the window, then moved my queen 1 square, and I caught him at it and called him on it, and so on ad nauseum. But I continue to play chess with him because A, I am determined to get along with all my first family for the short time I will be here, and B, Woody will play chess at any determined to get along with all my first family for the short time I will be here, and B, Woody will play chess at any opportunity, and Gramp and I are the only chess players around who will put up with his poisonous ways. Gramp clobbers him as necessary. I have no such privilege. But if I were not afraid to find out what would happen, I might strangle him. What would happen? Would half of human history disappear and the rest be changed beyond recognition? No. Paradox is a null word. The fact that I am here proves that I will keep my temper long enough to get shut of the little beast. Richard. 3, and as affectionate as Woody is difficult. Likes to sit on my lap and be told stories. His favorite is about 2 red-headed twins named Laz and Lore, who fly a magic airship through the sky. I feel a tender sadness about Dickie, for he did die quite young, assaulting a place called Iwo Jima. Ethel. A heavenly smile at one end and a wet diaper at the other. Short on conversation. Well, that's our family in 1917. I expect to stay in KC until Papa returns, soon now, then leave. Some of this is a strain on me, pleasant as most of it is. I may look them up when this war is over, but probably not. I don't want to crowd my welcome. To make the above clear, I should explain some of the customs here. Until Papa gets home, my status has to be through Gramp as a friend he plays chess with. It can't be anything else, even though he, and perhaps Mama, believe that I am Uncle Ned's son. Why? Because I am a young bachelor, and by the local rules a married woman cannot have a young bachelor as a friend, particularly when her husband is out of town. The taboo is so firm I don't dare give even the appearance of violating it, on Mama's account. Nor would she encourage me to, nor would Grant permit it. So I'm welcome in my own home only if I go there to see Gramp. If I telephone, I must ask for him, and so on. Oh, it's permissible on a rainy day for me to offer a ride home to members of the Smith family at church. I'm permitted to do almost anything for the kids as long as I don't spoil them, which Mama defines as spending much more than 5 cents on one of them. Last Saturday I was allowed to take 6 of them on a picnic in my automobile carriage. I am teaching Brian to operate it. My interest in the kids is considered understandable by Mama and by Gramp because of my lonely and deprived childhood as an orphan. The one thing I must never do is to be alone with Mama. I don't go inside my own home unless publicly accompanied by Gramp. The neighbors would notice. I am meticulous about it. I won't risk causing Mama trouble with a tribal taboo. I am writing this at my apartment, on a printing machine you would not believe, and must stop in order to take it down and photo-reduce it twice, and etch it and laminate it and seal it for delay mail and deliver it to a drop, which kills a whole day, as I must use a rented lab and destroy intermediate stages as I go. This is not something I dare leave in an apartment to which a janitor has a key. When I get back from South America, I'll make my own lab setup, one I can carry in an automobile. Paved roads will be more common this coming decade, and I expect to travel that way. But I want to continue sending these letters, and by as many delay mail drops as possible, in hope that at least one will last through the centuries and reach you. As Justin put it, the real problem is to get one to last through just the coming 3 centuries. I'll keep trying. All my love to all of you. Lazarus. Da Capo, 5. March 3, 1917. Kaiser plots with Mexico and Japan to attack USA. Zimmerman telegram authentic. April 2, 1917. President addresses Congress. Asks war. April 6, 1917. America enters war. Congress declares a state of belligerency exists. Lazarus Long was as taken by surprise by the date of the outbreak of war with Germany as he was unsurprised by the fact itself. He was caught so flat-footed that it was not until later that he analyzed why the hindsight he had relied on had proved even more myopic than foresight. The resumption of unrestricted U-boat warfare early in 1917 had not surprised him. It fitted his recollection of his earliest history lessons. The Zimmerman telegram did not disturb him, even though he did not remember it. It matched a pattern he did remember, again from history, not the direct memories of a very small child. A period of 3 years, 1914 to 1917, when the United States had inched slowly from neutrality to war. Woody Smith had been not yet 2 when the war started, not yet 5 when his country got into it. Lazarus had no first-hand memories of foreign affairs of a time when Woody had been too young to grasp such remote improbabilities. The timetable Lazarus had fixed on, once he discovered that he had arrived 3 years early, had worked so well that he did not realize that its clock was wrong until the event slapped him in the face. When he was able to take time to analyze his mistake, he saw that he had committed the prime sin against survival. He had indulged in wishful thinking. He had wanted to believe his timetable. He had not wanted to leave his newly found first family so quickly. All of them, but especially Maureen. Maureen. Once he decided to stay on till July 1st, as originally planned, after a long night of wrestling with his troubled soul, a night of indecision and worry and letters written and destroyed, he discovered that he could stay and treat Mrs. Bryan Smith with friendly but formal politeness, avoid any sign of interest in her more personal than the mores permitted. He managed to shift to his celibate mode, happy to be near her when it was possible, to be so without causing Mrs. Grundy's nose to twitch, or the even sharper nose of his grandfather. Lazarus had indeed been happy. As with Tamra, or the twins, or any of his darlings, coupling was not necessary to love. When it was expedient, he could bank the fires and forget it. He was never for one instant unaware of the tremendous physical attraction of this woman who had been his mother more than 2,000 years ago, in some odd direction, but the matter was shelved. It did not affect his manner or lessen his happiness when he was permitted to be near her. He believed that Maureen knew what he was doing, or refraining from doing, and why, and that she appreciated his restraint. All during March he sought approved ways to see her. Brian Jr. wanted to learn to drive. Gramp ruled that he was old enough, so Lazarus taught him, picked him up at the house and returned him there, and often was rewarded with a glimpse of Maureen. Lazarus even found a way, other than chess, to reach Woody. He took the child to the Hippodrome Theater to see the magician Thurston the Great, then promised to take him, when it opened for the summer, to Electric Park, an amusement park and Woody's idea of heaven. This consolidated a truce between them. Lazarus delivered the child home from the theater, sound asleep and with no more than normal wear and tear, and was rewarded by sharing coffee with Gramp and Maureen. Lazarus volunteered to help the Boy Scout troop sponsored by the church. George was a tenderfoot, and Brian was working toward Eagle. Lazarus found being an assistant scoutmaster pleasant in itself, and Gramp invited him in when he gave the boys a lift home. Lazarus gave little attention to foreign affairs. He continued to buy the Kansas City Post because the newsboy at 31st and Troost regarded him as a regular customer, a real sport who paid a nickel for a penny paper and did not expect change. But Lazarus rarely read it, not even the market news once he completed his liquidations. The week starting Sunday the 1st of April, Lazarus did not plan to see his family for 2 reasons. Gramp was away, and his father was home. Lazarus did not intend to meet his father until he could manage it naturally and easily through Gramp. Instead, he stayed home, did his own cooking, caught up on chores, did mechanical work on his landaulet, and cleaned and polished it, and wrote a long letter to his tertius family. This he took with him Thursday morning, intending to prepare it for a delay mail. He bought a newspaper, as usual, at 31st and Troost. After he was seated in a streetcar, he glanced at its front page, then broke his habit of enjoying the ride by reading it carefully. Instead of going to the Kansas City Photo Supply Company, he went to the main public library's reading room and spent 2 hours catching up with the world. The local papers, the Tuesday New York Times, where he read the text of the President's message to Congress. God helping her, she can do no other. And the Chicago Tribune of the day before. He noted that the Tribune, staunchest foe of England outside the German-language press, was now hedging its bets. He then went to the men's toilet, tore into small pieces the letter he had prepared, and flushed it down a water closet. He went to the Missouri Savings Bank, drew out his account, went next to the downtown office of the Santa Fe Railroad, and bought a ticket for Los Angeles, with 30-day stopover privilege at Flagstaff, Arizona. Stopped at a stationer's, then onto the Commonwealth Bank, and got at his lockbox. Removed from it a smaller box heavy with gold. He asked to use the bank's washroom. His status as a lockbox client got him this favor. With gold pieces distributed among 13 pockets of his coat, vest, and trousers, Lazarus no longer looked smart. He tended to sag here and there, but if he walked carefully, he did not jingle. So he walked most carefully, had his nickel ready on boarding a streetcar, then stood on the rear platform, rather than sit down. He was not easy until he was locked and bolted into his apartment. He stopped to make and eat a sandwich, then got to work on tailoring, sewing the yellow coins into 1-coin pockets of the chamois skin vest he had made earlier, then covered it with the vest from which it had been patterned. Lazarus forced himself to work slowly, restoring seams so neatly that the nature of the garment could not be detected by anyone not wearing it. About midnight he had another sandwich, got back to work. When he was satisfied with fit and appearance, he put the money vest aside, placed a folded blanket on the table where he had been working, placed on it a heavy, tall Oliver typewriter. He attacked the clanking monster with 2 fingers. At Kansas City, Gregorian 5, April 1917. Dearest Laura and Laz, emergency. I need to be picked up. I hope to be at the impact crater by Monday, 9 April 1917. Repeat, 9 April 1917. I may be 1 or 2 days late. I will wait there 10 days if possible. If not picked up, I will try to keep the 1926 rendezvous. Thanks, Lazarus. Lazarus typed 2 originals of this, then addressed 2 sets of nesting envelopes, using different choices on each and addressing the outermost envelopes, one to his local contact and the other to a Chicago address. He then wrote a bill of sale. For $1 in hand and other good and valuable considerations, I sell and convey all my interest, right, and title to one Ford Model T automobile. Body style, Landaulet. Engine number 1290408. To Ira Johnson. And warrant to him and his successors that this chattel is unencumbered, and that I am sole owner with full right to convey title. Theodore Bronson, April 6, 1917, A.D. He placed this in a plain envelope, put it with the others, drank a glass of milk, went to bed. He slept 10 hours, undisturbed by cries of "Extra! Extra!" along the boulevard. He had expected them. His subconscious discounted them and let him rest. He expected to be very busy the next several days. When his inner clock called him, he got up, quickly bathed and shaved, cooked and ate a large breakfast, cleaned his kitchen, removed all perishables from his icebox and emptied them into the garbage can on the rear service porch, and turned the ice card around to read, "No ice today," and left 15 cents on top of the icebox. Emptied the drip pan. There was a fresh quart of milk by the ice. He had not ordered it, but he had not specifically not ordered it, so he put 6 cents in an empty bottle, with a note telling the milkman not to leave milk until the next time he left money out. He packed a grip. Toilet articles, socks, underwear, shirts, and collars. To Lazarus, these high-starched collars symbolized all the tight-minded taboos of this otherwise pleasant age. Then rapidly searched the starched collars symbolized all the tight-minded taboos of this otherwise pleasant age. Then rapidly searched the apartment for everything of a personal nature. The rent was paid till the end of April. With good luck, he expected to be in the door long before then. With bad luck, he would be in South America. But with worse luck, he would be somewhere else. Anywhere, and under another name. He wanted Ted Bronson to disappear without a trace. Shortly he had waiting at the front door a grip, an overcoat, a winter suit, a set of chessmen in ivory and ebony, and a typewriter. He finished dressing, being careful to place 3 envelopes and his ticket in an inner pocket of his suit coat. The money vest was too warm, but not uncomfortable. The distributed weight was not bad. He piled it all into the tonneau of the Landaulet, drove to the South Side Postal substation, registered 2 letters, went from there to the pawn shop next to the Idle Hour billiard parlor. He noted with wry amusement that the Swiss Garden had its blinds down, and the sign, "Closed." Mr. Daddlebaum was willing to accept the typewriter against a gun, but wanted $5 to boot for the little Colt pistol Lazarus selected. Lazarus let the pawnbroker conduct both sides of the dicker. Lazarus sold the typewriter and the suit, left his overcoat and took back a pawn ticket, received a handgun and a box of cartridges. He was, in fact, giving Mr. Daddlebaum the overcoat, since he had no intention of redeeming it. But Lazarus got what he wanted, plus $3 cash, had unloaded chattels he no longer needed, and had given his friend the pleasure of one last dicker. The gun fitted into the left side vest pocket Lazarus had retailored into a makeshift holster. Short of being frisked, most unlikely for so obviously respectable a citizen, it would not be noticed. A kilt was better both for concealment and for quick access, but it was the best he could manage with the clothes he had to wear, and this gun had had its front sight filed off by some practical-minded former owner. He was now through with Kansas City, save for saying goodbye to his first family, then grabbed the first Santa Fe Rattler west. It distressed him that Gramp had gone to St. Louis, but that could not be helped, and this one time he would bull his way in with a convincing cover story. The chess set, as a present for Woody, was reason enough to show up in person. The bill of sale gave an excuse to speak to his father. No, sir, this is not exactly a present, but somebody might as well drive it until this war is over. And if by any chance I don't come back, well, this makes things simpler. You understand me, sir? Your father-in-law being my best friend and sort of my next of kin, since I don't have any. Yes, that would work, and result in a chance to say goodbye to all the family, including Maureen, especially Maureen, without quite lying. Best way to lie. Just one thing. If his father wanted to enlist him into his own outfit, then one lie must be used. Lazarus was dead set on joining the Navy. No offense intended, sir. I know you're just back from Plattsburgh, but the Navy needs men, too. But he would not tell that lie unless forced to. He left his car back of the pawn shop, crossed the street to a drugstore, and telephoned. Is this the Brian Smith residence? Yes, it is. Mrs. Smith, this is, Mr. Bronson. May I speak to Mr. Smith? This isn't Mama, Mr. Bronson. This is Nancy. Oh, isn't it terrible? Yes, it is, Miss Nancy. You want to speak to Papa? Oh, but he's not here. He's gone to Fort Leavenworth to report in, and we don't know when we'll see him again. There, please don't cry. Please. I was not crying. I'm just a teensy bit upset. Do you want to speak to Mama? She's here, but she's lying down. Lazarus thought fast. Of course he wanted to speak to Maureen, but, confound it, this was a complication. Please don't disturb her. Can you tell me when your grandfather will be back in town? Could he afford to wait? Oh, damn. Oh, my grandpa got back yesterday. Oh, may I speak to him, Miss Nancy? But he's not here either. He went downtown hours ago. He might be at his chess club. Do you want to leave a message for him? No, just tell him I called, and I will call again later. And, Miss Nancy, don't worry. How can I help worrying? I have second sight. Don't tell anyone, but it's true. An old gypsy woman saw that I had it and proved it to me. Your father is coming home and will not be hurt in this war. I know. I don't know whether to believe that or not, but it does make me feel better. It's true. He said goodbye gently and hung up. Chess club. Surely Gramp would not be loafing in a pool hall today. But since it was just across the street, he might as well see, before driving out to Benton and waiting inside of the house for him to return. Gramp was there, at the chess table, but not even pretending to work a chess problem. He was simply glowering. Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. Gramp looked up. What's good about it? Sit down, Ted. Thank you, sir. Lazarus slid into the other chair. Not much good about it, I suppose. Eh? The old man looked at him, as if just noticing his presence. Ted, would you say that I was a man in good physical condition? Yes, certainly. Able to shoulder a gun and march 20 miles a day? I would think so. I'm sure you could, Gramp. That's what I told that young smart aleck at the recruiting station. He told me I was too old. Ira Johnson looked ready to break into tears. I asked him since when was 45 too old, and he told me to move aside. I was holding up the line. I offered to step outside and whip him and any 2 other men he picked. But they put me out. Ted, they put me out. Gramp covered his face with his hands, then took them down and muttered, I was wearing army blue before that snotty little shut-poke learned to pee standing up. I'm sorry, sir. My own fault. I fetched along my discharge and forgot about its having my birth date on it. Look, Ted, if I'd dyed my hair and went back to St. Louis or Joplin, that would work, wouldn't it? Probably. I know it didn't, Gramp, but I think you did manage to talk your way into the Home Guard, but I can't tell you that. I'll do it, but I'll leave my discharge at home. In the meantime, may I drive you home? My tin Lizzie is around and back. Well, I suppose I gotta go home, eventually. How about a little spin up to Sayo to cool off first? That's an idea, if it wouldn't put you out. Not at all. Lazarus drove around, keeping silent until the old man's fuming stopped. When Lazarus noted this, he headed back and turned east on 31st Street and parked. Mr. Johnson, may I say something? Eh? Speak up. If they won't take you, even with your hair dyed, I hope you won't feel too bad about it, because this war is a terrible mistake. What do you mean? Just what I said. How much to tell him? How much can I get him to believe? I can't hold back altogether. This is Gramp, who taught me to shoot, and 1,000 other things, but what will he believe? This war won't do the slightest good. It will just make things worse. Gramp stared at him, under knotted brows. What are you, Ted? Pro-German? No. Pacifist, maybe? Come to think about it, you've never had one word to say about the war. No, I'm not a pacifist, and I'm not pro-German, but if we win this war... You mean when we win this war? All right. When we win this war, it will turn out that we've actually lost it. Lost everything we thought we were fighting for. Mr. Johnson abruptly changed tactics. When are you enlisting? Lazarus hesitated. I've got a couple of things I must do first. I thought that might be your answer, Mr. Bronson. Goodbye. Gramp fumbled with the door latch, cursed, and stepped over onto the running board, thence to the curb. Lazarus said, Mr. Johnson, let me finish running you home, please. His grandfather paused just long enough to look back and say, Not on your tin type, you pusillanimous pissant. Then he marched steadily down the street to the car stop. Lazarus waited and watched Mr. Johnson climb aboard. Then he trailed the trolley car, unwilling to admit that there was nothing he could do to correct the shambles he had made of his relations with Gramp. He watched the old man get off at Benton Boulevard, considered overtaking him and trying to speak to him. But what could he say? He understood how Gramp felt and why, and he had already said too much, and no further words could call it back or correct it. He drove aimlessly on down 31st Street. At Indiana Avenue, he parked his car, bought a Star from a newsboy, went into a drugstore, sat down at the soda fountain, ordered a cherry phosphate to justify his presence, looked at the newspaper, but was unable to read it. Instead, he stared at it and brooded. When the soda jerk wiped the marble counter in front of him and lingered, Lazarus ordered another phosphate. When this happened a second time, Lazarus asked to use a telephone. Home or Bell? Home. Back at the cigar counter, and you pay me. Brian, this is Mr. Bronson. May I speak to your mother? I'll go see. But it was his grandfather's voice that came on the line. Mr. Bronson, your sheer effrontery amazes me. What do you want? Mr. Johnson, I want to speak to Mrs. Smith. You can't. because she has been very kind to me, and I want to thank her and say goodbye." "One moment." I heard his grandfather say, "George, get out. Brian, take Woody with you and close the door and see that it stays closed." Mr. Johnson's voice then came back closer. "Are you still there?" "Yes, sir." "Then listen carefully and don't interrupt. I'm going to say this just once." "Yes, sir." "My daughter will not speak to you, now or ever." Lazarus said quickly, "Does she know that I asked to speak to her?" "Shut up. Certainly she knows. She asked me to deliver that message, or I would not have spoken to you myself. Now I, too, have a message for you. And don't interrupt. My daughter is a respectable married woman whose husband has answered his country's call. So don't hang around her. Don't come here or you'll be met with a shotgun. Don't telephone. Don't go to her church. Maybe you think I can't make this stick. Let me remind you that this is Kansas City. 2 broken arms cost $25. For twice that they'll kill you. But for a combined deal, break your arms first, then kill you. There's a discount. I can afford $62.50 if you make it necessary. Understand me?" "Yes." "So, 23 skidoo." "Hold it, Mr. Johnson. I do not believe that you would hire a man to kill another man." "You had better not risk it." "Because I think you would kill him yourself." There was a pause. Then the old man chuckled slightly. "You may be right." He hung up on Lazarus. Lazarus cranked his car and drove away. Presently he found that he was driving west on Linwood Boulevard. Noticed it because he passed his family's church, where he had first seen Maureen, where he would never see her again. Not ever. Not even if he came back again and tried to avoid the mistakes he had made. There were no paradoxes. Those mistakes were unalterably part of the fabric of space-time, and all of the subtleties of Andy's mathematics, all of the powers built into the Dora, could not erase them. At Linwood Plaza, he parked short of Brooklyn Avenue and considered what to do next. Drive to the station and catch the next Santa Fe train west. If either of those calls for help lasted through the centuries, then he would be picked up on Monday morning, and this war and all its troubles would again be something that happened a long time ago. And Ted Bronson would be someone Gramp and Maureen had known briefly and would forget. Too bad he had not had time to get those messages etched. Nevertheless, one of them might last. If not, then make a rendezvous for pickup in 1926. Or if none of them got through, always a possibility since he was attempting to use delay mail before it was properly set up, then wait for 1929 and carry out rendezvous as originally planned. No problem about that. The twins and Dora were ready to keep that one, no matter what. No problem about that. The twins and Dora were ready to keep that one, no matter what. And why did he feel so bad? This wasn't his war. Time enough, and Gramp would know that the prediction he had blurted out was simple truth. In time, Gramp would learn what French gratitude amounted to, when Lafayette, "We are here," was forgotten, and the refrain was "Passons-nous à l'Amérique," or British gratitude for that matter. There was no gratitude between nations, never had been, never would be. Pro-German? Hell no, Gramp. There is something rotten at the very heart of German culture, and this war is going to lead to another with German atrocities 1,000 times more terrible than any they are accused of today. Gas chambers, and a stink of burning flesh and planned viciousness. A stench that lasted through the centuries. But there was no way to tell Gramp and Maureen any of this, nor should he try. The best thing about the future was that it was unknown. Cassandra's one good quality was that she was never believed. So why should it matter that two people who could not possibly know what he knew misunderstood why he thought this war was useless? But the fact was that it did matter. It mattered terribly. He felt the slight bulge against his left ribs, a defense for his gold. Gold he did not give a damn about, but a termination option switch, too. Snap out of it, you silly fool. You don't want to be dead. You simply want the approval of Gramp and Maureen. Of Maureen. The recruiting station was under the main post office, far downtown. Late as it was still open, with a queue outside. Lazarus paid an old Negro $1 to sit in his car, warned him that there was a grip in the back, promised him another $1 when he got back, and did not mention the money vest and pistol, both now in the grip. But Lazarus did not worry about the car or money. It might be simpler if both were stolen. He joined the queue. Name? Bronson. Theodore. Previous military experience? None. Age? No. Date of birth, and it had better be before April 5th, 1899. November 11th, 1890. You don't look that old, but okay. Take this paper, and through that door, you'll find sacks or pillowcases. Take your clothes off, put them in one, keep them with you. Hand this to one of the docs, and do what he tells you. Thank you, Sergeant. Get moving. Next. A doctor in uniform was assisted by 6 more in civilian clothes. Lazarus read the Snellen card correctly, but the doctor did not seem to be listening. This seemed to be a warm body examination. Lazarus saw only one man rejected, one who was, in Lazarus' horseback judgment, in the terminal stages of consumption. Only one physician seemed at all anxious to find defects. He had Lazarus bend over and pull his buttock cheeks apart, felt for hernias and made him cough, then palpitated his belly. What's this hard mass on the right side? I don't know, sir. Have you had your appendix out? Yes, see the scar. Feel a ridge, rather. Scar hardly shows. You had a good surgeon. I wish I could do one that neat. Probably just a mass of fecal matter there. Take a dose of calomel and you'll be rid of it by morning. Thank you, Doctor. Don't mention it, son. Next. Hold up your right hands and repeat after me. Hang on to these slips of paper. Be at the station before 7 tomorrow morning. Show your slip to a sergeant at the information desk. He'll tell you where to board. If you lose your slip of paper, be there anyhow, or Uncle Sam will come looking for you. That's all, men. You're in the Army now. Out through that door. His car was still there. The old Negro got out. Everything's fine, Captain. It surely is, Lazarus agreed heartily while getting out a $1 bill. But it's private, not Captain. Well, he took you? In that case, I can't hardly take y'all $1. Sure you can. I don't need it. Uncle Sam is looking out for me for the duration, and he's going to pay me $21 a month besides. So put this with the other one, invite gin, and drink a toast to me. Private Ted Bronson. I couldn't rightly do that, Captain. Private Ted Bronson, sir. I'm White Ribbon. I took the pledge before you was born. You just keep your money and hang the Kaiser for us. I'll try, Uncle. Let's make this $5 and you can give it to your church and say a prayer for me. Well, if you say so, Captain Private. Lazarus tooled south on McGee, feeling happy. Never take little bites. Enjoy life. Katie, beautiful Katie. He stopped at a drugstore, looked over the cigar counter, spotted a nearly empty box of White Owls, bought the remaining cigars, asked to keep the box. He then bought a roll of cotton and a spool of surgical tape, and on impulse the biggest, fanciest box of candy in the store. His car was parked under an arc light. He let it stay there. Got into the back seat, dug into his grip, got out vest and pistol, Then started an untailoring job, indifferent to the chance of being seen. 5 minutes with his pocket knife undid hours of tailoring. Heavy coins clinked into the cigar box. He cushioned them with cotton, sealed the box, and strengthened it by wrapping it with tape. The slashed vest, the pistol, and his ticket west went down the storm drain, and the last of Lazarus's worries went with them. He smiled as he stood up and brushed his knees. "Son, you are getting old, while you've been living cautiously." He drove gaily down Lindwood to Benton, ignoring the city's 17 miles per hour speed limit. He was pleased to see lights burning on the lower floor of the Bryan Smith residence. He would not have to wake anyone. He went up the walk, burdened with the candy box, the case for chessmen, and the tape cigar box. The porch light came on as he reached the steps. Bryan Jr. opened the door and looked out. "Grandpa, it's Mr. Bronson." "Correction," Lazarus said firmly. "Please tell your grandfather that Private Bronson is here." Gramp appeared at once, looked at Lazarus suspiciously. "What is this? What did I hear you tell that boy?" "I asked him to announce Private Bronson, me." Lazarus managed to get all 3 packages under his left arm, reached into a pocket, got out the slip of paper he had been given at the recruiting station. "Look at it." Mr. Johnson read it. "I see. But why, feeling the way you do?" "Mr. Johnson, I never said I was not going to enlist. I simply said I had things to do first. That was true. I did have. It's true also that I have misgivings about the ultimate usefulness of this war, but regardless of any opinion, which I should have kept to myself, the time has come to close ranks and move forward together. So I went down and volunteered, and they accepted me." Mr. Johnson handed back the recruitment form, opened the door wide. "Come in, Ted." Lazarus saw heads disappearing as he came in. Apparently most of the family was still up. His grandfather ushered him into the parlor. "Please sit down. I must go tell my daughter." "If Mrs. Smith is retired, I would not want her to be disturbed." Lazarus lied. "Hell no, Gramp. I'd rather crawl in with her. But that's one secret I'll keep forever." "Never you mind. This is something she will want to know. That piece of paper, may I have it to show her?" "Certainly, sir." Lazarus waited. Ira Johnson returned in a few minutes, handed back the proof of enlistment. "She'll be down shortly." The old man sighed. "Ted, I'm proud of you. Earlier today you had me upset, and I spoke out of turn. I'm sorry. I apologize." "I can't accept it because there is nothing to apologize for, sir. I spoke hastily and did not make myself clear. Can we forget it? Will you shake hands with me?" "Huh? Yes, surely. Solemnly, they shook hands. Maybe Grant could still stiff-arm an anvil. My fingers are crushed." "Mr. Johnson, will you take care of some things for me? Things I didn't have time to do?" "Huh? Certainly." "This box, mainly." Lazarus handed him the taped cigar box. Mr. Johnson took it. His eyebrows shot up. "Heavy." "I cleaned out my lockbox. Gold coins. I'll pick it up when the war is over. Or if I don't, will you give it to Woody when he's 21? "What? Now, son, you'll come through all right." "I plan to, and I'll pick it up then, but I might fall down a ladder in a troop ship and break my silly neck. Will you do it?" "Yes, I'll do it." "Thank you, sir." "Well, this is for Woody right now. My chessmen. I can't pack them around. I'd give them to you except that you would think up some reason not to take them, but Woody won't." "Huh. Very well, sir." "Here's one thing that is for you, but it's not quite what it seems." Lazarus handed over the bill of sale for the landaulette. Mr. Johnson read it. "Ted, if you're trying to give me your automobile, you can think again." "That's only a nominal conveyance of title, sir. What I would like is to leave it with you. Brian can drive it. He's a good driver now. He's a natural. You can drive it. Even Mrs. Smith might want to learn. When Lieutenant Smith is home, he may find it convenient. But if they send me for training anywhere near here and I get time off before I'm sent overseas, I'd like to feel free to use it myself. Well, why hand me a bill of sale? Sure, it can sit in the barn. No doubt Brian, both of them, would drive it. I learned to herd it myself, but no need for this. Oh, I didn't make myself clear. Suppose I'm off somewhere, say in New Jersey. We'll want to sell it. I can drop you a penny postcard, and it's easy, because you'll have that. Lazarus added thoughtfully. Or I might fall down that ladder, in which case the same reasoning applies. If you don't want it, you can sign it over to Brian, Jr. Or whatever. Mr. Johnson, you know I don't have any relatives. So why not let it run easy? Before Gramp could reply, Mrs. Smith came in, dressed in her best and smiling, and had been crying, Lazarus felt certain. She extended her hand. Mr. Bronson, we are all so proud of you. Her voice, her fragrance, the touch of her hand, her proud joy, all hit Lazarus in the gut. His careful conditioning was swept away. Maureen, beloved, it's lucky that I'm being sent away at once. Safer for you, better all around. But I did it to make you proud of me, and now my cup runneth over. And please ask me to sit down before Gramp notices the tilt of my kilt. Thank you, Mrs. Smith. I just stopped by to say thank you and goodbye, and good night, too, as I'm shipping out early tomorrow morning. Oh, do please sit down. Coffee at least, and the children will want to say goodbye to you, too. An hour later he was still there, and still happier. Happy all through. The candy had been opened after he had presented it to Carol for all of them. Lazarus had drunk much coffee, thick with cream and sugar, and had eaten a hefty slice of home-baked white cake with chocolate icing. Then accepted a second while admitting that he had not eaten since breakfast, then protested when Maureen wanted to jump up and cook. They reached a compromise under which Carol went out to make a sandwich for him. It's been a confusing day, he explained, and I haven't had time to eat. You caused me to change plans, Mr. Johnson. I did, Ted. How? You know, I think I've told you both that I plan to make a business trip to San Francisco leaving the 1st of July. Then this happens, Congress declaring war. And I decide to make the trip at once, settle my affairs there, then enlist. When I saw you, I was all set to leave, packed and everything, and you made me realize that the Kaiser wouldn't wait while I took care of private affairs, so I joined up at once. Lazarus managed to look sheepish. My packed grip is still out in the car, going nowhere. Ira Johnson looked pained. I didn't mean to rush you, Ted. 'Twouldn't have hurt to take a few days to wind up your affairs. We can't organize an army overnight. I know I saw him try in '98. Perhaps I could make the keys to wind up your affairs. We can't organize an army overnight. I know I saw him try in '98. Perhaps I could make the trip for you. As your agent, seeing that, well, doesn't look like I'm going to be too busy. No, a million thanks, sir, but I hadn't been thinking straight. Thinking peacetime instead of wartime until you got me back on the rails. I went to Western Union and wrote a night letter to my broker in Frisco, telling him what I wanted him to do. Then I wrote a note appointing him my attorney in fact and got it notarized and went to the downtown post office and registered it to him. All done. Everything taken care of. Lazarus was enjoying the improvisation so much he almost believed it. Then I went downstairs and enlisted. But that grip, do you suppose you could put it in your garret? I won't be taking a grip to soldier, just a few toilet articles. I'll take care of it, Mr. Bronson, said Brian, Jr. In my room. In our room, George corrected. We'll take care of it. Hold it, boys. Ted, would it break your heart if you lost that grip? Not at all, Mr. Johnson. Why? Then take it with you. But when you get back to your flat tonight, pack it differently. You put in white shirts and stiff collars, no doubt. You don't need those. If you've got any work shirts, take those. Be sure to take a pair of well-broken-in high shoes you can march in. Socks, all you own. Underwear. It's my guess, based on sad experience, that they won't have enough uniforms right away. Confusion and lots of it. You may be soldiering for a month or more in what you carry with you. I think, Mrs. Smith said seriously, that Father is right, Mr. Bronson. Mr. Smith, Lieutenant Smith, my husband, was saying something like it before he left. He left without waiting for his telegram. It came hours later, because he said he knew that there would be confusion at first. Her mouth twitched, although he said it more forcefully. Daughter, no matter how Brian put it, it wasn't forceful enough. Ted will be lucky if his beans are on time. Any man who can tell his right foot from his left will be grabbed and made acting corporal. They won't care how he's dressed, but you care, Ted, so take along clothes you might wear on a farm, and shoes, comfortable shoes that won't put blisters on you the first mile. Ted, do you know the cold cream trick? To use on your feet when you know you might have your shoes on for a week or more? No, sir, Lazarus answered. Grandpa taught it to me once before, or maybe after, and it works, and I've never forgotten it. If possible, have your feet clean and dry. Smear your feet all over, and especially between your toes, with cold cream, or Vaseline. Carbonated is best. Use lots, a thick layer. Then put on socks, clean if possible, dirty if you must, but don't skip them. And put your boots on. When you first stand up, it feels like you stepped into a barrel of soft soap. But your feet will thank you for it, and you won't get jungle rot between your toes. Or not as much. Take care of your feet, Ted, and keep your bowels open. Father. Daughter, I'm talking to a soldier, telling him things that may save his life. If the children can't hear such things, send them up to bed. I think it is time, Maureen answered, to get the younger ones quieted down at least. I don't have to go to bed. What do you do exactly what your mother tells you to, and no backtalk, or I'll bend a poker over your bottom. That's standing orders until your father gets home from the war. I'm going to stay up till Private Bronson leaves. Papa said I could. I'll discuss the logical impossibility of that with a club. It's the only way to make you understand it. Maureen, I suggest that we start with the youngest, let him say goodbye in turn, and then march straight up to bed, which winds up in due course with me walking Ted to his streetcar stop. But I was going to drive Uncle Ted home. Lazarus judged that it was time to speak up. Brian, thank you. But let's not give your mother something extra to worry about tonight. The trolley takes me almost straight home. And from tomorrow on, I won't even have streetcars. I'll walk. That's right, agreed Gramp. He'll march. Hay foot, straw foot. Heads up and look proud. Ted, his father made Brian sergeant of the guard until he gets back, charged with internal security of this household. Then he can't leave his post of duty to chauffeur a mere private, can he? Not in the presence of the officer of the guard, me, and of the officer of the day, my daughter. It reminds me, while the young'uns are kissing you goodbye, I want to dig out a couple of my old army shirts. I think they'll fit you. If you don't mind hand-me-downs. Sir, I will be proud and honored to wear them. Mrs. Smith stood up. I have something I must get for Private Bronson, too. Nancy, will you bring down Ethel? And Carol, will you fetch Richard? But Private Bronson hasn't eaten his sandwich, Lazarus said. I'm sorry, Miss Carroll. I've been too excited to eat. Would you wrap it for me? I'll eat it the minute I'm back in my apartment, and it will make me sleep soundly. Do that, Carol, decided her mother. Brian, will you fetch down Richard?
After more backing and filling, Lazarus told them all goodbye, in reverse order of seniority. He held Ethel for a moment and grinned at her baby smile, then kissed the top of her head and handed her back to Nancy, who took her upstairs and hurried back down. To kiss Richard, Lazarus had to get down on one knee. The child seemed unsure why this was happening, but knew it was a solemn occasion. He hugged Lazarus tightly and smeared his cheek with a kiss. Woody then kissed him, for the first and only time, that Lazarus no longer felt bothered by touching himself, as this little boy was not himself, but simply an individual from whom he derived some scattered memories in an odd concatenation. He was no longer tempted to strangle him, or not often. Would he use the unaccustomed intimacy to whisper, "Those chessmen are really ivory?" Really, truly ivory. Ivory and ebony, just like the keys on your mama's piano. Gee, that's keen. Look, when you come back, Uncle Private Bronson, I'll let you play with them. Any time. And I'll beat you, sport. Says you. Well, so long. Don't take any wooden nickels. Little Marie kissed him with tears in her eyes, then fled from the room. George kissed him on the cheek and muttered, "You be careful, Uncle Ted," and left also. Brian Jr. said, "I'll take real good care of your automobile. I'll keep it shine just the way you do." Then hesitated, suddenly kissed his cheek and left, leading Richard. Carol had a sandwich, neatly wrapped in wax paper and tied with a ribbon. He thanked her and put it into an outer coat pocket. She placed her hands on his shoulders, stood on tiptoes and whispered, "There's a note in it for you," kissed his cheek and left quickly. Nancy took her place and said quietly, "The note is from both of us. We're going to pray for you every night when we pray for Papa." She glanced at her mother, then put her arms around his shoulders and kissed him on the mouth, a firm peck. "That's not goodbye, but au revoir." She left even more quickly than her sister, head high and moving like her mother. Mrs. Smith stood up, said quietly, "Father," and waited. "No." "Then turn your back." "Yes." Mr. Johnson studied the pictures on the wall. With a soft rustle, Mrs. Smith came close to Lazarus, looked up at him, held up a little book. "This is for you." It was a vest pocket New Testament. She held it open at the flyleaf. He took it and read the original inscription, somewhat faded. "To Maureen Johnson, Good Friday, 1892, for perfect attendance. Matthew 7:7. Then under this, in fresh and crisp Spencerian script, to Private Theodore Bronson, be true to self and country. Maureen J. Smith, April 6, 1917. Lazarus gulped. "I will treasure it and keep it with me, Mrs. Smith." "Not Mrs. Smith. Theodore. Maureen." She put up her arms. Lazarus stuffed the little book into his breast pocket, put his arms around her, met her lips. For a long moment her kiss was firm and warm, but chaste. Then she moaned, almost inaudibly. Her body softened and came strongly against him. Her lips opened, and she kissed him in a fashion that Lazarus could barely believe even as he answered it in kind, a kiss that promised everything she could give. After some uncountable eternity, she whispered against his lips, "Theodore, take care of yourself. Come back to us." The Capo, 6. Camp Funston, Kansas. Dear twins and family, surprise. Meet Corporal Ted Bronson, acting sergeant and the meanest drill master in the whole National Army of the United States. No, I have not scrambled my circuits. I temporarily lost track of a basic principle of evasive action, i.e., the best place to hide a needle is in a stack of needles, and the best place to avoid the horrors of war is in an army. Since none of you has ever seen a war, or even an army, I must explain. I had, foolishly, planned to avoid this war by running away to South America. But South America is a place where I could not possibly pass for a native, no matter how well I spoke the language, and it is loaded with German agents who would suspect me of being an American agent and might arrange some nasty accident for old Buddy Boy. Bless his innocent heart. And the girls there have beautiful flashing eyes, suspicious duennas, and fathers who love to shoot gringos up to no good. Unhealthy. But if I stayed in the United States and tried to stay out of the Army, one slip and I wind up behind cold stone walls eating miserable food and making little rocks out of big ones. Unappealing. But in wartime, the Army gets the best of everything. Aside from a mild hazard of getting shot at, the latter can be avoided. How? This is not yet the era of total war. And an army offers innumerable bolt holes for a coward, me, to avoid unpleasant dangers from strangers. In this era, only a small part of an army gets shot at. An even smaller part gets hit, but I don't plan to take that risk. At this here and now, land warfare is fought in certain locations, and there are endless army jobs not in those places, where, despite a military uniform, an army man is really just a privileged civilian. I am in such a job and probably won't move until the war is over. Someone has to take these brave, young, innocent lads, fresh off the farm, and turn them into something resembling soldiers. A man who can do this is so valuable that officers are reluctant to let him go. So, I'm full of that old fighting spirit and won't have to fight. I teach instead. Close order drill, extended drill, marksmanship and care of the rifle, bayonet, barehanded combat, field hygiene, anything. My amazing aptitude in military matters caused surprise, me being a recruit with no military experience. How could I admit that Grant taught me to shoot 5 years after the end of this war, and that I first handled these same weapons as a high school cadet 10 years from now, and that my military experience is scattered over the next 100 years, plus a little now and then for centuries more? But a rumor hints that I was once a soldat in the French Foreign Legion, a corps of one of our allies, made of cutthroats, thieves, and escaped convicts, and famous for their go-to-hell way of fighting, possibly a deserter from it, and almost certainly under another name. I discourage this canard by becoming surly if anyone gets inquisitive, and only occasionally make the mistake of saluting French style, palm forward, and correct it at once. But everybody knows that I parlez-vous because my knowledge of the French language had a lot to do with my change from acting corporal to real corporal assigned to instruction, and now greasing for sergeant. There are French and British officers and sergeants here to teach us trench warfare. All the French here are supposed to speak English, but the English they speak, these Kansas and Missouri plow jockeys can't understand. So, in slips lazy Lazarus as liaison. Me and one French sergeant almost add up to one good instructor. Without that French sergeant, I am a good instructor, when I am allowed to teach what I know, but only in unarmed combat am I allowed to, because unarmed hand-to-hand fighting does not change through the ages. Only the name changes, and it has only one rule. Do it first, do it fast, do it dirtiest. But take bayonet fighting. A bayonet is a knife on the end of a gun, and the two parts add up to the Roman pilum, used 2,000 years earlier, and not new even then. One would expect the art of bayonet fighting, in 1917, to be perfect. But it isn't. The book teaches parries, but no counters. Yet a counter is as fast as a pin. Then, one would expect the art of bayonet fighting, in 1917, to be perfect. But it isn't. The book teaches parries, but no counters. Yet a counter is as fast as a parry, far more deceptive, and fatally confusing to a man who has never heard of one. And there are other things. There was, will be, a war in the 26th century, Greg, in which the use of the bayonet became a high art, and I was an unwilling participant until I managed to duck out. So one morning here, on a bet, I demonstrated that I could take on and never be touched by a U.S. Army regular sergeant instructor, then a British one, and then a French one. Was I allowed to teach what I had demonstrated? No. I mean, hell no. I wasn't doing it by the book, and my smart aleck attempt almost lost me my cushy job. So I went back to doing it by the sacred book. But this book, used at Plattsburgh, where my father and yours trained, is not bad. In bayonet fighting, its emphasis is on aggressiveness, which is okay within its limits. The bayonet is a horror weapon in the hands of a man eager to close and kill, and that may be all these kids have time to learn. But I would hate to see these pink-cheeked brave lads go up against some old, tired, pessimistic 26th century mercenaries whose sole purpose is to stay alive while their opponents die. These kids can win a war. They will win this war. They did win it from when you are. But an unnecessary number are going to die. I love these kids. They are young and eager and gallant and terribly anxious to get over there and prove that one American can lick any 6 Germans. Not true. The ratio isn't even 1-to-1. The Germans are veterans and don't suffer from sportsmanship or any other illusions. But these green kids will keep on fighting and dying until the Germans give up. But they are so young. Laz and Lore, most of them are younger than you two. Some much younger. I don't know how many lied about their ages, but lots of them don't have to shave. Sometimes at night I'll hear one crying in his cot, homesick for his mammy. But next day he'll be trying, hard as ever. We don't have enough desertions to matter. These boys want to fight. I try not to think about how useless this war is. Oh, it's a matter of perspective. Minerva proved to me one night, when she was still following the profession of computer, that all here and nows are equal, and the present is simply whatever here and now one is using. By my proper here and now, where I would be if I hadn't hearkened to the wild geese, Homo tertius, by that here and now, these eager, puppy-like boys are long dead, and the worms have eaten them. This war, and its terrible aftermath, are ancient history. No worry of mine. But I'm here, and it's happening now, and I feel it. These letters become more difficult to write and to send. Justin, you want detailed accounts, written on the spot, of all that I do, to add to that pack of lies you edited. Photo reduction and etching are now impossible. I am sometimes allowed to leave camp for a day, which is just long enough to get to the nearest large town, Topeka, circa 160 kilometers round trip, but always on a Sunday when businesses are closed. So I have not had a chance to work up a connection to use a laboratory in Topeka, assuming that there is one with the equipment I need, a doubtful point. I would let letters pile up in a lockbox, since it does not matter when I delay mail them, but banks are never open on Sundays. So a handwritten letter, not too long and bulky, is the most I can manage, whenever I can lay hands on nesting envelopes, also difficult now, and hope that paper and ink won't oxidize too much over the centuries. I've started a diary, one which makes no mention of Tertius and such. This letter would get me locked up as crazy, but is simply a daily recital of events. I can mail it when it is full to Gramp Ira Johnson to hold for me. Then after the war is over, and I have time and privacy, I can use it to write the sort of commentary you want, and take time to miniaturize and stabilize a long message. The problems of a time-tripping historiographer are odd and awkward. One Welton fine-grained memory cube would record all I could say over the next 10 years, except that I would have no use for one even if I had it. The technology to use it is lacking. By the way, Ishtar, did you plant a recorder in my belly? You are a darling, dear, but sometimes a devious darling, and there is something there. It doesn't bother me, and I might never have noticed it had not a physician noticed it the day I joined this army. He brushed the matter off, but later I conducted my own examination by touch. There is an implant there, and not what Ira says I'm full of. It might be one of those artificial organs you rejuvenators are reluctant to discuss with your children, but I suspect that it is a Welton cube with an ear hooked to it and a 10-year power supply. It's about the right size. But why didn't you ask me, dear, instead of sneaking up on me with a Mickey? It is not true that I always say no to a civil request. That is a canard started by Laz and Lore. Justin could have gotten Tamara to ask me, and no one has ever learned how to say no to Tamra. But Justin will pay for this. To hear what I say and what is said in my presence, he is going to have to listen to 10 years of belly rumblings. No, darn it, Athene will filter out incidental noise and supply him with a dated and meaningful printout. There is no justice, and no privacy either. Athene, haven't I always been good to you, dear? Make Justin pay for his prank. I haven't seen my first family since I enlisted, but when I get a long enough pass, I'm going to Kansas City and visit them. My status as a hero carries privileges a civilian young bachelor cannot enjoy. The mores relax a bit in wartime, and I'll be able to spend time with them. They have been very good to me. A letter almost every day, cookies or a cake weekly. The latter I share, reluctantly. The former I treasure. I wish it were as easy to get letters from my Tertius family. Basic message, repeated. Rendezvous is 2 August 1926, 10 T years after drop. Last figure is 6. Not 9. All my love, Corporal Ted, old buddy boy Bronson. Dear Mr. Johnson, and all your family, Nancy, Carol, Brian, George, Marie, Woody, Dickie Boy, Baby Ethel, and Mrs. Smith. I cannot say how touched I am that this orphan has been adopted for the duration by the Smith family, and to hear that it is confirmed by Captain Smith. In my heart, you all have been my family since that sad and happy night you sent me off to war, loaded with presents and good wishes, and my head filled with your practical advice, and my heart closer to tears than I dared let anyone see. To be told by Mrs. Smith, with a sentence quoted from a letter from her husband, the captain, that I truly am adopted, well, I'm close to tears again. And non-coms are not supposed to show such weakness. I have not looked up Captain Smith. I caught the hint in your letter, but truly, I did not need it. I have been soldiering long enough to realize that an enlisted man does not presume in such fashion. I am almost as certain that the captain will not look me up, for reasons I don't need to explain, as you have soldiered far more than the captain and I combined. It was most sweetly thoughtful of Mrs. Smith to suggest it, but can you make her understand why I can't look up a captain socially, and why she should not urge her husband to look up a non-com? If you can't make her understand this, possible since the Army is a different world, perhaps this will suffice. Camp Funston is big, and no transportation for me other than Shank's mare. Call it an hour for the round trip if I swing out my heels. At 5 minutes with the captain when I find him, if I find him. You know our stepped-up routine. I sent you a copy. Show here that there just isn't time, all day long, for me to do this. But I do appreciate her kind thoughts. Please give Carol my heartiest thanks for the brownies. They are as good as her mother makes. Higher praise I cannot give. Were, I should say, as they disappeared into hollow legs, mine and others. My buddies are a greedy lot. If she wants to marry a long, lanky Kansas farm boy with a big appetite, I have one at hand who will marry her sight unseen on the basis of those brownies. This place is no longer the Mexican fire drill I described in my earliest letters. In place of stovepipes, we now have real trench mortars. The wooden guns have disappeared, and even the greenest conscripts are issued Springfields as soon as they've mastered squads east and west, and have learned to halt, more or less together. But it remains hard, as the mischief to teach them to use those rifles by the book. We have 2 types of recruit, boys who have never fired a rifle, and others who boast that their pappies used to send them out to shoot breakfast and never allowed them but 1 shot. I prefer the first sort, even if a lad is unconsciously afraid and has to be taught not to flinch. At least he hasn't practiced his mistakes, and I can teach him what the regular Army instructors taught me, and those 3 chevrons on my sleeve now ensure that he listens. But the country boy who is sure he knows it all, and sometimes is indeed a good shot, won't listen. It's a chore to convince him that he is not going to do it his way, He is going to do it the Army way, and he had better learn to like it. Sometimes these know-it-alreadies get so angry that they want to fight. Me, not Huns. These are usually boys who haven't found out that I also teach unarmed combat. I've had to accommodate a couple of them, out behind a latrine after retreat. I won't box them. I have no wish to flatten my big nose against some cow-milking fist. But the idea of fighting rough and tumble, no rules, either makes their eyes glitter, or they decide to shake hands and forget it. If they go ahead with it, it doesn't last over 2 seconds, as I don't want to get hurt. I promised to tell you where and how I learned La Savate and jiu-jitsu, but it's a long story, not too nice in spots. One I should not put into a letter, but wait until I have a pass that gives me time enough to visit Kansas City. But I haven't had anyone offer to fight me for at least 3 months. One of the sergeant instructors told me that he had heard that the recruits call me Death Bronson. I don't mind as long as it means peace and quiet when I'm off duty. Camp Fun's town continues to have just 2 sorts of weather. Too hot and dusty, too cold and muddy. I hear that the latter is good practice for France. The Tommies here claim that the worst hazard of this war is the danger of drowning in French mud. The poilus among us don't really argue it, but blame the rain on artillery fire. Bad as the weather may be in France, everyone wants to go there. And the second favorite topic of conversation is when. No need to tell an old soldier the first. Rumors of shipping out are endless and always wrong. But I'm beginning to wonder, am I going to be stuck here, doing the same things month after month, while the war goes on elsewhere? What will I tell my children someday? Where did you fight the big war, Daddy? Funston, Billy. What part of France is that, Daddy? Near Topeka, Billy. Shut up and eat your oatmeal. I would have to change my name. It gets tiresome telling one bunch after another to stack arms and grab shovels. We've dug enough trenches in this prairie to reach from here to the moon, and I now know 4 ways to do it. The French way, the British way, the American way, and the way each new bunch of recruits does it, in which the revetments collapse. And then they want to know what difference it makes, because General Pershing, once we get there, is going to break this trench warfare stalemate and get those Huns on the run. They may be right, but I have to teach them what I'm told to teach, till I'm white-haired, maybe. I am pleased indeed to hear that you are in the 7th Regiment. I know how much it means to you. But please don't disparage the 7th Missouri by calling it the Home Guards. Unless somebody gets a hammerlock on Hindenburg pretty soon, you may see a lot of action in this war. But truthfully, sir, I hope you do not. And I think Captain Smith would agree with my reasoning. Someone does have to guard the home, and I mean a specific home on Benton Boulevard. Brian Jr. isn't old enough to be the man of the family. I think Captain Smith would worry if you weren't there. But I do understand how you feel. I hear that the only way for a sergeant instructor to get off this treadmill is to lose his stripes. Would you feel ashamed of me if I, when absent, over leave just long enough to get busted back to corporal, then did something else to lose those chevrons too? I feel sure it would get me on the first troop train headed east. You'd better not read that last to the rest of the family. An honorary Smith had best find some other way. My warmest respects to you and Mrs. Smith. My love to all the youngsters. Ted Bronson, Smith. Find some other way. My warmest respects to you and Mrs. Smith. My love to all the youngsters. Ted Bronson, Smith. And most happy to be adopted. Come in. Sir, Sergeant Bronson reports to Captain Smith as ordered. Pop, I wouldn't have recognized you, but darn if you don't look just as you ought to, only younger. At ease, Sergeant. Close that door, then sit down. Yes, sir. Lazarus did so, still mystified. He had not only never expected Captain Smith to get in touch with him, but he had refrained from asking for a pass long enough to let him go to Kansas City for 2 reasons. 1, his father might be there that weekend, or 2, his father might not be there that weekend. Lazarus was not sure which was worse. He had avoided both. Now a dog robber type on a motorcycle with a sidecar had suddenly picked him up with orders to report to Captain Smith, and it was not until he had done so that he knew that this Captain Smith was Captain Brian Smith. "Sergeant, my father-in-law has told me quite a bit about you, and so has my wife." There seemed to be no answer to that, so Lazarus looked sheepish and said nothing. Captain Smith went on. "Oh, come on, Sergeant. Don't look embarrassed. This is man to man. My family has adopted you, so to speak, and it meets with my heartiest approval. In fact, it fits in with something the War Department is starting, through the Red Cross and the YMCA and the churches, a program to locate every man in uniform who does not get mail regularly and see to it that he does. Get a family to adopt him for the duration, in other words. Write to him, remember his birthday, send him little presents. What do you think of that?" "Sir, it sounds good. What the captain's family has done for me has certainly been good for my morale." "I'm pleased to hear it. How would you organize such a program? Speak up. Don't be afraid to express your own ideas." "Give me a desk and I'll make a career of it, Pop." "Sir, the problem breaks down into three parts. 2 of preparation, 1 of execution. First, locate the men. Second, at the same time, locate families willing to help. Third, bring them together. The first has to be done by the first sergeants. The top kicks are going to love this in a pig's eye. They will have to require their company clerks to check mail against the roster before handing it out. This must be speeded up. Holding up mail call for any reason is not a good idea. But checking can't be left to platoon sergeants. They aren't set up for it, and would slop it. It has to be at the point where the mail orderly delivers mail to each company clerk." Lazarus thought, "But to make this work, if the captain will pardon me, the commanding general must tell his adjutant to require from each company, troop, and battery commander a report of how many pieces of mail each man under his command has received that week. And a damnable invasion of privacy, and the sort of multiplication of clerical work that bogs down armies. The homesick ones have homes and do get mail. The loners don't want letters. They want women and whiskey. The prairie dog pee they sell for whiskey in this dry state has made a teetotaler of me." "But that should not be separate paperwork, Captain. It need only be a column of tally marks on the regular weekly report. Both company commanders and top sergeants are going to bellyache if it's too time-consuming, and the commanding general would receive reports that would be mostly products of company clerks' imaginations. The captain knows that, I feel sure." Lazarus' father gave the grin that made him look like Teddy Roosevelt. "Sergeant, you have just caused me to revise a letter I'm preparing for the general. As long as I am assigned to plans and training, no new program will add to the mountain of paperwork, if I can help it. I've been trying to sweat this one down to size, and you've shown me a way to do it. Tell me, why did you turn down officers' training when it was offered to you? Oh, don't tell me if you don't want to. It's your business." "Pop, I'm going to have to lie to you, for I can't point out that a platoon leader has a life expectancy of around 20 minutes if he takes his platoon over the top and does it by the book. What a war." "Sir, look at it this way. Suppose I put in for it. A month to get it approved, then 3 months at Benning, or Leavenworth, or wherever they're sending them, then back here, or Bliss, or somewhere, and I'll be assigned to recruits. 6 months with them, and we go overseas. More training behind the lines over there, from what I hear. Adds up to about a year, and the war's over, and I haven't been in it." "You could be right. You want to go to France?" "Yes, sir." "Christ, no." "Just last Sunday in KC, my father-in-law told me that would be your answer. But you may not know, Sergeant,
that the billet you are in will be just as frustrating, without the compensation of bars on your shoulders. Here in plans and training, we keep track of every enlisted instructor, and the ones who don't work out, we ship out. But the ones who do work out, we hang on to like grim death. Except for one thing. His father smiled again. We have been asked, the polite word for ordered, to supply some of our best instructors for that behind-the-lines training in France you mentioned. I know you qualify. I've made it a point to note the weekly reports on you ever since my father-in-law told me about you. Surprising proficiency for a man with no combat time, plus a slight tendency to be non-regulation about minor points, which, privately, I do not find a drawback. The utterly regulation soldier is a barrack soldier. Est-ce que vous parlez la langue française? Oui, mon capitaine. Eh bien, peut-être vous avez roulé autrefois en la Légion étrangère, n'est-ce pas? Pardon, mon capitaine. Je ne comprends pas. Nor will I understand you if we talk 3 more words of it. But I'm studying hard, as I expect French to be my own ticket out of this dusty place. Bronson, forget that I asked that question. But I must ask one more, and I want an absolutely straight answer. Is there any possibility whatever that any French authority might be looking for you? I don't give a tinker's damn what you may have done in the past, and neither does the War Department. But we must protect our own. Lazarus barely hesitated. Papa's telling me plain as print that if I am a deserter from the Foreign Legion, or have escaped from Devil's Island or any such, he's going to keep me out of French jurisdiction. Absolutely none, sir. I'm relieved to hear it. There have been latrine rumors that Pop Johnson could neither confirm nor deny. Speaking of him, stand up a moment. Now face left, please. And about face? Bronson, I'm convinced. I don't remember my wife's Uncle Ned, but I would give long odds that you are related to my father-in-law, and his theory certainly fits, which makes us kinfolk of some sort. After the war is over, perhaps we can dig into it. But I understand that my children call you Uncle Ted, which seems close enough and suits me if it suits you. Sir, it does indeed. It's good to have a family under any assumption. I think so. Just one more thing, and this you must forget once you go out that door. I think that a rocker for those chevrons will show up one of these days, and not long after you'll be given a short leave that you haven't requested. When that happens, don't start any continued stories. Comprenez-vous? Oui, mon capitaine. Certainement. I wish I could tell you that we will be in the same outfit. Pop Johnson would like that. But I can't. In the meantime, please remember that I haven't told you anything. Captain, I've already forgotten it. Pop thinks he's doing me a favor. Thank you, sir. Not at all. Dismissed. The Capo 7. Staff Sergeant Theodore Bronson found Kansas City changed. Uniforms everywhere. Posters everywhere. Uncle Sam stared out at him. I want you for the United States Army. A Red Cross nurse was shown holding a wounded man in a stretcher as if he were a baby, with the one word, give. A sign on a restaurant said, "We observe all meatless, wheatless, and sweetless days." Service flags were in many windows. He counted 5 stars on one, saw several with gold stars. More traffic than he recalled, and streetcars were crowded, many passengers in uniform. It seemed as if all of Camp Funston, and every camp or fort within reaching distance, had all been dumped into the city at once. Untrue, he knew, but the train he had dozed in most of last night had been so jammed that it seemed true. That khaki special had been almost as dirty as a cattle train, and even slower. It had sidetracked again and again in favor of freights, and once for a troop train. Lazarus arrived in Kansas City late in the morning, tired and filthy, having left camp clean and rested. But he had his battered old grip with him, and planned to correct both conditions before seeing his adopted family.
Waving a $5 bill in front of the railroad station got him a taxi, but the hacky insisted on picking up 3 more passengers going south after asking what direction Lazarus was going. The taxicab was a Ford Landaulet, like his own, but in much worse condition. The glass partition between front and back seats, the feature that made it a limousine, had been removed, and the collapsible half-top of the rear compartment appeared to have collapsed for the last time. But with 5 in it, plus baggage on knees, ventilation was welcome. The driver said, "Sergeant, you were first. Where to?" Lazarus said that he wanted to find a hotel room out south, near 31st. "You're an optimist. Hard enough to find one downtown, but we'll try. Drop these other gentlemen first, maybe." Eventually he wound up near 31st and Main. Permanent and transient, all rooms and apartments with bath. The driver said, "This joint costs too much, but it's this or go back downtown. Now keep your money till we see if they can take you. You about to go overseas?" "So I hear." "So your fare is $1. I don't take no tips from a man about to go over. I got a boy over there. Let me talk to that clerk." 10 minutes later, Lazarus was luxuriating in the first tub bath he had had since April 6th, 1917. Then he slept 3 hours. When his inner alarm woke him, he dressed in clean clothes from skin out, his best uniform. The breeches he had retailored for a smarter peg at the knee. He went down to the lobby and telephoned his family's home. Carol answered and squealed, "Oh, Mama, it's Uncle Ted." Maureen Smith's voice was serenely warm. "Where are you, Sergeant Theodore? Ryan Jr. wants to go fetch you home." "Please tell him thanks, Mrs. Smith, but I'm in a hotel at the 31st Street car line. I'll be there before he can get here, if I'm welcome." "Welcome? What a way for our adopted soldier to talk. You don't belong in a hotel. You must stay here. Brian, my husband, the captain, told us to expect you and that you were to stay with us. Did he not tell you so?" "Ma'am, I've seen the captain just once, 3 weeks ago. So far as I know, he doesn't know I'm on leave." Lazarus added, "I don't want to put you out." "Pish and tush, Sergeant Theodore. Let's have no more of that. At the beginning of the war, we changed the maid's room downstairs, my sewing room, where you played chess with Woodrow, into a guest room, so that the captain could bring a brother officer home on a weekend. Must I tell my husband that you refuse to sleep there?" "Maureen, my love, that's putting the cat too close to the canary. I won't sleep. I'll lie awake thinking about you upstairs, surrounded by kids and Gramp." "Mrs. Captain, generous hostess, ma'am, I'll be utterly delighted to sleep in your sewing room." "That's better, Sergeant. For a moment I thought Mama was going to have to spank." Brian Jr. was waiting at the Benton car stop, with George as footman, and with Carol and Marie in the back seat. George grabbed the grip and took charge of it. Marie shrilled, "My, doesn't Uncle Ted look pretty?" And Carol corrected her. "Handsome, Marie. Soldiers look handsome and smart, not pretty. Isn't that right, Uncle Ted?" Lazarus picked the smaller girl up by her elbows and kissed her cheek. Set her down. "Technically correct, Carol, but pretty suits me just fine if Marie thinks I am. Quite a welcoming committee. Do I run along behind?" "You sitting at the know with the girls," Brian Jr. ruled. "But look at this first," he pointed. "A foot throttle. Isn't that bully?" "First," he pointed. "A foot throttle. Isn't that bully?" Lazarus agreed, then took a few moments to inspect the car. In better shape than he had left it, shining and clean from spokes to top, and with several new items besides the foot accelerator. A dressy radiator cap, rubber non-skids for the pedals, a tire holder on the rear with a patent leather cover for a spare tire, a robe rail in the rear compartment with a lap robe folded neatly, and, finishing touch, a cut glass bud vase with a single rose. "Is the engine kept as beautifully as the rest?" George opened the hood. Lazarus looked and nodded approvingly. "It could take a white glove inspection." "That's exactly what Grandpa gives it," Brian declared. "He says if we don't take care of it, we can't use it." "You do take care of it." Lazarus arrived in royal splendor, one arm around a big little girl, the other around a small little girl. Gramp was waiting on the front porch, came down the walk to meet him, and Lazarus suddenly revised his mental image. The old soldier was in uniform and seemed a foot taller and ramrod straight, ribbons on his chest, chevrons on his sleeves, puttees most carefully rolled, campaign hat perched high and turned up slightly behind. As Lazarus turned from handing Carol out, Marie having danced ahead, Grant paused and threw Lazarus a sweeping Throckmorton salute. "Welcome home, Sergeant." Lazarus returned it as flamboyantly. "Thank you, Sergeant. I'm glad to be here." He added, "Mr. Johnson, you didn't tell me you were a supply sergeant." "Somebody has to count the socks. I agreed to take—" The rest was lost to Woody's explosive arrival. "Hey, Uncle Sergeant! You going to play chess with me?" "Sure, sport," Lazarus agreed, his attention distracted by two other things, Mrs. Smith at the open door, and a service flag in the parlor window. 3 stars. 3? Then Gramp was urging him in with something about this being a drill night, so supper would be early. Nancy kissed him, openly, without glancing first for her mother's approval. Then Dickie had to be picked up and kissed, and baby Ethel, walking, and at last Maureen gave him her slender hand, drew him to her, and brushed his cheek with her lips. "Sergeant Theodore, it is so good to have you home." Supper was a noisy, well-run circus, with Gramp presiding in lieu of his son-in-law, while his daughter ran things with serene dignity from the other end, and did not get up once Lazarus placed her chair under her and took his seat of honor on her right. Her 3 eldest daughters did all that was necessary. Ethel sat in a high chair on her mother's left, with George helping her. Lazarus learned that this duty rotated among the 5 eldest. It was a lavish meal for wartime, with hot golden corn bread replacing white bread, this being a wheatless day, and firmest discipline, administered by Nancy and Brian Jr., required that every morsel accepted must be eaten, with admonitions about hungry Belgians. Lazarus did not care what he ate, but remembered to compliment the cooks, 3, and tried to answer all that was said to him. Nearly impossible, as Brian and George wanted to tell about their troops' drive to collect walnut shells and peach pits, and how many it took for each gas mask. And Marie had to be allowed to boast that she could knit just as well as George could, and she did not either drop stitches. And how many squares it took to make a blanket, while Gramp wanted to talk shop with Lazarus, and had to be stern to get a word in edgewise. Maureen Smith seemed to find it unnecessary to talk. She smiled and looked happy, but it seemed to Lazarus that there was tension under her self-control, the ages-old strain of Penelope. "For me, darling?" "No, of course not. I wish I could tell you that Pop will come back unharmed. But how could I make you believe that I know? You're going to have to sweat it out the way Penelope did. I'm sorry, my love." Excuse me, Carol? I missed that." "I said it's perfectly hard that you have to go back so soon, when you're just about to go over there." "But it's quite a lot, Carol, in wartime. It's just that getting here and getting back eats up so much time. I'm not entitled to special privileges. I don't know that I'm about to ship out." There was silence around the table. The older boys exchanged glances. Ira Johnson broke it by saying gently, "Sergeant, the children know what a pass in the middle of the week means. But they don't talk. They are disciplined. My son-in-law decided, wisely I think, not to keep things from them unnecessarily." "But, Grandpa, when Papa has leave, he doesn't go back next day. It's not fair." "That's because," Brian Jr. said wisely, "Papa usually rides with Captain Bozell in that big old Marmon 6, and they burn up the road. Staff Sergeant Uncle Ted, I could drive you back to camp, then you wouldn't have to leave till late tomorrow night." "Thank you, Brian, but
I don't think we'd better. If I catch the train we call the Reveille Special tomorrow evening, I'm safe even if the train is a bit late. And this is one time I'm not going to risk being over leave. I agree with Sergeant Bronson, Gramp added. And that settles it, Brian. Ted can't risk being late. I see that I had better move along, too. Daughter, if I may be excused. Certainly, Father. Sergeant Johnson, may I drive you to your parade ground, or wherever it is? To the armory. No, Ted, my captain picks me up and brings me home. He and I go early and stay late. Why don't you take Maureen for a spin? She hasn't been out of the house for a week. She's getting pale. Mrs. Smith, I'd be honored. We'll all go. George, his grandfather said firmly, the idea is to give your mother an hour free of the pressure and noise of children. Sergeant Ted promised to play chess with me. Would he? I heard what he said. He did not set a time. He'll be here tomorrow. And he promised to take me to Electric Park a long, long time ago, and he never did. Woody, I'm sorry about that, Lazarus answered. But the war came along before the park opened. We may have to wait until the war is over. But you said... Woodrow, his mother said firmly, stop that. This is Sergeant Theodore's leave, not yours. And get that sulky look off your face, added his grandfather, before we form a regimental square and have you flogged around the flagpole. Nancy, charge of quarters, dear. But... The oldest girl shut up. Father, Nancy's young man is about to reach his birthday and is not going to wait to be drafted. I think I told you. So, some of the young people are giving him a surprise party tonight. Oh, yeah, slipped my mind. Fine young man, Ted. You would approve of him. Correction, Nancy, you're off duty. Carol? Carol and I can take care of anything, Brian answered. Can't we, Carol? My night to wash, Marie wipes, George's turn to put away, bedtimes by the schedules, emergency telephone numbers on the blackboard. We know the standing orders. May I be excused too, then? Said Nancy. Staff Sergeant Ted, you will be here tomorrow, won't you? Lazarus went out to the curb to meet Grandpa's militia captain. When he came in, Maureen had gone upstairs. He grabbed the chance to freshen up in the bath off the quantum sewing room. 15 minutes later, he was handing Mrs. Smith into the front seat of the landaulet, himself dizzied by her wonderful fragrance. Had she managed to bathe again in 20 minutes or so? It seemed like it. She had certainly changed clothes. These wartime styles were startling. As he handed her in, Lazarus caught a glimpse not only of trim ankle, but quite a lot of shapely calf. He was shaken by the thrill it gave him. How long would this dress cycle last? While he cranked the car, he tried to quiet himself by thinking about it. Corsets disappeared right after this war, and skirts went up and up, all during the torrid 20s, the jazz age. Then women's styles varied all through this century, but with a steady trend toward letting men see more and more of what they were fighting for. But social nudity, even in swimming, did not become really common until the end of the century, so I seem to recall. Then a Puritan reaction the following century, a horrid time he had fled from. What would Maureen think if he tried to tell her any of it? The engine caught. He got in beside her. Where would you like to go, Mrs. Smith? Oh, out south. Somewhere quiet. South it is. Lazarus glanced at the setting sun, turned on his headlights. He made a U-turn and headed south. But my name is not Mrs. Smith, Theodore, when we are alone. Thank you, Maureen. Straight out to 39th, then over to Paseo, a Prospect, and out as far as Swope Park. Would she let him take her that far? Oh, for 1,000 miles of open road and Maureen beside me. I like the way you say my name, Theodore. Do you remember where you took the children for a picnic not long before the war started? Near the Blue River. You want to go there, Maureen? Yes. If you don't remember the way, I can guide you. I suggested it for that picnic.
We'll find it.
It need not be that spot, but somewhere quiet and private, where you need not give your attention to driving. Hey, Maureen, my darling, you don't want us to be too private. I might shock you dreadfully. Private enough for a goodbye kiss, fine. Then let's deliver you home safe and sound. You are this century, my sweet. I'd rather have one kiss and your love and respect than entice you into more and have you think of me with regret. I decided that many months ago, you darling. Should I turn here? Yes. Theodore, Brian Jr. said that the new throttle he installed made it possible to drive with one hand.
Yes, that's true.
Then do drive with one hand. Is that plain enough, or must I be still more bold? Cautiously, he put his arm across her shoulders. She promptly reached up, took his hand, pulled it down, and pressed it to her breast, saying quietly, "We haven't time to be shy, dear Theodore. Don't be afraid to touch me." Firm, soft breast, nipple erect to his touch. She shivered and got closer to him, again pressed her hand to his, and gave a tiny moan. Lazarus said huskily, "I love you, Maureen." She answered, just loud enough to be heard by him over the engine noise. "We have loved each other since the night we met. We simply could not say so."
"Yes, I didn't dare tell you."
"You would never have told me, Theodore, so I had to be bold and let you know that I feel it too." She added, "The turn is just ahead, I think."
"I think so too. I'll need both hands to drive that lane."
"Yes," she agreed, surrendering his arm, "but only till we get there. Then I want both your arms and all your attention."
"Yes."
He drove in carefully, avoiding ruts, until the lane widened into the level, grassy spot he remembered. There he turned the car full circle, in part to head out, but primarily to see that no one else was there. His headlights picked up nothing but grass and trees. Good. Or was it good? "Oh, my darling, do you know what you are doing?" He switched off the lights, stopped the engine, set the handbrake. Maureen came right into his arms. Her mouth sought his, opened wide to him. For long moments they needed no words. Her mouth, her hands were as eager as his, and even bolder, urging him on. Presently, she chuckled happily against his lips and whispered, "Surprised? But I can't say a proper goodbye to my warrior with bloomers on, so I took them off when I went upstairs, and my corset, too. Don't hold back, dear one. You can't harm me. I'm expecting."
"What did you say?"
"Theodore, must I always be the one with bold words and bold actions? I'm pregnant. 7 weeks now, certain."
"Oh,"
he added thoughtfully, "the seat is narrow." "I hear that young people sometimes take the back seat out and put it on the ground. Or do chiggers worry you?" "Audacity, darling. A warrior must be audacious. So says my father, and my husband agrees. There is a lap rug back there, too."
"Maureen, my love, there is no doubt where I got my own audacity, or my ruddiness. From you, darling."
"If you'll let go of me, I'll get them out. I'm not afraid of chiggers, nor of the loveliest woman I've ever held in my arms. I just have trouble believing it." "I'll help." She was out of the car without waiting. He slid across the seat and followed her. She opened the tonneau door and stopped. Then she said loudly and happily, "Woodrow, you're a scamp." Without waiting, he slid across the seat and followed her. She opened the tonneau door and stopped. Then she said loudly and happily, "Woodrow, you're a scamp. Sergeant Theodore, see you sleeping in the back seat." As she spoke, she fumbled behind her, trying to reach buttons of his that she had unbuttoned. Lazarus quickly took over the task. "Sergeant Ted promised to take me to Electric Park." "That's where we're going, darling. We're almost there. Now tell Mama,
Shall we take you home and put you to bed, or are you big enough to stay awake and go to Electric Park?"
"Yes, sport," Lazarus agreed. "Home or Electric Park?" "Marine, did Gramp teach you to lie, or is it genius? I not only love you, I admire you. Pershing should have you on his staff." He hastily refastened buttons at the back of her dress. Electric Park." "Then settle down, and we'll have you there in no time." "I want to ride in front." "Sport, you can ride in back to Electric Park, or ride in back till we get you home and into bed. I won't drive with 3 in the front seat."
"Brian does."
"Let's go home, Mrs. Smith. Woody doesn't know who's driving this car. He must be quite sleepy."
"I am not either. I had a nap." "All right, I'll ride in back to Electric Park."
"Mrs. Smith?"
"We'll go to Electric Park, Sergeant Theodore, if Woodrow will lie down and try to get another nap."
Woody promptly lay down. They closed him in, and Lazarus got them out of there. Once there was enough engine noise to blanket her words, she said, "I must telephone. Back where we turned off, you'll find a drugstore farther along. That's on our way to Electric Park." "Right away. How much do you think he heard?" "I think he was asleep until I opened the door, but nothing of importance if he was not, and would understand less. Don't worry, Theodore. Audacity. Always audacity." "Marine, you should be a soldier. A general." "I would rather be loved by soldiers. And I am, and it makes me wonderfully happy. Now you can drive with one hand again." "That's just glass. He can see us." "Theodore, you can touch me without putting an arm around me. I shall sit up straight and pretend to ignore whatever you find to do. But I am a very frustrated woman, and I want to be touched by you." She chuckled. "Aren't we a pair of ninnies?" "I suppose so, but I'm not laughing." Lazarus squeezed her thigh. "I'm too frustrated." "Oh, but you must laugh, Theodore." She pulled up her skirt, moved his hand onto bare thigh above round garters. "When you have as many children as I have, you must laugh, or go crazy." She pushed her skirt down over his hand. He caressed her warm, smooth skin. She eased her thighs and invited more. "I guess it is funny," he admitted. "2 full-grown adults outflanked by a 6-year-old. "Only 5, Theodore. Not 6 until November." She squeezed his hand between plump thighs, then relaxed. "How well I remember. Biggest baby I've had, 8 pounds, and more trouble than all the rest put together. And always a scamp, and always my favorite, and I try never to let it show. And you must not tell on me that Woodrow is my favorite. I'm not afraid of your telling anything else. I know my reputation is safe with you." "It is." "I knew it, or would never have plotted to take you out there. But reputation is all it is. You now know what a hussy I am under my mask. But I cultivate a good reputation most carefully, for my children, for my husband." "You said plotted." "What, you sure of it? I knew at once, when I learned how short your time is, that I had exactly one chance to get you alone and make you realize that I want you to come back with your shield, not on it. There is only one way for a woman to tell a warrior that, so I enlisted Father's help to get you away from my swarm of children." She chuckled again. "But the worst scamp I have ruined my carefully plotted plans. For he has, dear one. I don't dare risk it at home. I'll always regret that we didn't succeed, and I hope you will too." "Oh, I will. I do. You put Mr. Johnson up to suggesting this ride? Won't he suspect?" "I'm sure he does, and disapproves. Of me, Theodore, not of you. But my reputation is as safe in his hands as in yours. Want to hear a side-splitting joke? One that will make us laugh so hard that we'll forget how frustrated we are?" "I'll laugh if you do." "Did you wonder how I knew the perfect place? Because I have been there before, Theodore, for the same purpose. But that's not the joke. This is. That rascal in the back seat was conceived there, on the very spot I was going to have you place me." Lazarus thought a split second, then guffawed. You're sure? Utterly certain, sir. 10 feet from where you stopped, by that biggest black walnut tree. I plan to have you place me on that same spot. I'm sentimental, Theodore. I wanted you to have me right where I conceived my favorite child, and a little imp stopped me. After I had become quite excited thinking about doing it with you on the very spot. Lazarus thought a long moment, decided that he did want to know. Who was he, Maureen? What? Oh, I suppose I invited that so I shan't resent it. Theodore, I'm Scarlet, but I'm not that Scarlet. My husband, dear. All my children are his. No possibility of error. You have seen Brian only as an officer, but in private my husband is quite playful, so much so that I never wear bloomers when I go joyriding with him. It was February 18th, a Sunday, when I'll never forget. I kept a hired girl then. Nancy was too young to leave with the younger ones, and Brian was on the road traveling, and wanted me to be ready for anything when he was in town. And he had just bought his first automobile. That Sunday was one of those fall spring days, and Brian decided to take me joyriding. Just me. He had established a firm rule that some occasions were for all our family, some were just for Mama and Papa. A good policy in a large family, we think. So we got to that lovely picnic spot. Pretty even in winter, and the ground was dry. We sat and lollygagged, and he had his hand where yours is, and he told me to take my clothes off. In February? I didn't protest. It was at least 60 and no wind, but I would in much colder weather if my husband asked me to. So I did. All but shoes and stockings, and I looked like one of those French postcards you men buy in cigar stores. I didn't feel cold. I felt grand. I like to feel naughty, and Brian encourages me to in private. He put down the back seat cushion on that spot and put a blanket on it and had me. And that's when I got Woodrow. It had to be then because Brian was home just one day, and that was the only time. Quite unusual. We usually squeeze in more lovin'. We enjoy it so. She chuckled. When we were sure, Brian teased me about the iceman and the milkman and the postman. Or was it the grocery boy? I teased right back that it could have been any of them. But the woodman got there first, in the woods. Right here, dear one. I won't be but a moment. They all went in, as Woody woke up, if he had slept. Lazarus had dark doubts, then reviewed it in his mind and decided that Maureen had been careful both in voice and phrasing. Lazarus bought the little boy an ice cream cone to keep him quiet and sat him at the fountain, then moved to the other end and listened to her telephone call. He wanted to know what lies he must back up. Carol, Mama dear, have you counted our zoo lately? Stop worrying, the scamp hid in the back seat, and we didn't know it until we were almost to Electric Park. Yes, dear, Electric Park, and I'm feeling very gay. I'm going to keep Woodrow with us and not let the imp spoil our fun. Earlier than I want to. Woodrow will be sleepy too soon to suit Mama. I want to ride every ride and win at least a Cupid doll at the booths. Yes, as long as Marie is in bed on time. Make fudge for the boys. No, not fudge. I must watch our sugar ration. Make popcorn, and tell them I'm sorry they were worried. Then you older ones may stay up and say goodnight to Uncle Ted. Goodbye, dear. She thanked the druggist with smiling dignity, took Woody's hand, and left unhurriedly. But the moment Lazarus had the car rolling, she took his right hand and restored it to warm intimacy of bare thighs. "Any trouble?" he asked, caressing her silken skin. "None. They had been engaged in a bloodthirsty game of flinch, and didn't miss him until it was time to put him to bed, only minutes before I called. Then they were worried, but not yet frantic. My little demon has hidden on us before. Theodore, Electric Park is an expense you did not expect. Will you put aside your pride and let me help?" "I would if I needed help. I don't have that sort of useless pride. But I have plenty of money, truly. If I run short, I'll tell you." "Beloved darling, I've been teaching optimists not to draw to inside straits, and I wish I could spend every cent of it on emeralds to set off your beautiful skin. But your pride makes that impossible." Theodore, not only do I love you, you are a most comfortable person to be with. Taking Woody and his mother to Electric Park turned out to be more fun than Lazarus expected. He had nothing against amusement parks and was willing to be anywhere with Maureen. Except that this time he expected to put up with restless frustration in public, where he must treat her as Mrs. Smith, after being in warmest privacy, then disappointed. But she taught him a lesson in how to enjoy the inevitable. He learned that Maureen could be unblushingly intimate despite people all around them, and still maintain her smiling, regal, public dignity. She did it by keeping her persona always intact. Happy young matron with boy-child clutching her hand, both enjoying an evening of innocent fun as guests of Cousin Theodore, Uncle Ted, while she found endless chances to continue her gaily bawdy conversation. Maureen did it not in whispers, but in ordinary tones, pitched to reach Lazarus' ears only, or sometimes to Lazarus and Woody, but so phrased that the child would neither understand nor be interested. Once she gently chided Lazarus. "Smile, beloved man. Let your face show that you are where you want to be, doing what you want to do. There, that's better. Now hold that expression and tell me why you were looking glum." He grinned at her. "Because I'm frustrated, Maureen. Because I'm not in a certain spot by a big walnut tree." She chuckled, as if he had said something witty. "Alone?" "Heavens, no. With you." "Not so vehemently, Theodore. You're not courting me. You're my cousin, who is wasting part of your precious leave by treating me and my child to an evening of fun, when you had hoped that I would find you a young lady who would turn out to be not at all ladylike when you took her to a dark place near a big walnut tree. You're a good sport about it, but not so enthusiastic as to cause Mrs. Grundy to raise her eyebrow. And here comes Mrs. Grundy now. Mrs. Simpson! And Mr. Simpson, how nice to run across you. Loretta, may I present my dear cousin, Staff Sergeant Bronson, and Mr. Simpson, Theodore." Maureen added, "Or perhaps you have met, at church, before war was declared?" Mrs. Simpson looked him over, counted the money in his wallet, checked his underwear, inspected his shave and haircut, assigned him a barely passing mark. "You belong to our church, Mr. Johnson?" "Bronson, Loretta. Theodore Bronson, father's eldest sister's son."
"Out of the way,"
Mr. Simpson said heartily.
"It's a pleasure to shake hands with one of our boys. Where are you stationed, Sergeant?"
"Camp Funston, sir. Mrs. Simpson, I was a visitor to your church. My membership is in Springfield." Maureen stopped their questions by asking Lazarus to fetch Woody from the miniature railroad train, just returning to its ticket booth depot. "Pull him like a cork, Theodore. 3 rides is enough. Loretta, I didn't see you at Red Cross last week. May we count on you this week?" Lazarus returned with Woody in time for Mr. Simpson to wave and call out, "Good luck, Sergeant," as the Simpsons moved on. The trio went next to the pony ride, got Woody a straddle one. Mrs. Smith and Lazarus sat on a bench, enjoyed more very private talk while very much in the public eye. "Maureen, you stole that bass beautifully." "No problem, dear one. I knew someone would see us, so I was ready. I'm pleased that it was the nastiest old gossip in our church. I made sure she didn't miss us. Pillars of the church and war profiteers. I despise them. So I pulled her fangs, and let's forget them. You were telling me about a certain dark spot. How was I dressed?" "Like a French postcard." "Why, Sergeant Bronson, and me a respectable woman. Or, almost. Surely you don't think I would dare be that shameless?" "Maureen, I'm not sure what you would dare. You have startled and delighted me several times. I think you have the courage to do anything you want to do." "Possibly, Theodore, but I have limits on what I will do, no matter how much I want to. Do you want to know my limits?" "If you would dare. You have startled and delighted me several times. I think you have the courage to do anything you want to do." "Possibly, Theodore, but I have limits on what I will do, no matter how much I want to. Do you want to know my limits?" "If you want me to know, you'll tell me. If you don't, you won't."
I want you to know, beloved Theodore, I would like to strip naked this very moment. I refrain only for practical reasons. Not moral ones, and not shyness. I want to give you my body. Let you enjoy it in any way you please, while I enjoy yours. There are no limits to what I want to do with you, but only to what I will do. First, she ticked them off. I will not risk becoming pregnant by any man but Brian. Second, I will not knowingly risk the well-being of my husband and children. What are you risking that tonight? Was I, Theodore? Lazarus thought about it. Pregnancy? Not a factor. Disease? She apparently trusted him on that. And yes, darling, you are right. I don't know why you hold that opinion of me, but you're right. What does that leave? A chance of scandal if we had been caught. How much chance? Very little. It's as safe a spot as one could wish. Cops? Lazarus doubted that police ever checked that spot, and doubted still more strongly that a policeman, in the present war fever, would tell a soldier in uniform more than, break it up and move on. No, my darling, you took no risks. If I had asked you to undress completely, would you have done so? Her laugh rang like chimes. Then she answered in her controlled pitch, more private than a whisper. I thought about that while I was taking a quick bath to make myself sweet for you, Theodore. It was a delightfully tempting idea. Brian has had me do so outdoors oftener than that once. It excites me, and he says that makes me more fun for him. But that's a risk he chooses to take, so it worries me not at all with him. But I did not think it fair to him to take that risk on my own, so I firmly resolved, with my nipples crinkled up as hard as you felt them, hard as they are now, I'm terribly excited, I resolved not only not to undress, but not to let you do so. Dear, will you pay for another pony ride, or fetch him if he's tired of that? Lazarus found that Woody wanted another ride. He paid and went back to the bench, found Marine staring down a lonely soldier. Lazarus touched his sleeve. On your way, Private. The soldier looked around, ready to argue, looked again and said, Oh, sorry, Sergeant. No offense meant. And none taken. Better luck elsewhere. Marine said, I hate to snub a boy in uniform, even when I must. He wasn't fresh to me, Theodore. He was just exploring the chances. I must be twice his age and was tempted to tell him so, but it would have hurt his feelings. The trouble is that you look 18, so they're certain to try. Darling, I do not look 18. Me with a daughter over 17? If Nancy marries her young man before he goes to war, she wants to, and Brian and I won't stop it, I'll be a grandmother this coming year. Hi, Grandma. Tease. I will enjoy being a grandmother. I'm certain you will, dear. I think you have great capacity for enjoying life. As I do, Mama. And now I feel sure I got it both from you and Pop. I do, Theodore. She smiled. Even when frustrated. Very. Me too, very. But we were talking about how old you look. 18, that is. Pooh! You noticed how broken down and baby-chewed my breasts are? I noticed nothing of the sort. Then you have no sense of touch, sir, for you handled them quite thoroughly. Excellent sense of touch. Lovely breasts. Theodore, I try to take care of them, but they've been filled with milk much of the past 18 years. That one, she nodded toward the pony ring, I didn't have enough milk for, and had to put him on Eagle brand, and he resented it. When I had Richard 2 years later, Woodrow tried to crowd out the new baby and take my freshened breasts. I had to be firm, when what I wanted was to have one at each breast. But one must be fair to children, not spoil one at the expense of another. She smiled indulgently. I have no sense about Woodrow, so I must follow my rules to the letter. Come back in a year, Theodore. and they won't seem so broken down. They swell out and make me look like a cow.
Will you make it worth my while?
By a walnut tree? Probably no chance, dear one. I'm afraid my scamp killed our one chance.
Oh, it wouldn't take that much to make it worthwhile. I was thinking of a taste, direct from producer to consumer.
Mumble Maureen, as Galahad says, and I've never argued. I'm the most tit-happy man in the galaxy, and I'm staring at the spot where I acquired the habit. I wish I could tell you so, darling. She looked startled, snorted, and looked delighted. That might be almost as hard to arrange as a walnut tree. But, yes, if it can be done without shocking my children. You are a scamp, too, just like Woodrow. I know I would enjoy it, because, this is secret, dear, Brian has tasted each new freshening, claims solemnly that he's checking quality and butterfat content.
Pop, you're a man of good taste. Does he ever find that one has a different taste from the other?
She chuckled happily. Dear one, you have so many playful quirks, just like my husband, that you make me feel bigamous. He claims so, but it's just more of his joking. I can't tell any difference, and I've tasted.
Madam, I look forward to giving you an expert's opinion. I think our cowboy has worn out his pony. What next? Want to try the Ben-Hur racer?
She shook her head. I enjoy roller coasters, but won't go on one now. I've never miscarried, Theodore, and never will, if being careful will keep me from it. Take Woodrow if you like.
No, you would have to wait, and these woods are filled with wolves in khaki anxious to pick up 18-year-old grandmothers. The funhouse?
All right. Then her mouth twitched. No, I forgot something. Those blasts of air up from the floor intended to make girls squeal and clutch their skirts, which I don't mind, but no bloomers, dear, unless you want everyone to see whether or not I'm truly a redhead.
Are you?
She smiled, unoffended. Tease? Don't you know?
It was very dark near that walnut tree.
Redhead at both ends, Theodore, as I would happily show you were it not for the frustrating circumstances. Brian asked me that while we were courting. Teasing, he didn't need to ask. I was covered with freckles then, just like Marie. I let him find out for himself on a grassy spot by the Medizin River, while a gentle old mare named Daisy cropped grass and paid no attention to my happy squeals. I suppose the automobile is here to stay, but the horse and buggy had many advantages. Didn't you find it so, when you started stepping out with young ladies? Lazarus agreed with a straight face, unable to admit that his memories did not include 1899 or whatever year she was thinking of. Maureen went on. I used to fix a picnic lunch and take a blanket to eat on. That was one way a girl of courting age could be unchaperoned as long as I was home before dark. A horse can take a buggy into spots even more private than our walnut tree. Truthfully, despite this modern talk about wild women and morals breaking down, I had more freedom as a girl than my daughters do, although I try not to make my chaperonage oppressive.
They don't seem oppressed. I'm sure they're happy.
Theodore, I would much rather have my children be happy than what our pastor says is moral. I simply want to be sure they aren't hurt. I am not moral by accepted rules, as you know quite well, though not as well as I had hoped you would know it, and I'm taking out my frustration in talking about it. Perhaps you would rather I did not?
Maureen, since we can't do it, the next best thing is talking about it.
Me too, Theodore. I wish I were covered with chicken-bites and my soul filled with the peace I know you could give me. Since I can't give myself to you the way I had hoped, I want you to know me as deeply as words can bring us together, as deeply as I wish you were in my body this very instant. Does my frankness shock you?
No, but it might get you raped right on this bench.
Please, not so much enthusiasm, dear one. People can see us. We're talking about the weather. Tell me, is your thing hard?
Does it show?
No, but if it is, think about blizzards and icebergs.
Brian says that helps, because our pony rider needs to be lifted down. They played both games for prizes. Then Mrs. Smith decided that she could risk the funhouse if she clutched her skirts, as if crossing a muddy street. Woody enjoyed it, especially the Hall of Mirrors and the Crystal Maze. Marlene avoided air blasts by watching girls ahead of them, then either walked on one side or held her skirts firmly. Woody tired himself out, so Lazarus picked him up, and he seemed to fall asleep as his head touched Lazarus' shoulder. They started to leave, which took them over the farewell air blast. Mrs. Smith was ahead, and Lazarus assumed that she had it spotted from the way she swerved. Then she turned, as if to speak to him, and stood over it. Her skirts went flying high. She did not squeal. She simply pushed them down a split second too late. Once they were outside, she said, "Well, sir?" "Same color, but curly, I think." "Quite. As curly as my other hair is straight, as you already knew." "And you did it on purpose?" "Certainly. Woodrow is asleep, and you had his head turned away. Perhaps some stranger got an eyeful, but I think not. If someone did, what can he do? Write a letter to my husband? Pooh. There was no one in there who knows us. I kept my eyes open and grabbed the chance." "Marine, you continue to amaze and delight me." "Thank you, sir. And you have beautiful limbs." "Legs, Theodore. Brian says so too, but I'm no expert on women's legs. But when he tells me so, he always says legs. Limbs is for public speech. So he says." "The more I know about the captain, the more I like him. You have gorgeous legs, and green garters." "Of course they're green. When I was a little girl, I wore green hair ribbons. I'm too old for hair ribbons. But if there is the teensiest possibility that my curls will be seen, I wear green garters. I have many pairs. Brian gives them to me. Some with naughty mottos on them." "Are there mottos on these?" "Little pictures, Theodore. Let's get Woodrow settled down in the back seat." It seemed to Lazarus that little pictures could not be listening. The child was limp as a rag doll. Nor did he wake when he was bedded down. He curled into fetal position, and his mother put the robe over him. Lazarus handed her into the car, cranked it, and joined her. "Straight home?" She said thoughtfully, "There is plenty of gasoline. Brian Jr. filled the tank this afternoon. I don't think Woodrow will wake." "I know there's enough gasoline. I checked when I went out to meet Mr. Johnson's captain. Shall I find that walnut tree?" "Oh, dear, please don't tempt me. Woodrow might wake up, and could climb over the back and get out as easily as he climbed in and hid. He's not old enough to understand what we would be doing. Nevertheless, I think his misunderstanding of it could upset him just as much." "No, Theodore. What I meant is this. It's not late. It's just late for a little boy. While he sleeps, we can ride around and talk for, an hour, if you wish." "We'll do that." He got rolling and added, "Marine, although I want to take you back to that walnut tree, I think it's best that we don't. Best for you, I mean." "But, darling, why? Don't you think I want you?" "I do think you want me, and God knows I want you. But despite your brave talk, I don't think you've ever done that. You would want to confess to your husband, and if you did, it would make you both unhappy, and I don't want to make Captain Smith unhappy either. He's a good sort. Or maybe you could keep it to yourself, but it would prey on your mind, because while you love me, a little, you love him a great deal more, and I am sure of that. So it's best. Isn't that so?" Mrs. Smith was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "Theodore, take me straight to that walnut tree." "No." "Why not, dear? I must show you that I do love you, and that I am not afraid to let you have me." "Marine, you would do it. You have the courage to do anything. But you would be tense and worried, afraid that Woody would wake up. And you do love Brian. All the sweetly intimate things you've told me kept saying that. But if Woody would wake up, And you do love Brian. All the sweetly intimate things you've told me kept saying that. But don't you think my heart is big enough for both of you? I'm certain it is. You love 10 people that I know of. I'm sure you can squeeze in one more. But I love you, and do not want you to do anything that would make a wall between you and your husband. I'll hurt you both for your trying to tear down that wall by confessing. Beloved, I want your love even more than I want your dear sweet body. Again she was silent before speaking. Theodore, I must tell you things about my husband and me. Private things.
You shouldn't. I should and I must, and I shall. But please, will you touch me while I talk? Don't say anything, just touch me closely and intimately and nakedly while I strip myself naked with words. Please? Lazarus put his free hand on her thigh. She pulled up her skirts, opened her thighs, and pushed his hand more firmly to her. Then she covered his hand with her skirt and spoke in an even, steady voice. Theodore, beloved, I love Brian, and Brian loves me, and he knows exactly what I am. I could keep a secret forever to keep from hurting him, and he would do the same for me. I must tell you what he said to me before he went away to Plattsburgh, and I must use bedroom words, Theodore. Polite words don't have the force it must have. The night before he left, we were in bed and had just had each other. Me still wrapped around him like a curling iron, and him still deep inside me. Swivel hips, he said, a pet name he calls me in bed. I didn't sell the Rio to tie you down. If you want to drive, buy a Ford. It's easier to learn on. I told him I didn't want to drive. I would wait until he came home. He answered, All right, Hot Bottom. And that's a pet name, too, and Brian means it most lovingly. All right, Hot Bottom. But buy one if you wish. You may need a car while I'm gone. But a car is a minor matter. Your father will be here, and that's good, but don't let him boss you. He'll try. He can't help it. It's his nature. But you are as strong-willed as he is. Stand up to him. He'll respect you for it. Now to more important matters, pretty tits. And I like that name too, Theodore, even though they're not, and don't stop me to say they are. Pretty tits, I may not have gotten you pregnant. You don't usually catch again this soon. If not, once I'm back from Plattsburgh, we'll keep on trying. And we did, Theodore, and I caught, as I told you. Brian went on. We both know we're going to get into this war, or I wouldn't be going to Plattsburgh. It may last a long time. That 1,000,000 men springing to arms overnight is hogwash. When we do, I'll be gone again, and you'll be lonely. And we both know what a firecracker you are. I'm not telling you to jump the fence again. I said again, Theodore. But if you do, I expect you to do it on purpose, eyes open, and not to regret it afterwards. I have enormous respect for your taste and judgment. I know you won't cause a scandal or upset the children. She paused, then went on. Brian knows me, Theodore. I really am a firecracker, and I've never understood why some women don't like it. My own mother, 9 children, and she told me on my wedding day that it was something women had to put up with for the privilege of having babies. Mrs. Smith snorted. Put up with? Theodore, I was not a virgin when Brian first had me, nor had I let him think so. I told him the truth the day I met him, and 2 minutes after he took my bloomers off, he knew it through having me. Theodore, I broke my maidenhead 3 years before I met Brian, on purpose. I've never been a flirt, and told not my mother, but my father, because I trusted him. We've always been close. Father didn't scold me, didn't even tell me not to do it again. He said he knew that I would do it again, but hoped that I would take his advice and let him keep me out of trouble. And I have, and it did. But that first time, when I came to him, scared and ready to cry, it had hurt, Theodore, and wasn't the thrill I'd expected. That time Father just sighed and locked the door, and had me get on his surgery table and examined me and assured me that I hadn't been damaged, and I felt much better, and told me that I was as healthy a woman as he had ever examined, and would have babies with no trouble, and that made me feel smug, and Father was right. I have babies easily and don't yell. Well, not much. Not the way Mother used to. After that, Father examined me from time to time. Doctors don't ordinarily treat their female relatives, not for female things. But Father was the only doctor I dared tell. So Father helped me with my problems and got me all over any shyness about being looked at there or anywhere. Not that I was ever too shy. He told me that sort of modesty was dad-ratted nonsense, when Mother was telling me the exact opposite. I believed him, didn't believe her. But I was telling you what Brian said to me in bed that night. Brian added, "I want you to promise me one thing, pussycat. If you find that you haven't kept your legs crossed, will you keep it to yourself until this war is over? I will do the same if I have something to confess, and I might. Let's not worry each other more than we have to until the Kaiser is taken care of. Then when I come home, I'll take you to the Ozarks, leave the children home with someone, just us two, and you won't see anything but the ceiling while we get caught up, and also catch up on anything we need to talk about. Is it a bargain, my darling?" I promised, Theodore. I didn't promise not to jump the fence. He wouldn't let me promise that. I promised to be careful, and to save any confessing until the war was won. I wanted to promise that much because he might not come back. Her voice had been steady up to the last. Then it broke, and he realized that she was crying. He started to remove his hand and to pull over to the side of the road. Mrs. Smith grabbed his hand, pushed it more firmly back between her thighs, and said, "No, no, do touch me and don't stop the car, or I might rape you." I don't know why it makes me so passionate when I let myself remember that Brian might not come back from the war, but it does. I've been that way ever since the day we declared war, and always have to look serene and calm and unworried, for the children, for Brian. I haven't let Brian see me cry, Theodore. You have just now. I suddenly could not help it, but I would rather you told Brian that I tried to seduce you than have you tell him that I cried through fear that he might not come back. And now I'll stop it. Mrs. Smith took a kerchief from her purse, wiped her eyes, blew her nose. "Don't take me home yet. The children must not see me with my eyes red." Lazarus decided to break cover. "I love you, Maureen." "I love you, Theodore. In spite of my tears, you have made me happy, by letting me unburden myself, and I should not have. You are going to war, too. I feel almost married to you now by telling you things I haven't been able to talk about with anyone else. If you had put me on the grass and had me, it would have been sweet, and just what I planned, but this is even closer, and sweeter. A woman can open her body to a man without opening her mind. I had 2 babies by Brian before I learned to open my mind to him, the way I have to you tonight." "Perhaps our minds are much alike, Maureen. Your father thinks we are cousins." "No, he doesn't, darling. He thinks you're my half-brother." "Did he say that?" "And I think so, too. By things Father did not say, dear Theodore. By how broken up he was when he misunderstood you about your intention to enlist. By the way he insisted that we must claim a service star for you. I feel sure he is right, and I want to believe it. Yes, that makes what I tried to do to you dreadfully sinful in some people's eyes. Incest. I did not care a whit. Since I'm pregnant, it could not possibly cause harm to a baby, and that's the only thing that could make incest wrong." How to tell her? How much to tell her? But I must make her believe me. "Your church would call it sinful." "I don't give a fig for the church, Theodore. I'm not devout. I'm a freethinker like Father. Church is a good atmosphere for children, and gives me a proper appearance as a respectable wife and mother. That's all. Sin would not stop me. I don't believe in sin the way the church means it. Sex isn't sin. Sex is never sin. What would stop me would be the chance of getting pregnant by someone other than Brian. But I am pregnant. That you are my half-brother didn't cause me a moment's fret. It just made me more anxious to tell you a warrior's goodbye. Maureen, I'm not your half-brother. Are you sure? Even if you're not, you're still my warrior. I was as proud as father when you volunteered. I'm your warrior, be sure of that. But I need to know something. This man Nancy may marry, is he a Howard? What did you say? Is he on the approved list of the Ira Howard Foundation? He heard her catch her breath. Where did you hear of the foundation? Life is short. But the years are long, she answered. Not while the evil days come not. Goodness, I think I'm going to cry again. Stop it. What is the young man's name? Jonathan Wetherall? Of the Wetherall Sperling line. Yes, I remember. Maureen, I am not Ted Bronson. I am Lazarus Long of the Johnson family. Your family. I am descended from you. For several moments, she seemed not to breathe. Then she said softly, I think I'm losing my mind. No, my gallant love, you have as strong and sane a mind as I have ever met. Let me explain, because I must tell you something, and you must believe me. Have you read a novel by Mr. Herbert George Wells called The Time Machine? Why, yes. Father has a copy. That's me, Maureen. Captain Lazarus Long, time traveler. But that book, I thought it was just a story. It is. But it won't stay that way. Oh, not quite the way Mr. Wells visualized it. But that's what I am. A visitor from a future time. I didn't intend to let anyone suspect this. That's why I claim to be a foundling. Not only is it hard to prove, but any attempt would interfere with my purpose, which is simply to visit this time and observe it. Might even get me locked up as crazy. So I've been careful to keep my mask on, as careful as, well, as you are. And talking to those Simpsons, and not letting your children see you cry. You and I do it the same way. Audacity, plus never telling lies we can be caught in. Theodore, I think you believe this. Meaning that I sound sincere but must be crazy? No, dear, yes. That's what I meant. I'm sorry. No reason to be sorry. It does sound crazy. But I'm not afraid that you will have me sent to St. Joe. I'm as safe with you as you are with me. But I must find some way to convince you that I am telling the truth, because I am about to tell you something you must believe, or I have dropped my mask to no point. He stopped to think. How to prove it? Some prediction? It would have to be very short range to serve the only purpose he had in breaking cover. But he hadn't briefed himself on this year. He hadn't intended to arrive until 1919, and knew so little about the years before 1919 that he had even mixed up the date that the United States got into this war. Lazarus, damn your sloppy ways. Next time you make a time trip, you're going to memorize everything about the era that Athene can give you, and a wide margin on both sides. Woody's memories were no help. Lazarus did not even recall having been taken to Electric Park by a sergeant in uniform. Self-centered brat. Electric Park he remembered. Woody Smith had gone there many times, but no visit stood out in his mind. Maureen, maybe you can think of some way I can prove to you that I'm from the future. Something that will convince you. But this is why I had to tell you. Brian, your husband, my ancestor, will come back unharmed. He's going to go through battles. Shells will fall around him, shots will whistle past his ears, but none will touch him." Mrs. Smith gasped. Then she said slowly, "Around him, shots will whistle past his ears, but none will touch him." Mrs. Smith gasped. Then she said slowly, "Theodore, how do you know?" "Because you two are my ancestors. I couldn't memorize the Foundation's records on all the Howards of today, but I did study the files on my own ancestors, ones I might have a chance to meet. You, Brian's parents in Cincinnati, and I figured out that Brian must have met you because he had attended Rolla, then found you on a Missouri list of eligibles, not the Ohio list that the Foundation gave him. That's certainly something I didn't learn from you or Brian or Ira, and your children probably don't know it. Well, perhaps Nancy does. She's filled out her own questionnaire, hasn't she?" "Well, yes, months ago." "Then it is true, Theodore. Or should I call you Lazarus?" "Call me anything you like, darling. But I still haven't proved anything. Just that I have had access to the Foundation's files, which might have been last year, not in the future. We're still looking for proof." "I know a proof for a few months from now, but I must make you believe me tonight, so you will have no more tears on your pillow. And I don't know how." He caressed her thighs, touched her curls. "Here inside you is proof that won't show up in time. This last baby Brian put into your sweet belly, it's a boy, dear ancestress, and you and Brian will name him Theodore Ira, which flatters me enormously. When I read his name in the records, I didn't know that he was my namesake, as I hadn't picked my assumed name yet." She squeezed his hand with her thighs and sighed. "I want to believe you, but suppose Brian wants to name him Joseph or Josephine?" "Josephine is not a name for a boy. Darling, Brian will name his war baby for the other 2 stars on your service flag. This war means a lot to him. He'll probably suggest it himself, I don't know. I just know that Theodore Ira is the name you will register with the Foundation. My other ancestors, Adele Johnson, of course, your mother and Ira's wife, lives in St. Louis. Left him around the time you got married but didn't divorce him, which probably irked him. I don't think Ira is a man to be celibate simply because his wife leaves but won't turn him loose." "He's not, dear. I'm certain Father has a mistress, and goes to see her some nights when he is supposed to be at that chess club. And it's not a chess club, it's a pool hall. I go along with the pretense because he calls it that in front of the children. He does play chess there. Father plays a fine game of billiards, too. Go ahead, darling. Lazarus. I'm willing to believe. Maybe we'll find something." "Well, I don't think I'll look up your mother. I don't think I would get along with a woman who thinks sex is something to put up with." "I got along with Mother only by lying to her. Father reared me far more than she did. I was his favorite. He let it show, which is why I'm careful not to let it show with Woodrow. Go on, Theodore. Lazarus." "That's all of my ancestors you are related to, except one, our stowaway. Marine. I'm descended from you and Brian through Woody." She gasped. "Really? Oh, I hope it's true." "True as taxes, beloved. And it may have saved his life. I've never been closer to infanticide than I was when we found him in the back seat." She giggled. "Darling, I felt the same way. But I won't let anger show in my voice, even if I'm about to switch a child." "I hope I didn't show anger, but I felt it. Beloved, I was so hard I ached. Until we found Woodrow. Honey love, I was raring to go." "And I was just as ready. Oh, Theodore, Lazarus, it's so sweet to be open with you. Yes, you're quite hard now." "Easy there. Don't make me climb the curb. I have been ever since we left the house, except when I forced it down. but the one Woody ruined was bigger and better. Size isn't important, Theodore Lazarus. A woman must fit any size. Father told me that long ago and taught me exercises for it. And I never told Brian. I let him think that was simply how I am, and accepted his compliments smugly. I still exercise regularly, because my birth canal has been stretched again and again and again by baby skulls, and if I didn't exercise those muscles, I would be, in Father's salty language, loose as a goose, and I do so want to stay desirable to Brian as many years as possible. And to the iceman and the milkman and the postman, and the boy who drives the grocery wagon. Tease, I'd like to stay young there till I die. You will, you 18-year-old prospective grandmother. Let's get our minds off sex and back to time travel. I'm still looking for a proof, so that you will know why I'm certain that Brian will come back okay. But to stop your worry, it must be something that happens soon, and certainly before Woody's birthday. Why Woodrow's birthday? Didn't I get that far? This war ends on Woody's next birthday, the 11th of November. He added, I'm certain of that. It's a key date in history. But I'm racking my brain for some event between now and then, as soon as possible, to stop your worries, but... Oh, shucks, dear. I made a silly mistake. I meant to arrive after this war is over, but I gave my computer one critical figure with an error in it. Just a little one, but it made me arrive 3 years too soon. Not her fault. She accepts any data I give her, and she's as accurate a computer as ever conned a ship. Not a fatal error, either. I'm not lost in time. My ship will pick me up in 1926, exactly 10 Earth years after she dropped me. But that's why I didn't study the history of the next few months. I expected to skip this war. I'm not studying wars. Histories are full of wars. I'm studying how people live. Theodore, I'm confused. I'm sorry, darling. Time travel is confusing. You speak of a computer, and I'm not sure what you mean. And you said she cons, whatever that means, a ship that will pick you up in 1926? And I don't understand any of it. Lazarus sighed. That's why I never intended to tell anyone. But I had to tell you, so that you could stop worrying. My ship is a spaceship, like Jules Verne, only more so. A starship. I live on a planet a long way off. But it is a time ship, too. She travels in both space and time, and it's too complicated to explain. The computer is the ship's brain, a machine, a very complex machine. My ship is named Dora, and the machine, the computer that cons it, runs it, steers it, is called Dora, too. That's the name she answers to when I speak to her. She's a very intelligent machine and can talk. Oh, there is a crew, 2 of my sisters, so of course they are descended from you, too, and they look like you. A crew is necessary. Can't let a ship go running around by itself, except automatic freighters on pre-calculated runs. But Dora does the hard work, and Lapis Lazuli Long and Lorelei Lee Long tell Dora what to do and let her do it. He squeezed Mrs. Smith's thigh and grinned. If that air blast had kept your skirts up 2 seconds longer, I would know more about how closely they resemble you, as they usually run around naked. They look like you in the face. Bodies, too, from that too short glimpse of your lovely legs. Except that Laz and Laura are freckled all over as solidly as Marie is on her face. I'd be that freckled if I didn't stay out of the sun. When I was Marie's age, Father called me turkey egg. But all over? They don't wear any clothes? Oh, they enjoy fancy dress for parties. Or the weather might be cold, but it rarely is. We live in a climate like southern Italy. They don't wear anything very often. Lazarus smiled and caressed her thigh. They don't need to leave their bloomers home to be ready for lovemaking. They don't own any bloomers. They aren't a bit shy. They would be delighted to trip your father. They like older men. They're much younger than I am. Lazarus, how old are you? Lazarus hesitated. Maureen, I don't want to answer that. I'm older than I look. Ira Howard's experiment was successful. Instead, let me tell you about my family. Your family, too. We are all descended from you by one line or another. 2 of my wives and 1 of my co-husbands are descended both from Nancy and from Woody. Wives? Co-husband? Sweetheart, marriage takes many forms. Where I live, you don't need a divorce or a death to gather in someone you love. I have 4 wives and 3 co-husbands, and my sisters, Laz and Laura, and they may marry out of the family or they may stay. And don't look startled. You say you didn't fret when you thought I was your half-brother, and don't worry about harm to babies. They know far more about such things at that when and where than they do in the here and now. We don't risk harm to babies, of which we have plenty, and cats and dogs and anything a child can pet and take care of. It's a real family in a house to fit a big family. I can't tell you about each one. We've got to get our stowaway home. But I want to tell you about one, because you've been insisting that you don't look 18, merely because you've been using your breasts to feed babies. Tamara, descended from you through Nancy and her Jonathan. Want to hear about Nancy's umpty-ump granddaughter? Tamara is about 250 years old, I think. 250? Yes. One of my co-husbands, Ira Weatherall, also from Nancy and Jonathan, but from Woody, too, and named for your father, not for Ira Howard, is over 400 years old. Maureen, Ira Howard's experiment worked. We have longer lifespans, inherited from you and all our Howard ancestors, but also in that when and where they know how to rejuvenate a person. Tamara has had 2 rejuvenations, one recently, and looks as young as you do. Real rejuvenation. Tamara was pregnant when I left. But how she looks is not important. Tamara is a healer, and I suspect she gets it from you. Theodore, Lazarus, again, I don't understand. A healer? Like a faith healer? No. If Tamara has a religious faith, she has never mentioned it. Tamara is calm and happy and serene, and anyone around her feels it so strongly, just as with you, darling, that he or she is happy too. If people are ill, they get well faster if Tamara touches them or talks to them or sleeps with them. But Tamara was not young when I met her. She was quite old and thinking about letting it go at that, dying of old age. But I was ill, very ill, sick in my soul. And Ishtar, later my wife, and the top-notch rejuvenator in all the Milky Way, went out and fetched Tamara. Tamara, little round pot belly, breasts that were really baggy, sags under her eyes and her chin, all the old age things. Tamara healed the sickness in my soul just by being with me, and somehow this renewed her own interest in life, and she took another rejuvenation and is young again, and has already added another baby to the Maureen Nancy line, and is pregnant still again. You and Tamara are so much alike, Maureen. She's just love with some skin around it, and so are you. But... Lazarus paused and frowned. Maureen, I don't know how to convince you that I'm telling the truth. You'll know it when Woody's 6th birthday comes around and they blow every whistle and ring every bell and the newsboys shout, "Extra, extra, Germany surrenders." But that'll be too late to help you. I want to stop your worries now. I've stopped worrying, dear one. It sounds wonderful and impossible, and I believe you. Do you? I've offered no proof. I've told you a tale impossible on the face of it. Nevertheless, I believe it. When Woodrow is 6, on the 7th of November... No, the 11th. Yes, Lazarus. But how did you know that his birthday is the 11th? Why, you told me yourself. Dear, I said he was born in November. I did not say what day. Then I deliberately misstated it, and you corrected me at once. Well, Maybe Ira told me. Or one of the children. Most likely Woody himself.
Woodrow does not know the date of his birth. Wake him and ask him.
I'd rather not wake him until we get home.
What is my birthday, dear one?
The 4th of July, 1882.
What is Marie's birthday? What is my birthday, dear one?
The 4th of July, 1882.
What is Marie's birthday?
I think she is 9. I don't know the date.
The other children?
I'm not sure.
My father's birthday?
Maureen, is there some point to this? August 2nd, 1852.
Beloved Lazarus, who calls himself Theodore, I have a firm rule with my children. I keep each one from knowing the date of his birth as long as possible so that he won't advertise it, and thereby blackmail people for presents. When one is old enough for school and needs to know the date, he is old enough to be told why, and I make it bluntly plain that if it drops hints ahead of time, no birthday cake, no birthday party. I haven't had to use that penalty. They are all intelligent. Last year Woodrow was too young for it to be a problem. His birthday came as a surprise to him. He still doesn't know the exact date, so I strongly believe. Lazarus, you know the birthdays of your direct ancestors, because you looked them up in the Foundation records. Since you can't tell me the birthdays of my other children, I assume that I've found that proof.
You know I have had access to the records. I could have looked up any birthday last year.
Pooh. Why did you bother with the birth date of one child and skip the other 7? How would you know my father's birthday if he had not been of special interest to you? It won't wash, beloved. You intended to seek out your ancestors, and you came prepared for it. I no longer think that you showed up at our church by accident. You went there to find me, and I'm flattered. You probably did the same with Father, at his pool hall chess club. How did you do it? Private detectives? I doubt that our church or that pool hall can be looked up in the Foundation records.
Something like that. Yes, gentle ancestress. I looked for an acceptable way to meet you. I would have spent years on it had it been necessary, because I couldn't twist your doorbell and say, "Hi there, I'm descended from you. May I come in?" You would have called the police. I hope I would not have, darling, but thank you for finding a gentler way. Oh, Lazarus, I love you so, and I believe every word, and I'm no longer worried about Brian. I know he'll come back to me. I'm feeling very brazen again and more passionate than ever, and I want to know something about your family. I'm delighted to talk about them. I love them. I was most flattered to be compared with your wife, Tamara. Darling, you don't have to tell me this. Does it ever happen that 2 husbands sleep with one wife? Oh, certainly. But it's more likely to be one husband, Galahad, another of your descendants, grandmother, Galahad and 2 of our wives. Galahad is the original tireless tomcat.
That sounds like fun, but it's the other combination that intrigued me. Beloved, my idea of heaven would be to take both you and Brian to bed at once, and do my best to make you both happy. Not that I ever can, but I can dream about it, and will.
Why not out in the woods and strip down for both of us? Just to your French postcard costume, as long as you're dreaming.
Ooh, yes, I'll put that into my dream. And now I'm about to go off like a firecracker.
I'd better take you home.
I think you had better. I'm terribly happy and quite unworried, and will stay so, and very passionate. For you, for Brian, for being a French postcard in the woods, in daylight.
Maureen, if you can sell the idea to Brian, well, I'll be around until the 2nd of August, 1926.
Well, we'll see. I want to, she added. Am I permitted to tell him who you are and where you're from, the future and your prediction that he won't be hurt?
Maureen, tell anyone you wish, but you won't be believed. She sighed. I suppose so. Besides, if Brian did believe it, and thereby believed that he had a charmed life, it might make him careless. I'm proud that he is going to fight for us, but I don't want him to take unnecessary risks. I think you're right, Maureen. Theodore, my mind has been so busy with all these strange things that I missed something. Now that I know who you are, this isn't your country, and it's not your war, so why did you volunteer? Lazarus hesitated, then told the truth. I wanted you to be proud of me. Oh. No, I don't belong here, and it's not my war, but it's your war, Maureen. Others are fighting for other reasons. I'll be fighting for Maureen. Not to make the world safe for democracy. This war won't accomplish that, even though the Allies are going to win. For Maureen. Oh, I'm crying again. I can't help it. Stop it at once. Yes, my warrior. Lazarus, you will come back. You must have some way to know. Huh? Dear, don't worry about me. People have tried to kill me in all sorts of ways. I've outlived them all. I'm the wary old cat who always has a tree within reach. You didn't answer me. He sighed. Maureen, I know Brian will come home. It's in the Foundation's records. He will live to a ripe old age, and don't ask how long, as I won't answer. And so will you, and I won't answer that either. But it is not good to know too much about the future. But me? I can't know my future. It is not in the records. How could it be? I haven't finished it yet. But I can tell you this. This is not my first war, but about the 15th. They didn't get me in the others, and they'll have to move fast to kill me in this one. Beloved, I am your warrior, but the kill hunt's for you, not for them to kill me. I'll do my duty, but I'm not going to try some crazy stunt to win a medal, not old Lazarus. Then you don't know? No, I don't. But I promise you this. I won't stick my head up when I don't need to. I won't go into a German dugout without tossing a grenade in ahead of me. I won't assume that a German is dead because he appears to be. I'll make sure he's dead. I don't mind wasting a bullet on a corpse, especially one who is playing possum. I'm an old soldier, and that's how one gets to be an old soldier, by being a pessimist. I know all the tricks. Darling, haven't quieted your worries about Brian. It would be silly to get you worried about me. Don't. She sighed. I'll try not to. If you turn down this street, we can pick up Prospect, then across Linwood to Benton. I'll get you home. Let's talk about love, not war. Our girl Nancy. Is the Foundation now using a pregnancy rule for first marriages? Goodness, you do know all about it. No need to tell me. Nancy's business. If Jonathan does go to war, I don't know. I can assure you that he won't get his balls shot off, even if he loses an arm or a leg. I did look up the breeding records on all your children, even though I didn't bother with their birthdays. Jonathan and Nancy are going to have many babies, which means he comes back, or maybe gets turned down and won't go. That's a comfort. How many babies? Nosy little girl. You're going to have quite a number yet yourself, grandmother, and I won't answer that either. I withdraw the question about the pregnancy rule. Secret, Lazarus. Better start calling me Theodore. We'll be home soon. Yes, sir, Staff Sergeant Theodore Bronson. Your lecherous, old, great-great-great-grandmother will be careful. How many greats should there be in that? Sweetheart, do you want that answered? If it had not been necessary to calm your fears about Brian, I would have stayed 10 Bronson. I like being your Theodore. I'm not sure that being a mysterious man from the future is going to be as comfortable, especially if you think of me as some remote descendant. I'm here beside you, not in some far future. Beside me? Touching me? And yet you're not even born yet, are you? And in your time, I'm long dead. You even know when I will die. You said so. You just won't tell me when. Oh, confound it, Maureen. That's wrong all the way through. That's what comes of admitting that I've time-traveled. But I had to, for you.
I'm sorry, Theodore, my warrior.
I won't ask any more questions. Sweetheart, the fact that I am here means that you're not dead. And I certainly was born. Pinch me and find out. All nows are equal. That is the basic theorem of time travel. They don't disappear. Both past and future are mathematical abstractions. The now is always all there is. As for knowing the day you died, or will die, it's the same thing. I don't. I just know that you will have many children. And you live a long time and your hair never gets gray. But the Foundation lost track of you, will lose track of you, and your date of death never got into the records. Maybe you moved and didn't tell the Foundation. Shucks, maybe I came back. Will come back and picked you up in your old age and took you to Tertius.
Where?
My home. I think you would like it there. You could run around all day, dressed, undressed, as a French postcard. I'm sure I would like that now, but I don't think I would as an old woman. All you would have to do is ask Ishtar for rejuvenation. I told you what she did for Tamra, when her breasts hung down to her waist and were empty sacks. But look at Tamra now. That now. Pregnant again. Just like a kid. But forget it. If it did happen, it will happen. Mama Maureen, I'm darned if I'll call you grandmother again. All I'm sure of is that I'm not sure of the date of your death, and I'm glad I'm not, and you should be. Nor of my death, and I'm glad of that too. Carpe diem. We're almost home. And you started to say something, and I said to call me Theodore, and we got off the track. Was it, about Tamra?
Oh, yes. Theodore, when you go home, to wherever your home is, can you take anything with you? Or does it have to be just you?
Why, no. I arrived with clothes and money.
I'd like to send a little present to Tamra, but I can't guess what she would want. From this time to that wonderful age of yours, can you suggest something?
Tamra would treasure anything from you. She knows she's descended from you, and she's the most warmly sentimental of all my family. It should be something small enough to carry on my person, even in the trenches, as I'm always ready to abandon anything I'm not carrying. Have to be. Not jewelry. Tamara would not value a diamond bracelet one whit more than a hairpin, but she would treasure a hairpin that I could tell her I had seen you wearing. Something small. Something you've worn. Look, send her a garter. Perfect. One of these you have on.
Mayn't I send her a brand-new pair? Oh, I'll slip them on for a moment, so that you can tell her truthfully that I've worn them. But these, not only are they rather old and worn, but I've perspired right through them tonight. They're not fresh and clean, and they do have naughty mottos on them.
No, one of these. Sweetheart, naughty today can't be naughty on Tertius. I'll have to explain any naughtiness to Tamra. As for perspiration, I hope that some trace of your sweet fragrance clings to them until I can get them to her. That would delight Tamra. You say this pair is old? Maureen, by any chance, are they about 6 years old?
I told you I was sentimental, Theodore. Yes, this is the same pair. Old and faded and worn, and I've replaced the elastic. But the same pair. I picked them to wear for you.
Then I want one of them for me.
Beloved Theodore, I plan to offer you both of them. That's why I suggested a new pair for Tamra. Very well, dear, one for you, one for her. As soon as we're home, I'll trot upstairs, and when I come down, I'll have a present for you. And we'll tell you not to open it until you're back at Camp Funston. You just say thank you and go straight to your room and put it into your grip. I see a light on the front porch, so now I must push my skirts down and be prim and proper Mrs. Bryan Smith, with a smoldering volcano inside her. Thank you, Staff Sergeant Bronson. You have given my son and me a most enjoyable evening.
Thank you. pretty little pussycat in green garters and no bloomers. Will you grab the teddy bear and the Cupid doll while I, carry our chaperone? Ira Johnson and Nancy were not yet home. Brian Jr. relieved Lazarus of the limp child and carried him upstairs. Carol went along to put Woody to bed after exacting a promise from Uncle Ted not to go to bed before she came back. George wanted to know where they had gone and what they had done, but Lazarus put him off with a promise and used the chance to repair to his tiny bath and repair himself. Hair up it must. Thank God, George wanted to know where they had gone and what they had done, but Lazarus put him off with a promise and used the chance to repair to his tiny bath and repair himself. Hair up it must. Thank God respectable women did not use lipstick. Uniform slightly wrinkled, nothing damning about that. 5 minutes later, refreshed and certain there were no feathers on his chin, Lazarus returned to the front of the house and offered George and Brian Jr. an account of the evening, truthful in everything he said. He had just started when Carol came down and listened too. Then Mrs. Smith rejoined them, moving regally as always and carrying a little package wrapped in tissue paper. "A surprise for you, Sergeant Theodore. Please, don't open it until you are back at camp." "Then I'd better put it into my grip right now." "If you wish, sir. I think it's bedtime, dears." "Yes, Mama," agreed Carol. "But Uncle Ted was telling us how you knocked down all the milk bottles." "He says you should pitch for the Blues, Mama," added George. "All right, 15 minutes. "Mrs. Smith," said Lazarus, "you ought not to start your stopwatch on us until I get back." You're as bad as the rest of my children, Sergeant. Very well." Lazarus put the package into his grip, locked it from long habit, and returned. Nancy and her young man arrived. Lazarus was introduced while looking over Jonathan Wetherall with real interest. Pleasant young fellow, a bit on the gawky side. "Tamara and I will be interested, so let's photograph him by eye and be able to sketch him and remember any word he says." Mrs. Smith urged her prospective son-in-law into the parlor while cutting Nancy out of the herd. Lazarus resumed describing what they had done at the amusement park while Jonathan looked politely bored. Mrs. Smith returned, carrying a laden tray, and said, "That 15 minutes is up, dears. Jonathan, Nancy wants you to help her with something. Will you see what it is? She's in the kitchen." Brian Jr. asked if he could put the car into the barn. "Sergeant, Uncle Ted, I haven't let your car sit out at the curb at night, not once. But I'll get it out for you, first thing in the morning. It's kind of tricky, sort of a Z-turn. You have to back and fill." Lazarus thanked him, kissed Carol good night, as she was clearly expecting it. George couldn't seem to make up his mind whether he had outgrown kissing or not, so Lazarus settled it by shaking hands and telling him he had quite a grip on him. At that point, Mr. Johnson got home, and the good nights started over. 5 minutes later, Mrs. Smith, her father, and Lazarus were seated in the parlor over coffee and cake, and Lazarus was suddenly reminded of the first night he had been invited in. Save that the men were now in uniform, the tableau was the same. Each was seated in the spot he had been in that night. Mrs. Smith presided over the company coffee service with the same serene dignity. Even the refreshments were the same. He looked for changes, could find only 3. His elephant was not back of Mrs. Smith's chair. The prizes they had won at the amusement park were on a table near the door. And sheet music for "Hello Central, Give Me No Man's Land" was open on the piano. "You were late tonight, Father." 7 recruits, and I had just the usual sizes for 'em, too large and too small. Ted, we get what the Army doesn't want. Proper, of course. We now have Lewis guns for the machine gun companies and enough Springfields to go around. We are beginning to look less like Villa's bandits. Now, I'm not complaining. Daughter, what are those things on that table? They look out of place." "The Cupid doll I won myself, so I'm thinking of giving it a place of honor on top of the piano. The Teddy Roosevelt bear was won by Sergeant Theodore. Perhaps he's taking it to France with him. Electric Park, Father. And I didn't think it cost Sergeant Theodore more than twice what the prizes are worth for us to win them. We had a lucky night, and a very gay one. Lazarus could see the old man starting to cloud up. In public with a bachelor? With her husband away? So he spoke up. I can't take her to France, Mrs. Smith. I made a deal with Woody, don't you remember? My teddy bear for his elephant. I assume it's a firm deal. He carried it from then on. Mr. Johnson said, If you didn't get it in writing, Ted, he'll hornswoggle you. Do I understand that Woody went to Electric Park with you, too? Yes, sir. Between ourselves, I expect to leave the elephant in Woody's custody for the duration, but I'm going to dicker with him first. He'll still hornswoggle you. Marine, the idea was to give you relief from the children, especially Woody. Why didn't Ned possess you to take him along? We didn't exactly take him along, Father. He was a stowaway. She gave her father an accurate account, save that she left out certain things and did not include a timetable. Mr. Johnson shook his head and looked pleased. That boy will go far, if they don't hang him first. Marie, you should have spanked him and fetched him home. Then you and Dad should have gone on with your ride. Oh, fuss, Father. I did have my ride, and a very nice one. I made Woodrow sit in the back seat and keep quiet. Then I had a gay time at the park, a bonus I would not have had if Woodrow had not invited himself along. Woody had some justice on his side, Lazarus admitted. I did promise him an outing at Electric Park, then never kept my promise. Should have whacked him. It's too late for that, Father, and we did have fun. We ran into some people from church, too, Loretta and Clyde Simpson. That old witch? She'll gossip about you, Marine. I think not. We chatted while Woody rode the miniature train. But you might remember that Sergeant Bronson is your eldest sister's son? Ira Johnson raised his eyebrows, then chuckled. Samantha would be surprised if she were still with us. Ted, my eldest sister, was thrown by a horse she was trying to break. At 85, she lingered a while, and turned her face to the wall and refused to eat. Very well. I'll remember. Ted, this is better than blaming my gay dog brother, and still harder to check on. Samantha lived in Illinois, wore out 3 husbands, and one of them could have been named Bronson for all anyone here would know. Do you mind? Gives you a family of sorts. I don't mind, although I like to think of this family as my family. And we like to have you think of us that way, son. Marine, is our young lady home? Just before you got home, Father. There in the kitchen, on the excuse that she wanted to make a sandwich for Jonathan. Since I'm sure it's an excuse to stay out there and spoon, I suggest that if you want something from the kitchen, you allow me to fetch it. I'll be noisy enough to let Nancy jump off his lap. Theodore, Nancy is engaged. We just haven't made a formal announcement. I think it's best to let them marry now, since he'll be joining the army almost at once. What do you think? I'm hardly entitled to an opinion, Mrs. Smith. I hope they will be happy. They will be, said Mr. Johnson. He's a fine lad. I tried to sign him into the 7th, but he insisted on waiting for his birthday so he could go straight into the Army, even though he couldn't be drafted for another 3 years. Spirit, I like him. Ted, if you need to go to your room, you can go around this other way and avoid the kitchen. A few minutes later, the young people came out of the kitchen, made polite sounds without sitting down. Then Nancy stepped out onto the back porch to say goodnight to her swain, came back in, and sat down. Mr. Johnson smothered a yawn. Time to hit the hay. You will too, Ted, if you're smart. Too noisy around here to sleep late, especially where your room is. Nancy said quickly, I'll keep the young'uns quiet, Grandpa, so Uncle Ted can sleep. Lazarus stood up. Thank you, Nancy, but I didn't get much rest on the train last night. I think I'll go right to bed. Don't worry about keeping quiet in the morning. I'll wake up at reveille time anyhow. Habit. Mrs. Smith stood up. We'll all go to bed. Mr. Johnson shook hands as he said goodnight. Mrs. Smith gave Lazarus a symbolic peck on the cheek, such as she had given him on arrival, thanked him for a lovely evening, and urged him to turn over and go back to sleep if the reveille habit wakened him. Nancy hung back and kissed him good night as her elders started up the stairs. Lazarus went to his room and on into his bath. Marina told him not to hesitate to draw a tub. It would not wake the children. He started one, went back and opened his grip, got out the little package, took it into the bath and threw the bolt, there being no key in the bedroom door. It was a small flat box, such as garters might come in. He opened it carefully, intending to rewrap it exactly as it had been. Ah, the garters. Faded, as she had said, and clearly not new, and yes, redolent with her own evocative fragrance. Would it last long enough for him to get it home? Have the lovely, delicate aroma analyzed, amplified, and fixed? Probably, and with computer help, a skilled scentologist could separate out the odors of satin and rubber and amplify hers selectively. He would have to go to Secundus for such expert help. Worth the trip and then some. Now let's see those naughty mottos. One read, "Open all hours, ring bell for service." The other, "Welcome, come in and stir the fire." Sweet darling, those aren't naughty. A plain envelope under the garters. He laid them aside and opened it. A plain white card. "Best I could do, beloved. M." A photograph. Amateur work, but excellent quality for this here and now. Maureen herself outdoors in bright sunlight against a background of thick bushes. She was standing gracefully, smiling and looking at the camera, dressed only in her French postcard style. Lazarus felt a burst of passion. "Why, you generous, trusting darling. Not your only copy." No, Brian would have more than one print. Undoubtedly had one with him. This print would have been locked somewhere in your bedroom. Yes, your waist is slender without a corset. And those are not broken down. They are lovely, and I'm certain what caused your happy smile. Thank you. Thank you. With the photograph was a little flat package in tissue paper. He opened it gently. A thick lock of red hair, tied with a green ribbon. The lock curled in a tight circle. Lazarus stared at it. "Maureen, my beloved, this is the most precious gift of all, but I do hope you cut it so carefully that Brian won't notice it's missing." He looked at each of her gifts again, restored them just as they had been, put the box into the bottom of his grip, locked it, turned off the tub, undressed, and got into the water. But a lukewarm tub did not make him sleep. For a long time he lay in darkness and relived the past few hours. He now felt that he understood Maureen. She was relaxed with what she was, liked herself, as Lazarus thought of it, and liking herself was the necessary first step toward loving other people. She had no guilt feelings because she never did anything that could make her feel guilty. She was unblinkingly honest with herself, was her own self-judge instead of looking to others, did not lie to herself, but lied to others without hesitation when needed for kindness, or to get along with rules she had not made and did not respect. Lazarus understood that. He lived the same way, and now knew where he got the trait. From Maureen, and through her from Gramp, and from Pop, too, reinforced. He felt very happy, despite an unsatisfied ache in his loins. Or in part because of it, he corrected. He found that he cherished that ache. When the doorknob turned, he was instantly alert, out of bed and waiting before the door opened. She was in his arms, warm and fragrant. She pulled back to shrug off her wrap, let it fall, came back into his arms, body to body, and gave her mouth fully. When they broke the kiss, she stayed in his arms, clinging. He whispered huskily, "Why did you risk it?" She answered softly, "I found that I must. Once I knew that I realized that it was even less risk than our walnut tree. The children never come downstairs at night when we have a guest. Father may suspect me, but that makes it certain that he won't check on me. Don't worry, darling. Take me to bed now. He did so. When they were quiet, she sighed happily and said, lips against his ear, arms and legs around him, Theodore, even in this, you are so much like my husband that I can barely wait till the war is over to tell him all about you. You decided to tell him? Beloved Theodore, there was never a doubt that I would. I softened some of what I told you tonight and left out a little. Brian does not require me to confess, but it does not upset him. We settled that 15 years ago. It was never a doubt that I would. I softened some of what I told you tonight and left out a little. Brian does not require me to confess, but it does not upset him. We settled that 15 years ago. He convinced me that he really does trust my judgment and my taste. Very softly, but merrily, she giggled against his ear. It's a shame that I so seldom have anything to confess. He enjoys hearing my adventures. He has me tell him about them over and over. Like rereading a favorite book. I wish I could tell him this one tomorrow night, but I won't. I'll save it. He's coming home tomorrow? Late, quite late, which is just as well, as I don't expect to get any sleep once he arrives. She chuckled softly. He told me on the telephone to BIBAWYLO. And he would WYTBW. That means be in bed asleep with my legs open and he will wake me the best way. But I just pretend to be asleep as I wake up no matter how quietly he tiptoes in. She gave a tiny giggle. Then we have a happy little game. As he enters me, I pretend to wake up and call him by name, but never his name. I moan, "Oh, Albert, darling, I thought you would never come," or some such. Then it's his turn. He says something like, "This is Buffalo Bill, Mrs. O'Malley. Hush up and get busy." Then I hush up and do the best I know how. Not another word until we both explode. Your best is superb, Mrs. O'Malley. Or was that your best? I tried to make it my best, Buffalo Bill, but I was so dreadfully excited that I got all blurry, so it probably was not. I'd like a chance to do better. Are you going to give me one? Only if you promise not to do better. Darling, if that was not your best, then your best would kill me. You not only talk like my husband and feel like him, especially here, but you even smell like him. You smell like Tamara. Do I really? Do I make love like her? Tamara knows 1,000 ways, darling, but rarely uses anything unusual. Love-making is not technique, dear. It's attitude, wanting to make someone happy, which you do. But you startled me with your command of technique. You would fetch a high price on his candor. You do, but that's not what makes you so much like her. It's your attitude. Tamara knows what is going on in another person's mind and gives him exactly what he needs, wants to give it. She's a mind reader, then I'm not like her after all. No, she's not a mind reader, but she feels a person's emotions and knows what he needs and gives him that. It might not be sex. Aren't there times when Brian needs something else? Oh, certainly. If he's tired and tense, I hold off and rub his back or head, or cuddle with him, maybe encourage him to nap, and then perhaps he really will wake me the best way. I don't try to eat him alive, unless that's what he wants. Tamara all over again. Maureen, when Tamara was healing me, at first she didn't even share a bed with me, just slept in the same room and ate with me and listened if I felt like talking. Then for 10 days or so, she did sleep with me, but we just slept. And I slept soundly and had no nightmares. Then one night I woke up, and without a word Tamara took me into her, and we made love the rest of that night. The next morning I knew I was well. Soul sickness. all gone. You were that way, Maureen. You know, and you do. I've been very homesick and much troubled by this war. Now I'm not. You've cured it. Tell me, what did you feel for me the first night I was in this house?
Loved you at first sight.
Like a silly schoolgirl. Wanted to take you to bed. I told you so. Not how you felt. How did I feel?
Oh,
you had an erection over me. Yes, I did, but I thought I had concealed it. You noticed?
Oh, I didn't see a bulge in your trousers or anything like that.
Theodore, I never looked down that far. Men become embarrassed so easily. I simply knew you felt as I did. And I felt like a she-dog in heat. Bitchin' heat, I mean. I don't intend to be prim in bed. The instant you met my eyes, standing out in the front hall, I knew we needed each other, and I grew terribly excited, and rushed out into the kitchen to get myself under control. You didn't rush. You moved with smooth grace like a ship under sail.
That ship was sailing fast. I was rushing. I got myself under control, but not less excited. More. My breasts ached and my nipples hurt all the time you were here. But that doesn't show. It would not have mattered had Father noticed my excitement, except that he would not have invited you back, and I wanted you to come back. Father knows what I am. He told me so when he was helping me. He told me to face up to what I am and be happy with it, but that I must learn never to let my ruddiness show, things being the way they are. I've tried, but that night it was very hard not to show it.
You succeeded.
Brian tells me that I don't show it, but that night was so difficult. Theodore, there is something boys do, and sometimes men, when they're terribly frustrated, with their hands.
Certainly. Masturbation. Boys call it jacking off.
So Brian says, but perhaps you don't know that girls and women can do something like it?
I do know. For a lonely person of either sex, it's a harmless but inadequate substitute.
Harmless but inadequate. Quite inadequate. But I'm glad you think it's harmless, because I went upstairs and took a bath. I needed one, although I had bathed before supper, and did it in the tub, and went to bed and stared at the ceiling, and got up and locked the door and took off my nightgown and did it, and did it, and did it, thinking about you, Theodore, every instant. Your voice, how you smelled, the touch of your hand on mine. But it took at least an hour before I was relaxed enough to sleep.
It took me even longer, dear, and I should have used your direct therapy, but I was punishing myself for being a fool. Off my trolley, dearest one, as I know it is never foolish to love, but I didn't see how we could ever show our love.
I wish I could have been there, darling, because a mile or two away I was aching with it, thinking of you. Theodore, I hoped you felt that way. I needed you so, and hoped that you needed me just as much. But the best I could do was lock my door and do that and think about you, with nobody around but Ethel in her crib and her too young to notice. Oops, I lost you. Oh, dear.
You haven't lost me.
Just that wee bit of proud flesh, which will recover soon. You promised me a second chance. Change position? Shoulder pillow? Left or right? I shouldn't have kept my weight on you so long, but I didn't want to move. I didn't want you to move as long as I could keep even a little of you in me. You aren't too heavy. My hips are broad, and you let a woman breathe, sir. Put me on either side, whichever you prefer.
Like this?
That's comfy. Oh, Theodore, this doesn't feel like our first time. I feel as if I have loved you forever, and you had come back to me at last.
Let's get away from that subject, Mama Maureen. I'll go on loving you forever, my darling.
And so I told her, bluntly, that he would not marry her if she made any fuss over his joining the army when he didn't have to.
What did Nancy tell him? She told him that she had been waiting to hear that, so now get her pregnant at once so they could have a few days' honeymoon before he joined up. Nancy feels as strongly about warriors as her mother does. She came into my bedroom that night and told me what she had done, slightly teary but not worried over having jumped the gun. So we cried happy tears, and I cleared the matter with Brian and the Weatheralls, and Nancy missed her next period. This was a month ago, and the wedding may be day after tomorrow, or perhaps the day after that. Darling, I wish I could see you. Oh dear, I'd rather not turn on the Mazda lamp, Theodore. These blinds are not so tight, but what light would shine out, as well as light under the door, if by any chance Father came downstairs. Maureen, I will never ask you to take any chance you don't like. I see you quite well with my fingertips, and these are not broken down. They flow off my ribs like melted marshmallows, Theodore. When you open that package, please be very careful that no one is around. There is more in it than a pair of garters. I did open it. Then you know what I look like. Was that beautiful girl you? Tease. Brian had me look straight at his camera. But darling, while you don't look down that far, men don't tend to look up very far, especially me. Not when I'm looking at a photograph of a perfectly gorgeous nude model. Nude model, my best Sunday hat. Maureen, it is the loveliest picture I have ever owned, and I will cherish it always. That's better, and I don't believe it, and I love hearing it. Did you open the paper folded in with it? The baby girl? Did you clip it off Marie? Theodore, I do not mind being teased. It just makes you more like Brian. But if he teases too much, I bite him, anywhere. Here, for example. Hey! Not so hard. Then tell me where that curl came from. It came from my pretty one, and I'll wear it over my heart forever. But one reason I wanted to look at you is that you clipped so generous a lock that I worried that Brian might notice something missing and ask why. I can tell him I gave it to the Iceman. He won't believe that, and will be sure that you have a new adventure to confess. Then he won't press me to tell him now. He'll change the subject, although I wish I could tell him now. I keep thinking about both of you, outdoors and daylight. That was the fantasy that kept me awake. Sweetheart, there is a candle on the dresser. Electricity not being as dependable as the gas lights we used to have, it wouldn't throw enough light to worry me. You may look at me by candlelight all you wish, and as you wish. Yes, darling. Matches, where? Let me go, and I'll get up and light it. I can find both in the dark. Will I be allowed to look at you, too? Sure. For contrast. Beauty and the Beast. She giggled and kissed his ear. Goat, maybe, or a stallion. Theodore, I needed to be baby-stretched to accept you. I thought you said I felt like Brian. But he is a stallion, too. Let me go. Pay toll. Oh, goodness, darling, don't do that now. I'll be so shaky I won't be able to strike a match. Standing, and by the light of one candle, they studied each other. Lazarus felt his breath grow short at the dazzling glory of her. For most of 2 years he had been deprived of the sweet joy of seeing a woman, and had not realized how starved he had been for that great privilege. Darling, can you guess how much this means to me? Mama Maureen, has no one ever told you how much more sweetly beautiful a full-blown woman is than a maiden? Certainly your lovely breasts have held milk. That's what they're for. Oh, but I want them to look like marble. I don't. She studied him just as closely, her face solemn, her nipples crinkled tightly. Theodore Lazarus, my strange love, will you guess that I suggested candlelight so that I could see you? A woman is not supposed to get hungry for such things, but I missed the sight. The naked side of my husband, and how in the name of Satan and all his fallen thrones can I last even till November without even seeing a man I do not know? Alma Bixby told me that she had never seen her husband without clothes. How can a woman live like that? 5 children by a man she's never seen all over? Shocked her when I said that of course I had seen my husband naked. Theodore Lazarus, you don't look like my brownie boy. Your coloration is more like mine. But, oh, how you feel like him, smell like him, talk like him, love like him. Your pretty thing is coming up high again. Brownie, beloved, I'm going to have him once more, as hard as possible, and I'll tell you about it tomorrow night if you'll just ask me for a new bedtime story. Or if I must, I'll save it for you till you get back. You're as strange a man as he is, and just the wise and tolerant husband your body wife needs. Then, cross my heart, dearest. You're as strange a man as he is, and just the wise and tolerant husband your body wife needs. Then, cross my heart, dearest. I'll try my best to keep from it until you come back from over there. But if I can't, even with father and 8 children to guard me, I promise you solemnly that I will never bed with anyone but a warrior, a man to be proud of in every way, such as this strange man. Lazarus, my love, are you really my descendant? I do believe that you know when the war will be over and that my briny will come safely back to me. Why, I am not sure, but since you told me, I have been free from worry for the first time in many a lonely moon. I hope the rest is true, too. I want to believe in Tamra, and that she is descended from me, but I don't want you to go away in only 8 years. That innocent little picture. If I had not feared shocking you, I would have given you some real French postcards Brownie has taken of me. Will you be upset if I take a closer look? I'll chance it. Mrs. Smith suddenly dropped to one knee, looked closely, then touched him. She looked up. Now? Yes. He picked her up, placed her on the bed. Almost solemnly, she helped him, then caught her breath as they joined. Hard, Theodore. This time don't be gentle. Yes, my beautiful one. When their happy violence was over, she lay quiet in his arms, not talking, communing through touch and the light of one candle. At last she said, I must go, Theodore. No, don't get up. Just let me slide out. She got up, picked up her wrap, blew out the candle, came back, leaned down and kissed him. Thank you, Theodore, for everything. But come back to me. Come back to me. I will. I will. Quickly and silently, she was gone. Coda 1. Somewhere in France. Dear all my family, I am writing this in my pocket diary where it will stay until this war is over. Not that it matters, you'll get it just as soon. But I can't send a sealed letter now, much less one sealed into 5 envelopes. Something called censorship, which means that every letter is opened and read, and anything that might interest the Boche is cut out, such as dates and places and designations of military units, and probably what I had for breakfast. Beans and boiled pork and fried potatoes with coffee. That would dissolve a spoon. You see, I had this lovely ocean voyage as a guest of Uncle Sam, and am now in the land of fine wines and beautiful women. The wine has been vin extremely ordinaire, and they seem to be hiding the beautiful women. The best-looking one I've seen had a slight mustache and very hairy legs, which I could have ignored had I not made the mistake of standing downwind. Darlings, I am not sure the French take baths, at least in wartime. But I'm in no position to criticize. A bath is a luxury. Today, given a choice between a beautiful woman and a hot bath, I'd pick the bath. Otherwise, she wouldn't touch me. Don't worry that I am now in a war zone. That you've received this is proof that the war is over and I am okay. But it's easier to write a letter than it is to put trivia into a diary every day. War zone is an exaggeration. This is fixed warfare, meaning both sides are in the same fix, pinned down, and I am too far behind the lines to get hurt. I am in charge of a unit called a squad, 8 men, me and 5 other riflemen, plus an automatic rifleman. The rifle, not the man. This war has no robot fighters. And an 8th man who carries ammunition for the automatic rifleman. It's a corporal's job, and that's what I am. The promotion to sergeant I was expecting in my last letter, as dated from the United States, got lost in the shuffle when I was transferred to another outfit. Being a corporal suits me. It is the first time I've had men permanently assigned to me. Time enough to get acquainted with each one, learn his strong points and weak ones, and how to handle him. They are a fine bunch of men. Only one is a problem, and it's not his fault. It results from the prejudices of the time. His name is F.X. Dinkowski, and he is simultaneously the only Catholic and the only Jew in my squad. And, twins, if you've never heard of either one, ask Athene. By ancestry he comes from one religion, then he was brought up in another. And he has had the tough luck to be placed with country boys who have still a third religion and are not very tolerant. Plus the additional misfortunes of being a city boy and having a voice that grates, even on me, and is clumsy. And when they pick on him, they do if I'm not right there. It makes him more clumsy. Truthfully, he's not soldier material. But I wasn't asked. So he's the ammunition carrier, the best I can do to balance my squad. They call him Dinky, which is only mildly disparaging, but he hates it. I use his full last name. I do with all of them. For ritualistic reasons, having to do with the mystique of military organizations at this here and now, it is best to call a man by his family name. But let's leave the finest squad in the AEF and bring you up to date on my first family and your ancestors. Just before Uncle Sam sent me on that pleasure cruise, I was given a vacation. I spent it with the Bryan Smith family and lived in their house, as they have adopted me for the rest of this war, me being an orphan. That leave was the happiest time I've had since I was dropped from the Dora. I took Woody to an amusement park, primitive but more fun than some sophisticated pleasures of Secundus. I took him on rides and treated him to games and things that were fun for him, and fun for me because he enjoyed them so. Wore him out, and he slept all the way home. He behaved himself, and now we are chums. I've decided to let him grow up. There may be hope for him yet. I had long talks with Gramp, got better acquainted with all the others, especially Mama and Pop. The latter was unexpected. I had met Pop for a few minutes at Camp Funston. Then he was to come home on leave the day I had to go back, and I didn't expect to see him. But he got away a few hours early, a bonus an officer can sometimes manage, and we overlapped. And he telephoned to the camp and got me a 2-day extension. Why? Tamara and Ira, listen carefully. To attend the wedding of Miss Nancy Irene Smith and Mr. Jonathan Sperling Weatherall. Athene, explain to the twins the historic significance of this union. List the famous and important people in that line, dear, not the total genealogies. And Ira and Tamara in our own little family, of course, and Ishtar, and at least 5 of our children. And I may have missed someone, not having all the genealogical lines in my head. I was best man to Jonathan, and Pop gave the bride away. And Brian was an usher, and Marie was ring bearer, and Carol was maid of honor, and George was in charge with keeping Woody from setting fire to the church while Mama took care of Dickie and Ethel. Athene can explain terms and ritual. I shan't try. But it not only gave me 2 more days of leave, much of which I spent running errands for Mama. These medieval weddings are complex operations, but it also gave me time with Pop. And now I know him better than I ever did as a son under his roof, and like him very much, and heartily approve of him. Ira, he reminds me of you. Brainy, no-nonsense, relaxed, tolerant, and warmly friendly. Bulletin. The bride was pregnant. A proper Howard wedding, at a time when all brides are assumed to be virgins. Pregnant with, if memory serves, Jonathan Bryan Weatherall. Is that right, Justin? And who is descended from him? Remind me, Athene. I've met a lot of people over the centuries. I may even have married some descendant of Jonathan Bryan at some time. I rather hope so. Nancy and Jonathan are a fine young couple. I turned my landaulet over to them for a 6-day honeymoon. Then Jonathan did join the army, but too late to get into combat. Nancy's warrior hero just the same. He tried. Some fiddling sergeant who couldn't find his ass with both hands wants me to round up my squad and do something about a dugout that someone was careless with. So, all my love from Corporal Buddy Boy, somewhere in France. Dear Mr. Johnson, please give this a second censoring. Some of it will have to be explained to the rest of my adopted family. I hope that Mrs. Smith received the thank you note I mailed from Hoboken and could read it. Writing on my knee while bouncing on the C&A roadbed does not improve my handwriting. In any case, I thank her again for the happiest holiday of my life, and thanks to all of you. Please tell Woody that I will no longer spot him a horse. From here on, we play even, or he can find another sucker. 4 out of 5 is too many. Now for the rest. Note signature and address. My rocker did not last to France. Then 3 chevrons dwindled to 2. Can you explain to Mrs. Smith and to Carol, those 2 in particular, that being busted does not disgrace a man forever, and that I am still Carol's own special soldier if she will let me be, and in fact I am far more of a real soldier. I am at last free of being tagged as instructor, and am now leading a squad in a combat outfit. I wish I could tell her where, but if I stuck my head up over the parapet I might see some heinies if one of them didn't see me first. I'm not gold-bricking 100 miles back. I hope you aren't ashamed of me. No, I'm sure you are not. You are too old a soldier to care about rank. I'm in it, and that's what counts with you. I know. May I say, sir, that you are, and have always been, as long as I've known you, an inspiration to me? I won't detail the 2 negative promotions. In the Army, excuses don't count. But I want you to know that neither resulted from anything dishonorable. The first was in the transport, and involved a duty-struck master-at-arms in a poker game in an area for which I was responsible. The second came while I was instructing. Dummy trenches, dummy no-man's land, and the captain told me to dress up that skirmish line, and I said, "Hell, Captain, are you trying to save bullets for the Kaiser? Or haven't you heard of machine guns?" I suppose I shouldn't have said hell. In fact, I used another expression more common among soldiers. So later that day, I was a corporal, and my transfer took place when I requested it, again that same day. So here I am, and feeling fine. It is indeed a fact that the closer a man gets to the front, the better his morale is. I've become chummy with cooties, and the mud in France is deeper and stickier than in southern Missouri, and I dream about hot baths and Mrs. Smith's wonderful guest room for soldiers. But I'm in good health and good spirits, and I send my love to all of you. Respectfully yours, Corporal Ted Bronson. Hey down there, Corporal Bronson, send him out. Lazarus climbed slowly out the dugout, letting his eyes adjust to darkness. Yes, Lieutenant? Wire cutting job. I want you to volunteer. Lazarus said nothing. Didn't you hear me? I heard you, sir. Well? You asked for a volunteer, sir. No, I said I wanted you to volunteer. Lieutenant, I volunteered on April 6th last year. That used up my quota for the duration. A latrine lawyer, eh? Lazarus again said nothing. Sometimes I think you want to live forever. Lazarus still said nothing. You are so right, you 7-pound bliffy. And so do you. You haven't been over that parapet even once. God help this platoon when you do.
Once you pick 'em, tell 'em to get ready. Then you all ask the CP and I'll show you the map.
Yes, sir.
And Bronson, make damn sure you do a good job, because a little bird told me that you're going to lead the way through the holes. Dismissed.
Lazarus went unhurriedly back down below. So we're going over the top. Big secret. Nobody knows it but Pershing and about 100,000 Yanks and twice that many Boches in the Imperial High Command. Why do they advertise a surprise attack with 3 days of softening up bombardment that does nothing worth mentioning but tells the Boche where to bring up his reserves and gives him time to position them? Forget it, Lazarus. You're not in charge. Put your mind on picking out 3 who can go out, do it, and come back. Not Russell. You'll need your automatic rifleman before dawn. Wyatt was out last night. Dinkowski might as well have a cowbell around his neck. Fielding is on the sick list, damn it. So it has to be a cowbell around his neck. Fielding is on the sick list, damn it. So it has to be Schultz, Talley, and Cadwallader. 2 of them old unkillables, and Talley the only rebel with too little experience. And the shame Fielding has la grippe. Whatever it is, I need him. All right, Schultz gets Cadwallader. I'll nurse Talley through it. It was a 2-squad dugout. His squad was sacked in on the left. The other squad had a card game going by candlelight on their side. Lazarus called his squad into a huddle, waking Cadwallader and Schultz to do so. Russell and Wyatt stayed in their bunks as the huddle took place against them. The lieutenant wants us to cut wire and told me to ask for 3 volunteers. Schultz nodded at once, as Lazarus knew he would. I'll go. In Lazarus' opinion, his assistant squad leader should have a section. Schultz was 40, a married volunteer, and trying hard to offset his name, his trace of German accent, 2nd generation, but doing it steadily, methodically, without flash. No glory hound. Lazarus hoped that not many of the Germans they faced were of Schultz's quality. But he knew they were, especially veterans pulled back from the collapsed Russian front. His only fault in Lazarus' eyes was that he disliked Dinkowski. That's one. Don't all speak at once. What's the matter with them? Cadwallader said loudly, jerking a thumb at the other squad. Teacher's pets? They haven't done anything for a week. Corporal O'Brien answered for his squad. Tell your troubles to Jesus. The chaplain's gone over the hill. Whose deal? Who's next? Dinkowski gulped. Take me, Corporal. Talley shrugged. Okay. Damn you, Dinky. Why didn't you wait and simply make it unanimous? And damn that silly Second John for ordering me to ask for volunteers. Better to tell him. Let's hear some more voices. This isn't the SOS. Lieutenant Birdbrain, you post-nasal drip. Cadwallader is right. It's not our turn. Why didn't you go through the platoon sergeant and section leader? They're fair about handing out dirty details. Russell and Wyatt spoke up together. Lazarus waited, then said, Cadwallader, you're the only holdout. Corporal, you asked for 3 volunteers. How come you want the whole squad? Because I want you, you unappetizing ape. You're the best soldier in the squad. Because I need you. Will you volunteer? I ain't no volunteer, Corporal. I was drafted. Very well. Damn all officers who interfere where they shouldn't. Wyatt, you were out last night. Get back in your bunk. Russell, you get some sleep, too. You may be busy soon. Schultz, I'll take Dinkowski. You take Talley. Black me up first and make it fast. I gotta see the lieutenant. Get out the cork. Lazarus got through their own wire without much trouble by enlarging breaks German shells had made.
He did all the work himself, simply requiring Dinkowski to stay flat and follow him. There was the regular crump of artillery, their own, and the German howitzers. Lazarus ignored them, there being nothing better he could do. The chattering cough of machine guns he ignored too, as long as the sound came from far enough along his flanks. Snipers he did not worry about, other than to stay low. His prime wariness was directed at German patrols, if any, and at star shells, far too many. The latter were the reason he had Dinkowski stay belly down. He did not trust his assistant to freeze and hold it if caught on his knees when a star shell burst. Once past the last of their own entanglements, he led Dinkowski, both belly-crawling, into a shell hole, then put his mouth to the private's ear. "Stay here till I get back." "But, Corporal, I don't want to stay behind." "Not so loud. You'll wake the baby. Whisper against my ear. If I'm not back in an hour, go back alone." "But I can't find my way back." "There's the Dipper. There's the Pole Star. Go back southwest. If you miss the gaps, you've got wire cutters. Just remember this. When a star shell bursts, freeze. The time to move is just as it goes out, while their eyes are still dazzled. And try to be quiet. You remind me of two skeletons on a tin roof. Don't get shot by our own people at the last minute. What's the password?" Oh, hell, it's Charlie Chaplin. Forget it again and you'll get more than a blighty. Some of our lads are trigger-happy. Now repeat back." "Corporal, I'm going to cut wire with you." Lazarus sighed inwardly. The clumsy little clown wanted the soldier. "If I don't let him tag along, it can kill his spirit. But if I do let him, it might kill both of us. Cadwallader, I admire your good sense, and hate your guts, and wish I had you along." "All right, not a word from here on. Pat my foot and point if you have to, and stay that close. Remember what I said about star shells. See any Boche, don't breathe. If they surprise us, surrender at once." "Surrender?" "If you want to be a grandfather, you can't kill a German patrol all by your lonesome. Even if you could, it would make so much racket that their machine guns would chop you in two. Stick close and stay down." Lazarus could almost touch the first German wire when a star shell burst, and the private panicked. Tried for a shell hole they had just come through and was hit as he fell into it. Lazarus lay still and listened to screams as the dazzling star burned above him. "One of our own," he mused. "A German shell would burst to backlight the American trenches. If that poor little dope doesn't shut up, the air around here is going to be thick with merry greetings. Can't cut wire with all that advertising. Oh, hell, he's my boy. I've got to take care of him. Probably be a favor to Dinky to finish him off, but Maureen wouldn't like that. Okay, let's get him back. I'll come back and finish this crummy detail. No sleep tonight, and over the top about 0400. Next time, join the Navy." The flare died out, and Lazarus was up fast and moving, as another star shell flared. Machine gun bullets stitched his side and knocked him into the shell hole. One struck a hard implant on the right side of his belly, tumbled, and chewed its way out just above his left hip. Others did other damage, nothing too difficult to repair in 4291 AD, but this being the Dark Ages, any one of them was enough. Lazarus felt it only as a mighty blow that knocked him off his feet and into the shell hole. He did not become unconscious at once. He had time to realize that he was mortally wounded. He lay as he had fallen and looked up at his stars, realizing that he had come to his ending place. Every animal finds its ending place. Some find it in a trap, another in a fight it cannot win, some happy few in a quiet place to wait for the end. Whatever it is the ending place, and most of us know when we reach it. "This is mine." Did Dinky know?
I think so. He stopped screaming. I think he looked for his. That it doesn't hurt. Thanks for making it worthwhile, Marine. Ida. Adorable. Tamra. Minerva. Laz. Lore. Ira. Marine. He heard wild geese honking high overhead, looked up at his stars again as they blacked out. Coda 2. You still don't understand, the gray voice droned on. There is no time, there is no space. What was, is, and ever shall be. You are you, playing chess with yourself. And again, you have checkmated yourself. You are the referee. Morals are your agreement with yourself to abide by your own rules. To thine own self be true, or you spoil the game. Crazy. Then vary the rules and play a different game. You cannot exhaust her infinite variety. If you would just let me look at your face, Lazarus muttered pettishly. Try a mirror. Coda 3. From the Kansas City Post, November 7th, 1918. We report with sorrow those from Kansas and Missouri. Killed. Abel Thomas J., Private, Jefferson City. Avery Jones, M., 2nd Lieutenant, Sedalia. Baird George M., Private First Class, Topeka. Badger, F.M., Private, St. Joseph. Casper Robert S., Sergeant, Hatfield. R.S., Corporal, Kansas City, Kansas. Kerr Jack M., 1st Lieutenant, Joplin. Pfeiffer, Hans, Private First Class, Dodge City. Missing in action. Austin George W., Staff Sergeant, Hannibal, Missouri. Bell, T.R., Corporal, Wichita, Kansas. Berry, L.M., Private, Carthage, Missouri. Bronson, Theodore, Corporal, Kansas City, Missouri. Casper, M.M., 1st Lieutenant, Lawrence, Kansas. Dillingham, O.G., Private, Rolla. Fairley, F.X., Kansas City, Missouri. Hawes, William, Private First Class, Springfield. Oliver, R.C., Private First Class, St. Louis. Coda 4. The last chapter. Ira, Galahad, got him? Yes, hoist us in. Oh, what a mess. Ish about 2 liters and lots of jelly. Get him inside and let me see him. Lore, can you get us out of here now? Seal up, Dora, and bounce it. Sealed and zooming. Screens down. What the goddamn hell have they done to Boss? I'm trying to find out, Dora. Be ready with the tank. I may freeze him. Ready now, Ish. Laz, Lore, I told you we should pick him up sooner. I told you. Pipe down, Dora. We told him he'd get his ass shot off, but he was having more fun than kittens, and wouldn't have thanked us, and wouldn't have come, and you know how stubborn he is. Tamra, said Ishtar, cuddle his head and talk to him. Keep him alive. I don't want to freeze him, if at all, until I've made temporary repairs. Hamadryad clamped there. Galahad, 1 slug hit the finder, and that's how his intestines got so chopped up. Clone trans? Perhaps. The way he regenerates. Repair and support may be enough. Justin, you were right. The dates on his letters did prove that he didn't last through it. Losing the finder's signal pinpointed where and when. Galahad, are you finding more fragments? I want to close him. Tamara, rouse him. Make him talk. I don't want to have to freeze him. The rest of you shut up and get out. Go help Minerva with the children. Glad to, Justin said hoarsely. I'm about to throw up. Maureen, Lazarus murmured. I'm here, darling, Tamara answered, cradling his head against her breasts. Bad dream. Thought I was dead. Just a dream, beloved. You cannot die. This concludes the reading of Time Enough for Love by Robert Heinlein. This book was read by Lloyd James.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.